It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, June 1st, 2022. Hello again, everyone, and welcome to the first day of June. It's June. How crazy is this? June 1st. Time is flying. We are approaching the one-year anniversary of the announcement last year, which let the world know that we were coming back to this show. I think that was June 21st or something like that. Time is flying. Of course, I missed you all on Monday. If you had the long weekend, hope it treated you well. Missed you dearly. I know you missed us as well. At least I'd like to think that you missed us as well. Not too much has happened since we last spoke, to be honest. It was a relatively quiet weekend in the world of MMA. Of course, the biggest news of the weekend was the dog of the week at Jace. We didn't quite put the stamp, and GC had the stamp. He took the stamp off, and then he didn't put it back on. I was a little confused about all of that, to be honest, but officially there was no stamp on Mariusz Pudzianowski. Still, he shocked the world and won via knockout in the first round against Michal Materla. I mean, I feel like we really upped the profile of that fight in the event, KSW 70. That was really the biggest MMA-related story of the weekend. There was a great Gervonta Davis finish, a knockout in Brooklyn on Saturday night, but that was relatively it. I mean, it was pretty quiet stuff. I went glamping, which I guess is like the cool way of saying you went camping, but you weren't exactly in a tent. That was fun. And Frank Mysterio celebrated a birthday. How old, Frank?
Old enough.
Wow. You're one of those?
Yeah.
Weird. Never understood that. Be proud. Let's just say you're 47.
I turned 36.
Be
Ariel.
proud you made it to 47. Let's just say you're 52. Be proud you made it. Honestly.
36.
Is that true?
Yeah.
You're that much younger than me?
See, this is why I wasn't going to say anything.
Wait, 36? You're a baby. Could I be honest?
No, I want you to lie to me.
All right.
What were you going to say?
I thought you were going to say like 43, 42. That's out of respect because you're a veteran. You're wise. You're mature.
It's my blurry skin, isn't it? Makes me look older.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I've never actually seen your skin. Wow. Okay. Well, happy birthday. Good birthday.
Yeah, it was great. When saw Shogun Assassin, the Alamo Draft House. That was fun.
No idea what that means. I was waiting for the save the date as far as the birthday festivities were concerned.
Just funny, I was waiting for the RSVP, but...
Wow.
Yeah, okay,
how can I RSVP to a save the date that I haven't received yet?
You're Ariel Helwani. You'll figure it out.
That's true. That's true. Well, I'm glad that you had a great birthday. Good to see everyone back. We've got a fantastic show for all of you. I mean, it may be a quiet time in the world of MMA. Next UFC pay-per-view is coming up, not this weekend, but next weekend. But it ain't quiet over here. I'll tell you that much here on the MMA Hour. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of the UFC, the Ultimate Fighting Championship, that is. Most importantly, they are the official sports betting partner of the MMA Hour. So please download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use code THEMMAHour, that's the MMA Hour, for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code the MMA Hour. Very important. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Please support them because they support us. Tremendous show for all of you. You know, when we miss one, we like to come back with a bang. We like to come back swinging, you know, with the big guns, so to speak, not just these bad boys. And we've got a great one. Back into the show, 4 o'clock. We're going to be joined by Mr. Jorge Masvidal himself. Jorge Masvidal, a lot going on, very much in the news. What's going on with him? Haven't talked to him since several weeks prior to the Colby Covington fight. So we'll catch up with Jorge. A lot going on, like I said. Before that, answer some questions on the nose. The buzzer has sounded. Moderator Lewis tells me 1 o'clock, that's it, cut off. And a lot of questions already in. We'll go 21 questions and maybe a couple here or there. We might answer some before and then some after Jorge, depending on how many we get to. Check in with GC, get his review of the past weekend, and then also I think he's on fire, if memory serves me correct. Also get his picks for this weekend's events, most notably the Jairzinho Rozenstruik versus Alexander Volkov event at the iconic, historic, very famous UFC Apex. So that'll be at around 3:20. The aforementioned Jairzinho Rozenstruik is going to join us at 3 o'clock from Las Vegas. So good to talk to Biggie Boy. That'll be at 3 o'clock. At around 2:30, the aforementioned Mariusz Pudzianowski is back by popular demand. The legend himself, Big Puj, is back. Now won 5 in a row. Is he going to fight Mamed Khalidov? And I will say this right here now. I'm going to move mountains. If I can make it happen, if Puj fights Mamed Khalidov in what would be the biggest fight in KSW history, I think I have to be there. Now, if they want to give me the opportunity to like give out a trophy in the cage, I'm not asking for that. I just feel like I need to be there. I just want to say that. So that will be at 2:30, 2:05. Merab Dvalishvili will stop by, one of the best bantamweights in the world, and the guy can't get a fight. It's a crazy thing. He was in the news yesterday. Aljamain said that, their buddies, Aljamain Sterling, said that he would move up to 145 if Merab got a shot at the belt. He doesn't want to fight him. They're longtime friends and teammates, so stay tuned for that. Our old friend Alistair Overeem stopping by. Recently celebrated his 42nd birthday, so he's around the same age as Frank. He's been in the news, fighting Badr Hari for the 3rd time in October. Wrestling, Alistair Overeem, wrestling, pro wrestling. That's very exciting stuff. So we'll talk to him at around 1:35 Eastern. But first, one of the biggest fight announcements, if you will, since we last spoke last Wednesday, came just a few days ago when we found out that Paddy Pimblett's opponent on July 23rd at the O2 Arena in London, England, is going to be the Monkey King himself, one Jordan Leavitt. And I said it on Twitter. I said it after. I like this fight. I think it makes a lot of sense. It's a proper step up. Leavitt's on a bit of a roll, won 2 in a row. He's a great character, and I think the build-up to this one is going to be a lot of fun. And so without further ado, let us say hello to one Jordan Leavitt, who's getting the big-time fight. Hello, Jordan. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm pretty excited for everything.
Yeah, a lot going on in your life. By the way, happy early birthday to you. I believe your birthday is tomorrow, correct?
Yes, it is. I'll be 27 years young.
27 years young. I have to say, much like Mysterious Frank, I feel like you're a little wiser than 27. You're a little more mature. You don't come across as your typical 27, and that's a compliment. Do you take it as such?
Yeah, it's the trauma. It makes you grow up, Yeah, I'm a little bit more mature for my age. So I feel like someone says I actually seem like I'm like a 35-year-old. No, I'm still a kid. So
I like it. But you are kind of like a wise old soul, if you will. So this is a big opportunity for you. A lot of, dare I say, newfound attention, newfound spotlight. How are you dealing with it ever since the fight was announced a couple of days ago?
I have mixed feelings. Like I've always kind of kept to myself. So I woke up, they didn't even tell me they're announcing it yet. And I had like 2,000 more followers. Everyone's tagging me and everything. So I just, muted everything. So I don't think I like the attention too much, but I'm excited for it. Like in terms of a business, in the business way, like it's really good to have more attention on myself. And I don't care for all the bells and whistles of the game for the most part. I kind of just like to fight and I like to compete, but it's nice. I have mixed feelings for sure.
I was wondering about that because I tagged you in my post this morning and it said you can't be tagged. I was like, oh, interesting. So was it because of the announcement you kind of turned everything off?
Yeah. I give myself 20 minutes a day where I can go on social media and be safe and then just to make my post my memes and then get off. I try to stay off of social media for the most part. It's like not the real world. It's distracting. And I think it's not emotionally healthy. So I just try to limit myself. So the Paddy Pimblett fight's definitely making it a little bit more difficult to stay off of it.
Wow, 20 minutes. You don't go 30 hour, you keep it to 20. How long have you been doing this?
Just for the past 2 months. Like I always did an hour or so a day, but then I was like, I have a kid. I have a bunch of goals for this year. I felt like social media was being very distracting. And so I'm trying to cut it. And I think it'll be good for this fight, especially because I feel like as long as I focus on the fight, I'm not too worried about it. But all the excess flash is distracting.
Right. What is your number one goal for this year?
I want to fight 4 times this year on like the last 12 months. So if I fight Paddy, that'll be 3 fights in 7 months. And then I just have to get 1 more done before December. And then I can just hopefully relax. We have enough money to buy a house and just relax with the family and plan out the next move. But yeah, 4 fights for this year and just reading 100 books for this year. That's another goal I have. So I'm just reading and training.
Yes, I've heard about this goal of reading 100 books, which is tremendous. I believe you're at 35, 6, 7, somewhere in that range?
Yeah, I'm at 36. I fell behind in April, but I'm slowly catching up. If I read, 14 books in June, I'll be right up on schedule. So
Now, is this actually reading the book, or is audiobook count as well?
Audiobook counts as well, but I've only really listened to like 3 audiobooks.
Okay. So you're actually taking the time to read these books?
Yeah, I enjoy it.
Have you ever hit the 100 mark in a year?
Yeah, I did 4 years ago. Like the year I got my contract, or the year before that, I read 100 books for the year. But I didn't have a kid. I wasn't living out on my own. Now I'm married, kid, dogs, all that jazz. So a little bit more distractions now, but I'm pretty confident I'll reach it.
And what's the reason for this goal? Like, why 100? Why not 50, 75, open-ended? Why the 100? Why is this so important for you?
I've always done at least a book a week for the past 5 years.
Wow.
And that got really easy. So then I read 100 books 3 years ago. And then I'm like, okay, that was a little much. Then I read 70 books and that didn't seem quite enough. So now I'm just going back to 100 and just trying to force myself to, because I read a lot of nonfiction and fiction. So just kind of growing my mind and learning things.
That's
I'm not
amazing.
in school anymore now that I'm 5. So
Yeah. Wow. I give you a lot of credit for that. Best book you read this year of the 36?
Ooh, that's hard. I think the book that gave me like the strongest reaction was The War of Art.
Okay.
And that book was really good. And then also this book called A Man Called Ove, which is if you watch the beginning of the movie Up and you felt depressed, this book will make you feel depressed the entire book. So those are my 2 favorite books of the year so far.
Wow. And what are you reading right now?
Right now, I'm reading The Wisdom of Insecurity by Alan Watts and From a Buick 8 by Stephen King. So those are I'm bouncing between today.
Why?
And
So sometimes you do 2 at the same time?
I'll read like 5 or 6 at the same time.
Why?
I feel like reading is like eating several things on a plate. Like you get bored of one flavor, you hop to another, it helps you eat more. And I feel like if I focus on one book at a time, if I'm like not feeling a certain part of the book, I may just not read. If I'm reading several books at the same time, I can like jump to different flavors, different feels, different paces. And that way I get more done.
That is impressive. And like you said, you're a father. How do you have the time to train, be a dad? I mean, this takes a lot out of you, right? I mean, you must be exhausted at the end of the day. You're a pro fighter fighting in the UFC. You're a father. I believe your child is 1 or a little over 1, right? So, I mean, you have your hands full. How do you have the time to read as well?
I'm a bad father, but no. It's just they nap a lot. I read in between workouts. I read when I'm getting physical therapy. I listen to some nonfiction audiobooks as I drive. I just I don't play video games anymore. I don't go on social media. And I sleep like 5 hours a day. I don't sleep very well because I have a kid. So I just have a lot of time just to, read and relax.
Man, I have a lot of respect for that. Well done. So when you got the word that Paddy would be your next opponent, first off, were you aware? I mean, I feel like it might be a silly question, but I don't know how in tune you are with the rest of the fighters in your weight class, with the sport. Some people don't watch the sport. Did you know who Paddy Pimblett was?
I knew who he was when I watched his first fight. And then I saw how much media was being put towards him. So I didn't really know who he was before. And yeah, I'm not too hip with it. Like everyone's telling me he's like really heavy and I don't know that for sure, but I don't really know too much about him, honestly. I just have really watched his fights. He seems pretty funny. I like his interviews. And I was just surprised when I got the call. I was excited because I'm always excited for a fight. And I actually initially was saying no because they were like, you want to fight in July in England? I'm like, no. And then like an hour later, like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, I hate the travel. And I fought like a few months, like 4 weeks ago. I'm fine. But it's Paddy Pimblett. And I'm like, okay, I think I could travel. I think I could get that done. So excited. But then I thought about it a little bit more. I'm like, he's been picking kind of easy fights, or at least his team has, the UFC has for him. And I'm like, oh, I think they think I'm the easy fight. So it's kind of offended me, but it's all good. I think I have a few tricks up my sleeve. I'm pretty excited for this matchup.
So do you honestly feel like they are picking you because they think that he could beat you and you're that proper step up in his progression as a UFC fighter? You're the name, you have a couple wins, but ultimately they have more invested in him, so they want him to beat you. Is that what you feel?
Yeah, 100%. If I was trying to push Paddy Pimblett, who I think is talented and I like him, fan of him, sorry I'm going to beat you. But if I watch this kid get chinned by two guys who were not the best, almost lose, and then kind of take victory from the jaws of defeat. I would want him to fight a guy who doesn't like the power punch. And if you watch my fight, it seems like I don't like to punch very hard to the head, and it would give Paddy a lot of chances to, make up for a lot of technical weaknesses. But I think I'm not too worried about it. I think I fought better strikers. I fought better grapplers. I just haven't fought Paddy Pimblett, and he hasn't fought me. And I think this is going to be a little bit of egg on people's faces when I think the fight comes. I think I'm going to handily beat him.
Wow, this is a lot of fun. So I'm curious, you probably, just based on your assessment right there, you've watched his 2 UFC fights, right?
Yeah.
Your assessment of his performances in those?
He's incredibly tough. He has an eye for a finish. He's like an ambush hunter, like one of those spiders that comes out of the hole and drags you in. But he leaves a lot of openings. I feel like when I watch his fights, even his Cage Warriors fights, anytime someone grapples him back, he loses. And he's so tough. Every fight I watch, it seems like he gets dropped or he gets hurt. Scousers don't get knocked out, but hopefully I can put him to sleep. We'll see if I can do that. But yeah, I mean, I feel like if you take away all the flash and social media, which I don't really take a part of, I don't think there's too much to worry about. I feel like if I just focus on the fight and I don't let the crowd get to me, I think I have no worries. I'm very excited. No concerns whatsoever. I think he has to get lucky.
The crowd is an interesting point that you just brought up because he's a fan favorite. Those English crowds are tremendous. We saw it in March. How do you feel about, I mean, you are not going to be the fan favorite. I think that's fair to say. You will be in enemy territory. No one there is going to want you to win. And I think you know this. You don't need me to say this to you. How do you feel about being that guy? Because you're such a likable guy. You're smiling all the time. How do you feel about being the enemy? Will you play that up?
I can play it up. They can think of whatever they want about me. It's going to be my hometown after I win. They're going to love me. They just don't know it yet. After 15 minutes of combat, I'm sure they'll like me. And I'm used to flying to people's hometown, beating up their cousins, having things thrown at me, booze, all that jazz. I fought a guy where his coach is the ref. I don't care about enemy territory. I do a bunch of flamboyant stuff after I win. I get plenty of hate. I don't fit the typical fighter mold. And I feel like if there was any fighter around our ranking that wouldn't care about that stuff, I think it's me. I don't fear being disliked, but I know they're going to love me.
This is great because you just alluded to it. You're a mild-mannered guy. You don't like the spotlight. You keep to yourself. However, no one celebrates quite like you. I mean, you really put yourself out there when you celebrate. As DC said, you're dropping it low. You're twerking. You're doing all this stuff that we are not used to seeing. Where does this Jordan Leavitt come from? Like I said, you're pretty mild-mannered, and then all of a sudden you're freaking in a nightclub over there at Soul Train. I mean, it's an amazing thing. Where does this come from?
Honestly, everything I do after my fights is like a result of a bet I make during camp. Like, I bet you would imagine if you did the Dirty Dancing lift. Wouldn't that be ridiculous? And I'm like, bet. And then I do it like as a joke. Like, we were practicing it backstage. Didn't really plan on it. What if someone twerked after a fight? I'm like, I could do that. That'd be pretty funny. So it's always like my friends at the gym on my like syndicate. We're a pretty colorful team. Like, what if someone do this? I'm like, I'm the one to do that. Don't worry. Like, I'm not scared to do something stupid, like look a little silly. So it all starts off with just a joke and then kind of spirals out of control.
Do you have something planned for July 23rd already?
I have a few things planned. It all depends on how the fight goes.
Yes.
But I got a few celebration things to pull out of my hat.
Anything you can share at this time?
It might be a little dangerous for me. That's about the only hints I can give.
Okay.
But I'm excited for the O2 Arena. It's my first time fighting in front of a crowd since I fought like the Thomas and Mack years ago. So there's a few things I have planned.
Oh, this is great. Has the UFC ever told you to tone it down with the celebrations?
They kind of alluded to it backstage, like, don't do this, this, or this. And I'm like, well, luckily, the done thing I have planned is none of those things.
Okay.
So, but it's hard for them to gauge what I'm going to do. I'm pretty sure if I win the way I want, I might get in trouble for what I'm going to do, but we're going to see. We're going to see.
Okay. And you mentioned the hate. You get a lot of hate for these celebrations?
Yes, I think it's starting to tone down. I think they've just come to accept it. I start off as kind of just like a meme, and I feel like, okay, he can fight too. He's not just a character. And yeah, a lot of macho guys between the ages of 20 and 45 don't really like my antics.
Yeah.
But, I feel like my demographic of like followers is like 40% women and 60% men, which is very different for a lot of like MMA fighters. I have a different demographic. I have a different like Venn diagram of fans. So my fans like it. In order to keep getting they're going to keep getting what I do.
For whatever it's worth, I love it because I like when people make other people uncomfortable, right? And I feel like you make people uncomfortable because this sport, everyone has to be tough and macho and full of machismo. And you're out there knocking people out, finishing people, and then twerking all over them. I mean, if we get to the point where, no dog in the race, you beat Paddy Pimblett in London, and you're all over that cage twerking, I mean, the O2 may burn down. It'll be incredible. What a crazy scene that would be. You realize this, right? I mean, they're not going to take too kindly to those celebrations if you beat their guy.
Luckily, I have good head movements. When they start throwing things at me, I'll be bobbing and weaving, dodging the beer cans. But yeah, I'm excited to cause a riot. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Okay, interesting. You have a background in law, right? When you're done fighting, you want to go back to being a lawyer?
Yeah, I was applying to law schools and everything and getting things back. And then 2020 happened. So I have 9 credits left for my degree. And I was already kind of getting acceptances and everything. And yeah, contract came first. And I'm really enjoying not being a student for the first time in my life. It's been 2 years where I haven't been going to school, and that's been awesome. But yeah, if things don't work out, I'm totally fine. I'm not concerned for my future whatsoever. I feel like it takes a lot of the pressure off of me when I'm training, because I feel like a lot of fighters don't have very many avenues. So yeah, if things don't go perfectly for this, opportunity I have, I'll just go to law school and sell out and do what I have to do.
And you grew up in Las Vegas. What was that like?
Well, I think it was really cool. I had a lot of diverse experiences. I'm a 4th generation Las Vegas. My great grandma moved here, and my family's been here forever. So I don't know anywhere else. Whenever I travel out of town, it's very strange. Things aren't open 24 hours. Things close, and I'm at the 24-hour city. It's a little wild, and I feel like I'm a little wild. And I think it's just been the perfect atmosphere for me to develop and grow into being like a unique individual. And I love Vegas. Such running out of water, and it's going to be in hospitable soon, but
right.
It's my home.
And as far as like, the nightlife in Vegas and whatnot, did you party a lot as a kid? These dance moves look like they're pretty refined. Were you out and about on the strip, going to the clubs and whatnot when you were younger?
I went through a little bit of a stage where I go to clubs and everything, but honestly, I went to a lot of church and school dances. When I was like in high school with a lot of my friends, we all like to go to dances, and there's a very large Mormon population in Las Vegas. So a lot of weddings in my early 20s, late teens. So just have a lot of hours, and your 10,000 hours. I got that in dancing. So a lot of opportunities to celebrate and dance.
You dropping it like it's hot at these weddings as well?
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
I'm a riot.
Oh.
I did ballroom. I also did ballroom with my sisters when I was younger. So slow dances, got it. Ratchet music, I got it. I just like to cut loose and have I have many hours in dancing.
And why Monkey King?
Ooh, that one actually came up twice. So in middle school, I went to see the Forbidden Kingdom with my friends, and we were watching like, oh my gosh, that's you. And then like that kind of fizzled out after a few years. But then I was wrestling, and like my mom was videotaping it. And after I beat the kid, I kind of like walked on my knuckles and like put like the wristband in the center of the circle, and I walked off on my knuckles like as a joke. And then they're like, you're like a monkey. And they're like, and I'm like, no, the king of monkeys. Like, yeah, you're like the Monkey King. And then it's been there since high school.
Wow.
And it's been cool because it was like a joke.
And you don't mind it, I would imagine.
Oh no, I don't mind it. I think the imagery for like, Eastern philosophy and religious thought, and in like Kung Fu history, like the Monkey King's a archetype in like in that part of the world. And I think it fits. I'm playful. I take things seriously, and there's a little bit of arrogance in my style and flamboyance, and I feel like it matches the whole Monkey King moniker.
Do you get this a lot? Like you're talking to someone, you're meeting someone, whatever it may be, and then you tell them what you do for a living, and just you even referencing that Eastern philosophy and whatnot. This isn't. You're not the typical fighter. You don't speak like the typical fighter. Do you get a lot of people like, what? You don't fight in the UFC? Like they don't actually believe what you do for a living?
Yeah, most of the time. I got my first stitches ever, my last fight for my headbutt. I'm not a jock. I don't really watch sports. I don't follow things. I'm not built all buff, roided out and stuff. So a lot of people don't believe me when I say I fight for the UFC. They're like, oh, you mean you train MMA? I'm like, no, I fight for the UFC. Like, I know the terminology, and especially when I was in school and I was like 6-0, 7-0, they would say, oh, no one's a professional athlete. I'm like, I'm a professional athlete. They're like, no, you're not. I'm like, for real though. Like, I'm on Contender Series like next week. So yeah, a lot of people don't believe me, but I'm starting to get recognized on the street, at least in my hometown, and that to convince people.
Who inspired you to go down this path to try to become a UFC fighter?
Oh, I just was a kid and I was watching season 10 of The Ultimate Fighter, like the day I quit wrestling, my freshman year of high school, and it was the day of the finale. So they played the entire season and they played the finale. And
Personality that I want to be if I make it to the UFC.
I really liked Lyoto Machida when I first started off. I thought like his whole aesthetic, I like his whole way he carried himself was like very inspiring. And then I really liked GSP, like his professionalism, how he didn't really fit the mold of a fighter either. And that kind of gave me a lot of confidence. So like, okay, like nerds can do this too. And then when I started fighting, I walked into the gym and the first person to say hi to me was Roxanne Modafferi, and definitely marched to the beat of her own drum. And she definitely gave me a lot of like courage to like not really conform. So I just have, had a lot of examples, and luckily they were in my path. And very blessed, very lucky.
I love it. And what a great, leader to sort of follow. The veteran, the legend, the pioneer, if you will, Roxanne Modafferi. So in conclusion, July 23rd, O2 Arena, you're going to enemy territory. You're fighting the golden boy, the golden child, Paddy the Baddy Pimblett. In your mind, how do you actually see this fight playing out? You referenced 15 minutes earlier. Do you think it's a hard kind of grinder of a fight, or do you think it's a finish?
I always plan for decision in my mind. That way I just focus on doing what I need to do in every moment. But I think I'll finish him. I think the opportunity to present himself. I think he's going to get impatient. I know we're both probably working on our striking because the grappling, we know that's going to be competitive. But I think I'm going to win by finish. I really do. But I'm planning on the decision. And I don't plan on it being close. The judges aren't going to be able to give him a hometown decision, I imagine. And he's the golden boy, but I'm the platinum boy. I think I'm going to prove it on July 23rd.
By the way, he's known to dance as well, sort of dance. He kind of does like a gyrating thing. What do you think of his moves?
I really like him.
Okay.
Like, I'm not on social media, so I know he gets a lot of hate. And I was surprised by the overwhelming amount of like love I got on social media.
Oh, wow.
Very little people hated on me for this fight. And I know something about he said something about Georgians. I don't know anything about that. Like, that's hearsay for me. But
he said about what?
He's cool.
What did you reference?
Like about Georgians, the whole.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I don't know too much about him, but he seemed like a lot of fun. I don't think he's disrespectful to the people he's fighting generally. He calls out a lot of big names. A lot of people do. And I think he's a good kid. And I actually think we'd probably be friends under other circumstances. I think we have a similar like vibe, at least from what I've seen. And he's friends with Molly McCann, and she's an awesome girl. I've met Molly. We're friends. So he can't be too bad. So I like his dance moves. I like him. I like his aesthetic. I like his butt.
There's going to be no animosity here. I mean, you just showered him with praise and compliments. I feel like this is going to be quite lovely.
Yeah. It's just 15 minutes tops.
Right.
Pain, all that stuff. But I fight my friends every day.
That's true.
I don't have trouble doing that. So I'll fight them, and then we can go out to the club, and I'll buy a drinks on me,
Well, this has been wonderful. Great to meet you, Jordan. I like what you do. I like how you conduct yourself, how you represent yourself. Well done. Congrats on getting this fight, this opportunity. I wish you the very best on July 23rd. And if you win, if it all goes well for you, I can't wait to see what you have planned for those fans at the O2. That should be something.
Thank you, Ariel. I'm excited for it too. I think there's going to be something special on that night.
All right. Take care and good luck with the books. We'll talk to you soon. Really enjoyed this.
Thank you. Me too.
All right, there he is, Jordan Leavitt, the Monkey King, getting an opportunity of a lifetime to fight Paddy the Baddy Pimblett, who is on fire these days, very, very popular. And that card really coming together nicely. Dare I say it's actually better than the last O2 card. What a great guy, right? I mean, I really like that guy. Not exact, you watch him and he's dancing, he's twerking, he's dropping it like it's hot, all this stuff. But then, he's, incredibly smart, well-read, 100 books. I don't know if I've read 100 books in my life. I don't know if I will ever get to 100 books in my entire life. I'm trying to shoot for like 5 this year. Frank, how many books have you read in a calendar year?
Honestly, this year I've read 9 so far.
What?
Yeah.
Look at you showing off.
Yeah.
What's the goal?
There's not really a goal. That was the thing. That once it became kind of a goal, like, how many can I do? I've kind of stopped reading. So I just need to just do it casually.
What about you, GC? How many books?
Oh, I've done about 10.
What?
Yeah, he's not at his test.
Oh, he's not. Okay. Did I miss something?
No.
Okay. Why are you asking if I needed water? Was there something wrong with my
I'm
voice?
concerned about you. There's no water bottle on your desk, and
it's right here.
Okay, there you go. And there's a lot of mouth noise coming through the microphone.
What?
Yeah.
Mouth noise?
Yeah, that's what we call it.
What does that mean?
Like you're smacking your lips. I just got concerned.
Jeez. Okay. Maybe it's been a while since I did the show.
Yeah, just drink water. Stay hydrated.
Okay. Sorry. Well, you know what? I have my Prime right here. Maybe I should drink some of that.
Should we zoom in on that?
A lot of mouth noises? Gross. What was I doing?
Well, honestly, they sound like they could be clocking issues. So I tried to isolate it. Like, is it coming from him? Is it coming from you? And
clocking?
Clocking.
What does that mean?
We're not getting into that right now.
Why not? We got some time.
So everything digitally follows a clock. And if they're off sync just a little bit, it could show up as pops and clicks. But no, it was Ariel's mouth.
Jeez. I'm officially an old man. If I'm being honest, had some overnight oats before the show, and there might be something stuck in my teeth. Do you think it was that?
Definitely that.
Damn, my bad. Jordan Leavitt, dropping it like it's hot. What a character. And what a fun card. Tommy Aspinall. I heard you playing that earlier. Going up against Curtis Blades. So, like, we can even go like Aspinall Blades is a better main event than Aspinall Volkov. There it is. I was trying to nudge you to play that.
We're supposed to do it like breaking news now, right?
Why? Because of Aspinall?
Yeah.
Are we?
No, like anytime you mention Tommy, I'm just going to play that song.
Sure. Oh, yes.
Right.
I thought you meant breaking news. Yes. Anytime I mention Tommy, just play it. You have carte blanche.
All right.
Jack Hermanson, Darren Till is a really good co-main. Nikita Krylov versus Alexander the star power is, they're hooking up BT Sport. They're hooking up BT Sport. They just signed that deal, new multi-year deal. So it was 15, 20 million, something like that a year, way higher than their previous deal. Volkan Ozdemir versus Paul Craig, great fight at light heavyweight. Paddy the Baddy versus Jordan Leavitt. There's your, I guess you'll go 6 fights. Mohamed Mokaev versus Charles Johnson. Molly McCann versus Hannah Goldie. Mandy Baum versus Victoria Leonardo. Makwan Amirkhani versus Jonathan Pierce. Mark Giacchesi versus Damir Hadzovic. Nicholas Dalby's back against Claudio Silva. We haven't seen Nicholas Dalby in a minute. June 2021, so almost a year. That's a good card. What's going on here? I like this card a lot, and I like that fight. I thought more people would poo-poo it, but they're not really. He's 10-1. He's won his last 2 in a row. Beat Trey Ogden. In fact, he was a dog of the week. He beat him via split decision back in April, and then had that great inverted triangle win over Matt Sales back in December. Has only lost once, like I said, and that was to Claudio Puelles back in June. Also has a win over Matt Wyman and is a Contender Series product. He beat Luke Flores back in August of 2020. Slam Matt Wyman. You remember that? That was crazy. That was impressive. So that's the fight for Paddy Pimblett on July 23rd. Now, a matter of moments, we're hopefully going to be joined by Alistair Overeem. He has been in the news as of late as well. A few things. He was supposed to, remember back in August, he was on the show and he didn't have a lot of, well, we were talking about his fight against Rico Verhoeven, which never came to fruition. And then somehow, I think we were talking about Brock Lesnar or something. I don't remember who we were talking about, but some way, somehow, we started talking about pro wrestling. And then he had some pretty disparaging things to say about pro wrestling. And then he was supposed to fight Rico Verhoeven, and then that fight got canceled. Fast forward, he kind of stayed out of the limelight. Fast forward several months, and we find out that Alistair Overeem, of all people, is going to be competing in pro wrestling. He's going to make his pro wrestling debut. Now, it was supposed to happen this Saturday, June 4th. And yesterday they postponed it to July 9th. Now, it's for a new promotion. They're called Wrestling Entertainment Series, WES. They put out this press release yesterday. WES is disappointed to announce that the debut event, which was originally scheduled for this Saturday, June 4th at the Motorpoint Arena in Nottingham in the United Kingdom, has been postponed to July 9th. I keep messing up this name. I don't know how to pronounce this guy's first name. He's a former WWE guy. Gizem? Selmani, Legion of Pain, and WES co-promoter had the following to say: "We have all worked extremely hard on this event. However, things have not been going our way for us. Originally, the first event was set to take place in the UAE, but due to the sad and untimely passing of Sheikh Khalifa, we decided out of respect to change the event to Nottingham. It was a huge undertaking to move the event to a completely different continent on 3 weeks' notice. Unfortunately, with the Queen's Jubilee celebrations and the impact that is having on the events sector in the UK, and with just 3 weeks to prepare, it proved to be an impossible task. I want to apologize to the fans for any inconvenience caused. We'll make it up to you on July 9th. Incredible show. Also, big thanks to everyone who supported WS so far." All right, so if you bought tickets, you'll be able to use them for the July 9th card. And then we also found out that they're going to have the rematch or the trilogy fight in October. Alistair Overeem versus Badr Hari. He says he's joining now. They've fought twice before. They're going to fight at Glory Collision 4, October 8th, in the Netherlands. Remember, Alistair left the UFC last year, signed with Glory, but he has yet to actually compete for Glory. The last time we saw Alistair Overeem in action was against the aforementioned Alexander Volkov. Remember, he had been on a bit of a roll, won 4 of 5, all via finish, by the way. Then met Volkov, lost to Volkov, also lost to Jairzinho at the very last second, 4 seconds left in a fight that he may have been on the verge of winning. And then parted ways with the UFC. June of last year, announced that he was going to sign with Glory. Thought we were going to get the big dream match between him and Rico Verhoeven. Unfortunately, it never came to fruition. He has a win over Badr Hari back in 2008. Beat him via KO in the first round in Saitama. And then they fought again in the semifinals of the K1 World Grand Prix in 2009, and he lost to him. And so now they'll do it for a third time. Massive fight for Glory. And so Alistair is keeping busy. I feel like, is it... I wonder if this dude is trolling me. But when I found out that Alistair Overeem was going to wrestle after not being such a big fan of wrestling, I must say, I was a little bit surprised. The lineup is actually quite good. There's a lot of recognizable names on there. Where are these names? So he's going up against Braun Strowman, who's now known as Adam Scherr. Braun Strowman was his WWE name. That's a big time. I mean, those guys combined are probably 500 pounds. Nia Jax against Lana, a.k.a. CJ Perry. Well-known names. Legion of Pain. With Paul Ellering, by the way, versus Weston Blake and Steve Macklin. Killer Cross, a.k.a. Karrion Kross versus Samurai Del Sol versus Jonah. Madison Rain, Chelsea Green, heard of her. Mike Bennett, that's pretty much it. I mean, those are some names. Don't love the Wrestling Entertainment Series name, but getting Alistair on the card is a pretty big deal. Alistair always making me sweat. Never on time. It's never easy. After Alistair, we're going to be joined by Merab Dvalishvili, who, like I said, has been in the news. Well, first of all, he's been in the news for not being in the news. He's been in the news because he can't seem to get a fight. The bantamweight division is on fire right now. And I mean, I think it's super interesting. I've reported on Chito Vera and Petr Yan possibly having a fight. They went back and forth last week on Twitter. And it seems like August 13th was the date that they wanted them to fight on. And then it seemed like they couldn't get it because Petr Yan was not available. And then they were going back and forth on Twitter, Chito Vera versus Petr Yan, maybe in September or something like that. But there's Merab out there. There's Dominic Cruz out there who we spoke to. TJ, of course. Jose Aldo. Corey Sandhagen. There's a lot of top Song Yadong who don't have fights. And I was thinking of Merab. I feel like everyone's talking about everyone else, but no one's talking about Merab. Why is no one calling this guy out? Why is no one, saying they want to fight him? And so I reached out to him. And then after I reached out to him to come on, Aljamain said what he had to say on Twitter, essentially saying, once Merab makes it to the title picture, I'm out. I'm going to move up to 145. And by the way, kudos to Aljamain Sterling, who as of late has been talking a lot about fighter pay and a lot of things that might get you in hot water if you are, worried about your standing in the UFC. He's a champion, so he has some leeway going back at Michael Chandler and all this stuff. I think Aljamain has been doing some good work, speaking up, using his platform, using the leverage that he may have. We'll get to the 135-pound division in a moment. For now, though, let us go to the Zoom machine and say hello to my old friend Alistair Overeem, who's a little tardy, I must say. There he is. Alistair, what do you think this is? I mean, we're waiting for you 10 minutes here. What do you think? We don't work overtime.
My battery died.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a good excuse. That
is a legit 21st century excuse. Come on now, my battery died.
Okay, that's fair.
So I had to run in this falafel place to get a cable. I had a battery, I just didn't have a cable.
Oh, it's all right. Well, Alistair, I wish I could hug you right now. It's wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing well. Although I feel like you're happy to see me, though you may be frozen right now. So your battery may have failed on you. Are you still there, Alistair? It's a lovely shot of Alistair. I mean, look at that noggin. Smiling. Appears to be in a great mood. What happened? Did we lose him?
We're working on it.
Oh, this is great. We can't keep going to we should go from this shot to that shot because there's a couple of people on Twitter who seem to...
Now you're breaking up?
Oh, here you go. Alistair, you there? Oh, what? There's a couple of people on Twitter who seem to relish when the Zoom machine goes down and then we go to the close-up of me. So we may have to go Zoom machine going down, wide shot, then close-up of me so I don't get the heat. I can't handle it all. It's just a lot to handle.
Got it.
He was there, though. You guys saw him, right?
We did. He's coming back.
He's coming back? Who's to check? No one will ever know if he's coming back.
I know what happened.
Oh. What is going on? Oh, this is great. This is great. Anyway, so back to Merab.
Ariel?
Yes, I hear you.
You hear me?
I hear you.
Yay, we made it.
Okay, there you are. Alistair, good to see. I wanted to say,
we made it.
it's great to see you and happy belated birthday, Alistair. Goodbye 30. Hello 42.
Still waiting on that. Still waiting on that iPad 25 years later. You are late, sir, because it was the 17th.
Yeah.
As I'm not mistaken, it is June. It's 2 weeks too late.
That is true. But, I'll never forget your birthday. One of the best days of the calendar year for me. A moment that I will never forget. You, the birthday king. Remember what you said? Goodbye 20. Hello 30.
I think we made some good ratings, right?
We did. We've had a good run, Alistair.
It was a positive opinion.
Yes.
On itself.
Yes.
It's busy lately. There's stuff happening.
There's a lot happening. Okay, Alistair, last time I spoke to you, we had a great conversation. However, you had some not so flattering things to say about the world of pro wrestling. We don't need to get into those comments too much. And then fast forward a few months, I find out that you're a pro wrestler now. What happened?
Yeah. All right. So the phone rang just as it's ringing just now. No, but there's life is interesting. Let me put it that way, right? Because on the one hand, you're like, you're talking smack, and then before you know it, you're doing it yourself. Yes?
No, I'm enjoying this. Please continue.
I was just, I thought you wanted to say something. But, yeah. I can say good things and I can talk bad things about the wrestling. But, not too big a fan of it lately. But again, in my defense, huge fan in the what was it, 80s. I was 8 or 9 or 10, 11, 12.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been going up and down, and now it's going up again. I was also to remind you, not too flattering about kickboxing guys. Okay, I'm kickboxing now. I was kickboxing 10 years ago. I was kickboxing 25 years ago. So that's a little bit the up and down thing, right?
Right. So are you training in pro wrestling right now?
Yes.
Wow. How's that going?
Yes. You need to do it. Otherwise, it's not gonna.
Sure.
It's not gonna be too good because it's good. And of course, the MMA background helps because you're used to falling and used to doing all the moves. But this is a little bit different. Then hats off to the guys, right? Because it definitely. So yeah.
And so it probably helps you that this has been postponed. It was supposed to be this weekend. They now moved it to July 9th. A little more time for you to train, right?
Yeah, but I was ready. I'm confident in my abilities. As an athlete, as a fighter, and then I don't know. I just somehow have the ability. If I put my mind to it, I will. I will just kick some ass.
I love it. Now, the guy that you're going up against, former WWE star, Braun Strowman, now known as Adam. That's a big boy. Have you seen him? He's gigantic.
He is huge.
Yes.
He is huge. Yeah, he is huge. I was impressed when we're going to meet soon in the ring, and it's going to be less friendly. I can tell you that. But what I say, right? The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
That's right.
I have a track record of doing that to people, so.
You think you'll pick him up, slam him?
That would be nice.
It would be nice.
That would be nice. That would be nice.
Now, is this a one-off for you, or are you going to be doing a bunch of dates for this wrestling organization?
So I'm starting easy, right? And I'm seeing how it goes. So I'm not going to talk too much. I'm not going to promise too much. Let's just see how this goes.
Okay.
I don't know. I've always been conservative, right? Throughout my fight career. Every time I wasn't conservative, I was talking too much smack. I always regretted it later. So I'm like, you know what? Let me be a little bit conservative later.
Can I give you a piece of advice though? Actually, it'd be great if I show up as I could be your manager. I could be your mouthpiece, and you and I together, we crap all over wrestling. We say, this is garbage. This is fake. You don't know what a real fighter is. This is a real fighter. This is the Strikeforce heavyweight champ, the Dream heavyweight champ, the K1. All you people bow down to him. You are peasants. You have nothing on this man. He eats you for breakfast. First meal, second meal, third meal, fourth meal. He eats you and horse meat in one. I could do that for you. I could put you over, Alistair.
Would you mean that?
Of course. What do you mean, would I mean that? Is everything okay? Are you having a fight? What's going on? I got your back.
No. I just had to communicate something with somebody. Okay. 1 second. Een kleine bus, dus laat die bus wachten. That was that.
Okay.
And you know what I said? Ha.
I have no idea what you
No,
said.
but it's you didn't know what I said.
Mm-mm.
No, you did not.
No.
No, but it's you know, it's a new avenue. I'm to be honest, I'm excited. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. That's just how simple it is. I think I can break some bones, and that's my plan. Break some bones.
Nice. Good pay.
Some bones, and we'll see a little bit where this avenue takes me because, again, don't like to talk too much. For me, it's a new step. It's a new. That was the same with the Badr Hari fight. I was not gonna scream off at the roofs. I'm gonna go for the title. No, the Badr fight came. The Badr 1 fight. It was an exciting fight. I took him apart. I did promise if I beat him, I will challenge the K1 champ. That was Remy at the time. Well, that performance ultimately led me to be invited into the Grand Prix, and then I got a hold of it, and then I went for it, right? But it was just it went in stages, went in steps. So this is a new avenue for me. To be honest, I don't know, right? But at the same time, I don't know. So it's a careful I don't know, and it's an optimistic I don't know.
I love it. I love it. Okay, now let's talk about Glory for a second. What happened? I was so excited. This Rico fight, it was, I mean, the two greatest ever, two legends, heavyweight icons clashing. Why didn't it come to fruition?
Well, I had a back injury, and it was a kind of severe one. I had it twice before, 2000 and every 10 years. So I had it in 2001, then I had it again in 2012. Or 2013 actually it was, and then I had it again. Now.
Okay.
So it requires a lot of care, a lot of stretching, a lot of treatments, that kind of stuff, and then slowly it gradually gets better. It gives me time to reflect on life and on health, and actually gives me time to upgrade, right? Upgrade in all the fields. So I've been doing just that. I did continue to train. There was a period that I couldn't train, but I'm training in steady. There's progress. And now I'm ready to fight. And then the fight got announced now for October. Could have been September. Could have been August. Right? Could have even been July. Even could have been June. But it turned out to be October. And enthusiastic about that. The Robert Mansford trilogy fight with Badr. That is going to be a big fight in the world of kickboxing. It's going to be a big fight for the Netherlands. When I beat Badr the first and when I fought him second, both times when I fought him was in a big stadium. It's 40,000 people, or what is 45,000 people, the audience. Very enthusiastic about the fact that the Glory is putting on that amount of people in a show in Holland. So it's going to be huge. It's going to be like 35 or 40,000 people, big soccer stadium. Media is going to be all over it. So for me, that's these are the challenges that excite me. This is exactly how I see it for myself. No, it's in my home country, Netherlands, but it's a home match, and everybody will be there. And it's the press, it's the media. Will be the talk of the day. So I'm very excited about it.
Was there any talk?
And
yes.
A lot at stake because Badr is basically in the winter of his career. I'm in the winter of my career. One of us is going to take a step down, right? One of us is going to take a severe step down, and he's a little bit egomaniac. I'm a little bit egomaniac, so we both do not want to take that step down. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be something.
Was there any talk of just rebooking the Rico fight? No, he's going to come back. Oh, we had him there for a good stretch. Always love talking to Alistair.
What's that?
Oh, we lost you for a second. Now it got all weird.
Yeah, it's a little bit not too great.
I hear you, though.
What are we going to do?
No, just I hear you fine. The video isn't great, but I hear you. Can you just? I lost you from the beginning of that answer. So I asked you, was there any talk of rebooking the Rico fight?
So the Rico fight is still on, and he definitely was my priority one fight. However, Rico is going to shoot a movie, so you rather be an actor. We rather explore other avenues. Well,
What's up with the internet connection over there in the Netherlands? Well, I'm happy to hear that he's feeling better. Interesting that he said that he is able to. He was able to fight next month. He said he was able to fight this month. Might as well try phone her.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We're gonna call you on your phone.
Call me on my phone.
All right, we're gonna call you. We'll do an old school phoner here with Alistair because I want to ask him a few more questions before we get to Merab. You guys know how to call on the phone there?
Yeah, we got it.
All right, just have a few minutes here. So again, his pro wrestling debut will be July 9th, and he's taking a good approach. Listen, you say things, and then you change your mind. That's okay. You're allowed. WrestlingEntertainmentSeries.com is where you can learn more about that. And it will be taking place in Nottingham in the UK. Adam Scher, a.k.a. Braun Strowman against Alistair Overeem. Listen, he's independent Overeem. He's allowed to make some coin. And then this big fight against Badr Hari on October the 8th at Glory Collision 4. Haven't seen him fight since last year, since February of last year. It's been a minute. And he's 42 now, so back injuries at that age could be a little dicey. But it sounds like he's in good spirits, good shape. Birthday, of course, May 17th. And I wonder if we'll ever see him fight in MMA again. We got him there?
Not quite.
That's the issue. Yeah, Should I call him on my WhatsApp? Just do it like this?
Phone's ringing.
That's the issue. I see he's online. This is old school MMA right here. We used to have these problems all the time.
Yes, Ariel.
Yes, Alistair, how are you?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay, there we go.
Let's finish up.
Yeah, let's finish up. The question was there any talk of rebooking the Rico fight? And I think you said he's filming a movie, so maybe if all goes well in this fight, then you go ahead and rebook that one? Because I feel like I want to see that one. I don't want that one to go away.
Yeah, I want to see that fight as well. I think that's a fight to do. To be honest, I was not necessarily looking for the Badr fight. He insisted, and then it was me who said, okay, well, let's go then. Fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
Part of my French.
No.
So that's where the Badr fight came from. Yeah.
Okay.
But then Rico is going to be the goal after. That's my goal. So Badr first, Rico after.
Are we officially done with MMA? I mean, you got the wrestling, you got the kickboxing. Is this it?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
Might do one more, or maybe two. No. Might be one. Might be one. We'll see. We'll see what comes about. But you know, the calendar's booked. We got the Badr, and then we got Rico after potentially. So then, so then it'll be next year, and then we'll see.
You talking to anyone in particular?
No.
No one. Anyone you have your eye on?
Well, there were some talks, but I'm not going to throw that out in the open just yet.
Fedor, let's go.
Fedor?
Yeah.
Respect to Fedor, but he has not fought in a couple of years. I don't think that would really be... I don't know. I've been working on my compassion lately, and I think that you know, challenging a man who has not fought for several years, I don't really think that's a good thing to do.
Alistair.
I even felt a little bit bad for Badr because, his last victory was 2015.
Sure.
With all respect.
You know I love you,
so,
and out of respect, I don't want to correct you, but your last fight was February of 2021. Fedor's last fight was October of 2021. He has fought more recently than you.
Fedor fought more recently than me?
Yes.
Oh, my bad.
He fought like 7 months ago.
Okay, let's go, Fedor. Where are you at?
Let's go.
Where are you at?
Send this location.
There's going to be a little issue with the Russian visas as of late, I believe.
Yes.
But Again, not a fight I would particularly look for. And even the Butter fight, in the beginning, not a fight I would look for, but the closer it gets, the more it becomes a thing, and I'm actually getting really enthusiastic about it.
I love it.
Yeah, it could actually also happen with the Fader fight. Initially, not something I would really look for, but then, yeah, I don't know. The hype, it kind of speeds up. People start talking, and it's like, hey, this is pretty cool, actually. Let's go.
And as you turn 42 now, I know you had the back issue. The body overall, is it holding up? You feel like you're in good shape?
You're mixing the 2 and the 4. The 4 and the 2, the 2 and the 4.
Yes. You feeling good though?
Body is good. It was just that injury. That injury was a pain in the butt, and again, a lot of maintenance there, but feeling good. And kicking ass in the gym. Shape is good. Strength is good. Everything is good. So now we just need to keep it that way and then, finish up, and then that'll be the end of that.
And family is good. You're still not changing diapers, but the family is good.
3 girls. 3 daughters. Lovely daughters. They're awesome. So I'm doing rehab in Netherlands, so I'm actually seeing them a lot. Usually before it would have been kind of 50-50 because it would be more in the States, right? More in camp, more, and now it's a little bit more. Everything is more, back here. So I'm actually enjoying Netherlands. Summertime is the best here. Food is great. People are awesome. So and actually Europe, because I've been in Germany. Spain is cool. Italy is cool. Croatia is super cool. Second home, it feels like. But even Poland, a lot of fans there. I'm gonna head over there in 2 weeks to doing a bunch of seminars. So just keeping busy, keeping alive.
And before I let you go, how do you feel about the UFC? I mean, it kind of ended, I feel, unceremoniously over there. Any hard feelings? How are you feeling towards them?
I think UFC is an awesome organization. They've always been good to me. They have not really been nice to me, but they've been good to me. They've been proper to me. And I think they're a really professional organization that is making the best decisions for the sport. And that's exactly how they should operate.
What do you mean they haven't been nice to you?
Well, in the end, they have not been nice to me, right?
Right.
In the end, it could have been a hug.
Yeah, at least a video package or something, right?
A rose.
Something.
Yeah. No, but it's all good. Even that. This is a corporation, right? And once you're dealing with a corporation, or it has a corporate feel, let me put it that way, then the human aspect kind of goes a little bit down or goes away, a little slide away, and that's just how it goes. But they had to make their decisions to grow the sport and grow the company, and they're the most successful fight company in the world. So yeah.
You watched?
I've had a lovely 10 years with them. I've had ups, I've had downs. And then it came to an end, and yeah.
Do you keep up with the product? Do you watch it or no?
The big fights, yes. The beginning fights, no. When I was in camp, I would watch everything. Yeah. But now, the beginning fights, I don't really bother. But then the names are always cool. Right? The names always excite me. The big names are always cool.
Okay. So in conclusion, to recap, we're wrestling on July 9th. If you need my help, let me know. I'm happy to help you out. No problem. Free of charge. And we're...
That would be a great idea.
Yeah. I mean, you said it, not me. And then October 8th, the big trilogy against Badr Hari back in the Netherlands, Glory Collision 4. And if you win that one, we're going to get the Rico fight maybe next year, early next year, something like that. That's the plan. That's the hope. And we're not done with MMA.
I'm not slamming the door shut. And then Rico should be January, February. If he's not doing another beauty pageant thing, whatever. Yeah.
Okay. I love it. Alistair.
Definitely on my list. We have this healthy rivalry here in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's done a nice job. I'm not going to say great job, but he's done a nice job. I'm not going to say bad. He's done a nice job for himself. And, now that fight just needs to happen. There was some words back and forth. I am even curious about that fight. Right? So, yeah.
Who do you dislike more, him or Badr?
Well, both are not my friends. Both are they're different personalities. I mean, yeah, what is it? It's like a psychological evaluation thing. Psych evaluation with Helwani.
Yes. You just want to leave it at that?
It's going to be fun. Final challenges.
Well, it's always lovely to talk to you, Alistair. I wish I could see your face more in this interview, but we got to see it enough. Welcome back into the mix. We missed you the last few months.
Yeah.
Congrats on the wrestling deal.
Yeah. Let me, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to beat up brother. I'm going to do this wrestling thing, slam somebody, and then I'm going to come visit you.
Oh.
How's that?
In studio?
How's that? In studio.
Let's go. You're always welcome here, Alistair. New York City, we love you here.
Sounds like a plan. Let's get this done.
All right.
So, but let me first beat up some people and get my thing together, and then you will hear from me, sir.
Okay. Much love, Alistair. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks for doing this.
You too, Daryl. Talk soon, my friend.
Okay. Bye-bye. There he is, the Demolition Man, the Reem, Alistair Overeem. Always great to talk to him. Wrestling July 9th, kickboxing October 8th. Stay tuned for all of that. Always a pleasure to talk to one of the greats in the history of MMA and kickboxing. Now, spoke about Merab Dvalishvili, spoke about his predicament, spoke about the fact that he's one of the best bantamweights in the world. He's on quite the roll. He's coming off that win over Marlon Moraes, back in September. We're approaching a year, for goodness sakes. Spoke about the fact that he's won, 8 in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row. And spoke about the fact that he can't seem to get a fight. And so I said, you know what? Let's go and speak to the pride of Georgia. Let's figure this whole thing out. Let's say hello now to Merab Dvalishvili. There he is. Merab, how are you, my friend, in beautiful Long Island, New York?
Yes, I'm great. How are you, Ariel?
I'm doing great, Merab. You know, every week I get questions about the bantamweights. I talk to the bantamweights. Everyone talking bantamweights. Best division in MMA. Aljo, Jan, Aldo, Cruz, Dillashaw. And you know what I thought? No one's talking about Merab. This guy's on a 7-fight winning streak. Where's the love for my guy Merab? Is it? And then I go on your social media, Merab, and I see May waiting for a fight. May 1st, May 7th, waiting for a call. May 15th, waiting. What's going on here?
Exactly, Ariel. Yeah, you know, man. Like no one else. Like I was talking with my coach yesterday with Ray, and he said exactly same thing. No one mentioned your name. No fighter say my name. Even I'm ranked 6. I'm 7-fight winning straight. No one calls my name. Even the media. I don't know. Nobody talk about me. I don't know. I'm here, guys. Please, I wanna fight. I don't care whoever. You know, I'm getting old. You know, I wanna fight. It's like you said, like almost 1 year. I need. Also, I invest my money that I make from my last fight, and now I wanna make money. I don't know. You know, like. Everything else, it's crazy.
Crazy. So your last fight was September. You beat Marlon Moraes. Very impressive. Have you been injured this year? Like, why has it taken so long for you to get back in there?
Yes, I injured myself in January, but I was just months off. But even this, nobody offer me for fights. I've been ready before. After I just take 1 month. I was just doing recovery, but. Even I'm ready. I'm good. I'm already good. Like last 3-4 months, and I'm just. I mean, actually, before I'll just fight. I wasn't care, and I wasn't focused for my fight. I have fun with Aljo, and I was just. I was training with Aljo, and for Peter's fight rematch, and I wasn't. I don't want to fight before, but. Now, like after I'll just fight, I'm boring. I want to fight. You know, I don't have nothing to do. I'm just training. I'm getting old. You know, I want to fight.
Do you take it like a compliment a little bit? The fact that none of these guys are mentioning you, maybe that means that they don't want to fight you because you are so good. You're so tough.
If this is the reason, yes, I take as a compliment. If there is reason, then I sometimes, you know, like we all. Think what else should be, and I'm thinking maybe I don't have enough name, like maybe I'm not popular, maybe I have to break prison liquor again, or I have to maybe break some bus or do something extra. You know, I don't know what should I do. You know, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe I'm not this much popular. That's why they don't call my name. But if they think that I'm a good fighter and then they don't want to fight me, that's a good thing.
Has your management team, have you reached out to the UFC and said, okay, what's the plan here? What are we doing? Who do we fight? When are we going to fight? All that stuff.
Actually, like no one really, but every time UFC reach us, they ask me if you want to fight this guy or this guy or this time. Always, yes, they know my answer. Yes, actually, I met Sean Shelby couple times at fights, and he asked me if I was ready in June or July, and he asked me one time if I was ready for June. Yes, of course. I said, I don't care who will be. Yes, I'm ready. And even he asked it second time, he asked me if I was ready in July. I said, yes, of course. And they know I'm ready for anybody. I don't care, you know, like I don't care who will be my next opponent. I really don't care from top 15. But, you know, I think I deserve somebody from top 10 or something. Yes. But I really don't care. I just want to just focus, like, you know, I'm training, but I don't know why I forget, you know, I don't know. I you know, I need some motivation to training for somebody.
Sure. Yeah. It's hard when you're just training like aimlessly. By the way, they just officially announced that July 16th, they're going to Long Island to the new UBS Arena. That would be a great spot for you, right?
I would love to, especially I never fought in New York, and that would be great. You know, like in Brooklyn, Georgia, we have a big Georgian community. Like they would love to see my fights, and even it will be New Jersey or Connecticut or any close state. Like they will be like crazy. I would love fight here, but. Actually, yeah, I would love to fight in Long Island. I feel like this is my second home, and you know, like I live here 10 years, and this is my team is here, and everybody. I would love to fight here, but I don't know. I who's fighting from New York here in this Long Island?
That's the crazy thing, because a lot, you know, Aljo's not fighting, Iaquinta's not fighting, Weidman's not fighting, John Volante's not fighting. I was looking at they sent out a press release. Just this morning about it, and I was trying to look here. Here it is, and I was looking. So they have Yair Rodriguez and Brian Ortega. They're not from Long Island. Askarov, not. Alex Perez, not. Jack Shore, not. Ricky Simone, not. I don't see one. I mean, Billy Quarantillo, is he from New York? I think so, but I mean,
he's not. He lives in Florida. Yeah. He went a couple times. He friends with Matt Prevola. And then he just came for a couple of times training, but he's not from here. He's our guy, but and even Matt Prevola, he's looking for fight, but it's you know, he would love fights here too, but there is no fight. I mean,
I'm looking at the fights that they announced right now. There's not one New Yorker on this card.
Insane.
That should be you in the co-main. You should be in the co-main event. Okay, so if they called you right now and they said, all right, Merab, we want to give you a big fight. You've won 7 in a row, top 6. Who's the guy? If you could pick from anyone right now in the bantamweight division, who's the guy?
I would love to fight Sugar Sean O'Malley, but he has a fight already. You know, he's backing me 3 years. Last 3 years, I've been calling him. Who else? Who else? Maybe, you know, I would love to fight Chito Vera. You know, I would love to fight who else? Dominic Cruz, Corey Sanhagen. What do you think?
I love all of these. Well, the O'Malley fight probably not going to happen, at least now, because he's fighting July 2nd. I heard that they want to do Chito versus Petr Yan, so maybe that one's not going to happen. Sanhagen doesn't have a fight. I like that. Did I lose you?
Yeah, somebody calling me.
No problem, no problem. But then the other one that you mentioned, which I think there's actually a chance, you versus Cruz. What do you think of that? You versus Dominic Cruz.
Oh, yeah, I would love that fight. I know I have so much respect for Dominic Cruz. He's a great fighter. He's former champion. And I would love, and I have so much respect to him. I don't know how I'm gonna punch him. Maybe I just wrestling, But I would love that fight, Like actually, that happened one time. My first fight against Frankie Science. That was my pro debut, UFC debut, and when I search, I see he was 37-year-old, and I see he has 3 kids, like looks like exactly like him. And I was blue corner. I walk in, I was in a cage and ready for fight, and then the Frankie Science walks in, and he looks like so kind person, old, like he was 37-year-old, but like he looks like old man, like I don't know, and I don't want to punch him. And
no.
Yeah, I don't know. And the fight starts, and then this guy comes, and the headbutt, in my eye, open my eye, and then he throw knee to my stomach, and I'm like, you got me, why? I'm like, that was so painful. And then even after this, I still try to hug him, no punch him. I don't know what's happened with me. And after this, I make sure I go, I fight hard, I fight, after this, I make sure never happened to me. But yeah, that's something. I would love to fight Dominic Cruz. He's great fighter, and
The problem is you're too nice. That's the problem.
No, I'm not nice, man. I'm a bad guy. I punch people.
Yeah. I saw a video, by the way, of you. We last time we spoke, you went head first into the ice and you cut your head open, and that was crazy. And then I got flashbacks of that because you jumped into a pool, but you were going, you're going super far. I think you were in Las Vegas, but just you diving brought back memories of you diving the other time. You keep diving into things, and if I'm being honest, the pool looked very shallow. I thought you were going to hit your head on the bottom of the pool, but you went pretty far. I mean, you got good lungs there.
Yeah, man. It doesn't matter where I am. I'm pool party or wherever I am. I try to training, get better. So yeah, like that's how I go in the water. I always diving with my head. That's how that's what I do.
I mean, you kept going and going and going. We're looking at the video right now. It just kept going on and on and on. The way it was filmed, I was getting a little anxious. I thought that, honestly, were you getting worried that you wouldn't make it to the end there?
Yeah, actually, my buddies Alaya Quinta and Jason was there, and then the bodyguard was fighting with them. Who is this guy? Tell them to come out. Like, you cannot diving with head here and like this. Like, that was fun.
Yes.
I don't know. I was just
be careful. Be careful, my friend. In Jack.
See what happened when I'm bored.
Yes,
and I don't have fun. I don't know what to do.
I feel you. In Jacksonville, did things get tense there with Jan's team? And I know it's a very personal story for your people, for your country, and the Russians and Georgians maybe not always getting along, but it felt like there was some tension in the hotel. Was there ever any point where it got a little too heated?
Yeah, for sure. First, I never liked Peter Yan because he was disrespectful for Aljo, and then even he's great fighter. We all know, and as a fighter, I have respect, and as a only family man, he has a kid's wife, and I respect that. But otherwise, I don't like him. It's my personal opinion, and so when they give him title shot, like Corey Sanhagan and Aljo was supposed to fight when title was what kind? Okay, when
vacant.
Yeah. So the title shot supposed to or Aljo and Sanhagan, but I don't know. They give Peter and Jose Aldo, which lost against Marlon Morales. So, and then anyway, so yeah, and then the interview he said, "Oh, if Peter see Aljo's team, he will kill team." I know he was mentioning me. He don't have any problem with Alaya Quinta and Dennis Bezukia or Ray Longo. He was mentioning me, because I always talk true about him. Especially Russian media asking me things, and I'm always tell them true about country or but general, I just, I'm trying to talk from my heart. So anyways, in Jacksonville, we did see him at the hotel, but even I was mad about him. I tell him you should focus on fight. You have a fight tomorrow. I just don't want to happen nothing to before your fight, and I wanna to Aljo beat him, and after, I wanna go after. But when Aljo win, and even when Aljo win first 3 rounds, and after Aljo just give my last 2 rounds, and me too, I said, okay, lose them now. It's okay. We win. You go home, enjoy with your family. It's okay. Don't come back. Stay in Russia.
And then yesterday I saw this clip from Aljamain Sterling where he spoke about you. Very nice comments. I just want to play the clip real quick, and then we'll get your reaction to the clip. Here's Aljamain Sterling from his YouTube channel yesterday.
Some of the fans were asking me, what would happen with Merab if he goes up in the rankings, continues to surge up, which he will we fight each other? And I said, no. If there comes a point where Merab takes out another contender and now he's ranked 3rd and he's in line for the next title shot, hopefully I would have defended the belt 1 or 2 more times, maybe take out the Snake, take out Henry Cejudo, take out Jose Aldo, and maybe even a Dominic Cruz. And then Merab will have his chance to wreak havoc on the division as he's already doing. If you guys ever had someone that you cared about help you get to where you are, to kind of secretly be plotting to fight, kind of a weird thing to do.
So how about that? There's the champion saying that once you get to his spot, once you're a contender, he's going to move up. What are your thoughts on this?
I'm blessed. I have friends like him. What else should I say? He already says everything, because he's how true friend he is, and he's best. I learned so much from him, and still learning every day. He's the reason who I am, like where I fight now, and I'm just thankful, grateful, and he's a great man, and we never fight each other. And listen, I don't care title. I don't even think about title yet, and this is long as Aljo is champion, and Aljo will be champion long as he wants to be champion, because I know how strong he is. I don't feel like the power. I feel him like I don't feel. I go 55ers, 45ers, big guys, but Aljo is special. He's real champion. Like some people forget that, but like now, actually, I think, true fans, everybody knows how strong Aljo is. So, man, Aljo is good guy, and a lot of people don't know about this, but I know how good man is. I'm just happy to be his friend.
Did you know that was his stance, that he felt this way?
Listen, like one thing for sure, like we see, like me, like from me, I when people was asking me, you want to fight Aljo, what's gonna happen if it comes, you have to fight Aljo? I said, shut up, just shut up, whatever, because he's my best friend, he's my brother, we're training together. It is, like we said, we don't fight into each other, and who cares about belt? I don't care about belt, this is friendship, this is like it's like a family, like I live here 10 years, and I look up Aljo and Al, Chris Weidman, and this is family, and so yeah, either way, so I'm just happy for Aljo, and I'm just enjoying his he's in on top.
Is that really what happened? You were just living there and you looked those guys up and showed up at the gym?
No, I live in Long Island.
Yeah.
But
like, how did you end up at the gym?
So 2013, 2012 actually. 2012, I moved to the Long Island, right? I have visa, and I have a friend who lives in Long Island, and I moved to him. He told me, yeah, I know the good boxing gym. I know the coach there, and who who I spoke already, coach, and he said he will bring some grapplers, some jiu-jitsu guys, and he will training your personnel, and he said he will help you to go UFC. He will get you fights and go UFC. I came here, I moved, I left everything in Georgia. Actually, I was in army, and I wait to finish my army, like 1 year. You have to go if you're healthy, man. So, and I went, of course, and then I came here, and I started my life, everything from zero. I don't speak English. I don't have driver license. I don't have my papers, like, like green card or like citizenship, of course, like nothing. And then, like, all other countries, we have kilometers, we have kilos, we have like, it's like everything is different here. I have to learn everything from zero. So, and it was hard because I was really by myself. My friend was working. So, and then this boxing gym, it was close to my house, but I was walking, and after I have a bicycle and I was going with a bike, but the coach was crazy person. Everybody knows him. I don't have to say his name, and he was boxing coach. I think he's not anymore because and then he has only amateur kids and like not even amateur kids. He has like ladies who was carrying weights and just punching bags, and the people was just punching bags. He has like cardio classes, like if you like two people cut weight or maybe just ladies who works all day and then go and training. And that was so stressful. And I cannot do anything that time. Also, like, I do have only Facebook, but in Facebook I cannot find like a good. It's English. I cannot. Now I know if you tell me to find some good gym in Florida, I can search. And but that time I don't have this info. I don't know how to use internet, and then how to look. And I wasn't at that time. I don't have like Instagram or something like that. It wasn't this much popular. And then like this, like maybe 7 months, I was training, and this guy, the boxing coach, he wants to me fight boxing and kickboxing, and I was fighting because he cannot get me MMA fights, and I have 4 boxing fights and 2 kickboxing fights. I win like all 6 fights, but I'm a wrestler, everybody knows. But I was winning because of my cardio. I was just pushing because of hard. I was fighting hard, and one day my nose was broken that way. The second day, I was just fighting because I wasn't getting right training this gym. And this guy also, this coach, every day he was telling me what's your weight? I want to check your weight. And we all cut weight, right? I don't have to be on weight a week before, like 3 days before. I'm a professional. I make weights. Don't worry. And then he let me. He said, you gotta fight Golden Gloves. Okay, we signed for Golden Gloves, and I win first match. I win second match. I win third match. It's every 2 weeks, and I was carrying weight. I was making 140 that time, and then after I win. Third one, and then some commission guy comes and, you have a broken ears, you professional? I said, no, I'm not professional. I have some fights internet, but it's nothing. It wasn't nothing official. I have 10 fights in Georgia, like just I don't know. It was amateur, pro, whatever. Just no shin pads, nothing. We was just fighting, but it wasn't official in Sherdog or Topology or Mixed Martial Arts or official like website. It wasn't. So I was official. I was amateur, right? Because I have fights, but it doesn't count. And anyway, if they even Golden Gloves, anyways, and then when I go make weight for 4th fight, and then it was semifinal if I remember, and it was semifinal. I make weight and I go, and then some commission guys say, no, we search in YouTube, we find some fights you have without shin pads, MMA fights, and I think you are pro and you cannot fight anymore here, Golden Gloves. And they kicked me out. That was so stressful.
Wow.
I want to cry. I want to just go back Georgia, but at that time I spent all my money. I don't have money, and I don't have that was, and I don't want to just go home like a loser. I said at that time so and then when finally they kicked me out from Golden Gloves, and I have no motivation, I cannot get MMA fights. I cannot train in good gym. Like I was saying I was training better in Georgia. And why I came here if I don't get good training, no fights there. And then I said, fuck this. I don't need this fight anymore because I don't enjoy anymore because like nobody cares about me and like anyways. And I started work construction. And I was making like $96 a day, like almost $100 a day, and I was happy, like and at least I make money and I can go out with a girl, date girls, and just have fun, go club. Like at least I can do this. But I did this little bit, but I was missing fights. I want to fight, and I search more, and I search. And then I find that me and my friend David moved here. Like he was good fighter, also professional fighter. And then me and David, we find that Renzo Gracie team in Manhattan, but from Long Island we have to take train and subway after, and all day we have to spend in a train and to get there. And yes, and then training was good, but like you have to spend all day. But I need to work also, like construction. I cannot take many days off. So and that was like confusing. And then we met as a Gracie team. That time, Chris Weidman was getting ready for training for Anderson Silva first. And then we met Ray Longo, and then he said, "Where do you guys live?" We said, "We live in Long Island." And he tell us, I have a gym in Long Island." And like, that's great. And when I searched, it was like 30 minutes from my house, like with a bicycle. And then I said, "That's it. It's like that was second life." And since this, I was working. Go home, take quick shower, and get my bicycle and go to the gym.
Wow.
And after I buy car, and that's how I started. But that's how I start to, that's how I get in the team Serra Longo.
What a story. Thank you for telling all that. I appreciate the detail and you going all the way back. And so in conclusion, Merab, here you are, you're in the UFC. We know what you've done as of late. You're ready to go. If they call you for July 16th, you're ready to go. You want a big name. You want a big date. You've earned this, and you're ready to fight.
Yes, I am ready. I'm ready in 1 week. How about that?
Wow. How much you weigh right now?
I am 155, but I need only 5 days to make weight. I don't do like 1 month diet. I don't do like water load. I do old style. I need like just 5 days. Once I start from Sunday or Monday, I stop eating, just running, sweating, no eat, just relax. That's how I cut weight. That's my style, and I can make weight in 5 days.
I love it.
So,
and any big name, Dominic, any of these guys, let's go.
Yes, I am ready.
All right. Merab, good luck to you, my friend. I hope you get the fight on the Long Island card. I think that would make a lot of sense.
I would love that. And then the Long Island people, they would love that too. Like so many people text me, "Are you fighting Long Island? Are you fighting Long Island?" It's so hard to say, no, I'm not. Who else? Sense. Like, nobody fight, nobody, even somebody, even Gregor Gillespie or Alec Pinta or Matt Prevola fighting, or even, I don't know.
Weird stuff. I'm happy we were able to talk to you. Good luck to you, my friend, and I hope you get that fight very soon.
Thank you, Ariel. Thank you. At least you remember me.
I will remember you. Don't worry. we remember you here. You always have a home here, my friend. Thank you, Merab.
Thank you so much.
There he is, the pride of Georgia, Merab Dvalishvili. Hopefully he gets a fight. And yeah, you look at that Long Island card, and there's not a single New Yorker, let alone a single Long Islander on the card. Like, what's going on here? I mean, it's a great card. It's a great main event. I mean, I think it's a great main event. The rest of the card a little thin. It's on ABC. I don't know. I feel like you'd want a local guy. All right. Last week, we told you about Mariusz Pudzianowski and what a big fight that was. What a big moment that was. KSW 70. the clash of titans, so to speak, where you have the former middleweight champion Michal Materla moving up to heavyweight. And as the week went on, Mariusz was the underdog. And even bigger underdog as the week went on. Like, I think it started plus 150. What did it end up as plus 130 or something, GC? What was it? No, it was in the 300s. 200s? What was it?
Like plus 250.
Plus 250. And it started at what?
Like plus 145.
It's crazy. And then on Saturday, can we show real quick? This is what Mariusz did. The legend. 5 in a row. This is what he did on Saturday night in Poland, KSW 70. When he went up against Michal Materla, no one thought it could be done. And now all of a sudden, he's getting it done. And this has been seen by over 6 million. Well, it has over 6 million views, I should say. Look at that. Bang. Look at that. Look at that knockout. Over 6 million views on the KSW channels. I see it everywhere. It was the talk of the town. Look at that. Boom. Uppercut. Look at that finish. Look at that knockout. Mariusz Pudzianowski, the legend, has now won 5 in a row. And he's back on the show. Are you there, Mariusz? Hello, my friend.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Honestly, did you think in your heart of hearts that the fight would end like that? You knocking out Michal that early in the fight? Did you believe that you'd be able to do that?
MMA jest nieprzewidywalne i wszystko zdarzyć się mogło. Tym razem dobrze lekcje odrobiłem i dobrze przygotowany byłem.
It is difficult to foresee anything in MMA, so anything may happen. I've done my homework. I was ready for that.
Wow. And hello, translator, as well. We don't see you, but great job, and thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Of all your wins, of all your performances, all your moments, where would you rank that one? That one, as far as your 13-year MMA journey is concerned, that win on Saturday, where would you rank it?
Gdzie ten sobotni wydarzenie by się umieściło w twoim rankingu?
Jest to następna walka, następne wyzwanie, które było do przekroczenia. No i tą poprzeczkę przeszedłem. A teraz czekam na nowe wyzwanie.
That was the next challenge, the next bridge to cross. And I passed the master and I'm ready for another challenge now.
Okay. But would you say that's your favorite win of all time? Like, is that the one that meant the most to you?
Ulubiona walka, zwycięstwo, to najwięcej dla ciebie znaczyło?
Nie, była to jedna z wielu walk. Dużo cięższe walki miałem. Choć to określenie kibiców takie, że to jedna z najlepszych moich walk. Ja bym tego nie określił, że to jedna z najlepszych moich walk, tylko po prostu następne wyzwanie, które przeszedłem.
Yeah, I used to have harder fights. It was the fans who said that it was one of the best fights in my life. This is what they say. This is one of the challenges that I have had. As I said, I'm waiting for another one.
After the fight, you were very emotional. You were even crying. Why were you so emotional?
Nawet miałeś łzy w oczach. Dlaczego tak się to działo?
Żeby być w tym miejscu, w którym byłem w sobotę, musiałem pracować 13 lat. I żeby dostać taką szansę, 13 lat pracowałem, więc trochę pracy i wysiłku kosztowało mnie, żeby w tym momencie i z tym zawodnikiem być w danym momencie.
To be in the place I was on Saturday, well, it had taken me 13 years. So to be in this place, to face this contestant, you needed to work really hard. You needed to toil, and it took me 13 years. That is why.
You said in your post-fight interview that when you first started, people would say that you were like the big red balloon, that you just kind of were sticking out, that you didn't really belong. You feel finally like people respect you as an MMA fighter?
A teraz, czy ludzie czujesz, że cię szanują jako MMA?
Przed tą walką cały czas się śmiano ze mnie, że przyszedł osiłek z siłowni i u niego brak kondycji, brak techniki i z dobrym klasowym zawodnikiem nie poradzi sobie. A tym razem pokazałem, że już nie pierwszy raz, że poradzę sobie z wieloma zawodnikami.
Many people were taking pieces of me before that. You know, there was a strongman who came to MMA without any fitness, without any technique, and he is going to face a really classic contender. And I showed, as I had shown many times before, that I was able to do it.
Do you think that you've reached a point, Mariusz, or perhaps you're getting to the point where you'll when your days are done competing, you'll be known more as an MMA fighter than a strongman?
Będziesz bardziej wojownikiem niż strongmanem.
Nie zastanawiam się nad tym, co dalej będzie. Po prostu cały czas tak jak trenowałem, tak będę trenował i nic się w tym u mnie nie zmieni. Codzienne treningi, nawet parę minut temu, 15 minut temu skończyłem swój trening 1,5 godzinny. No i u mnie się po prostu nic nie zmieniło. Tak jak trenowałem trenuję dzisiaj też.
Nothing has changed as a matter of fact. I keep on training. Nothing is changing. Like 15 minutes ago, I finished my 90 minutes training. I came here. So I'm doing the things that I used to do before.
Okay. It's same old. It's just another day for you. By the way, people are very fascinated by your diet. What did you eat today? Tell us what you had, because everyone's talking about what you like to eat.
Jadłeś, wszyscy o tym mówią.
Nie mam żadnej diety, jem wszystko, na co mam ochotę. Przed walką na 10 dni przed czekolady zostały odstawione, a od niedzieli sporo tych czekolad wsuwam. No i dzisiaj już kilka tabliczek czekolady czeka na mnie w samochodzie.
I don't have any special diet. I eat whatever I feel like eating. Well, 10 days before the fight, I had to put away chocolate totally. But starting Sunday on, I have had many chocolates and some more bars are still waiting for me in my car.
But like on this particular day, like what did you have for breakfast today?
Szczególnego dnia. Co jadłeś na śniadanie?
Jeżeli mówimy o dzisiejszym dniu, co można było jeść? No oczywiście na śniadanie polska kiełbasa była. Oczywiście, na gorąco polska kiełbasa i zapita kolą, a potem na koniec takiego, jak to się mówi, z brzucha pozdrowienie było.
Speaking about today, what can we eat in Poland for breakfast? We had hot Polish sausages with Coca-Cola, and then your tummy told you that your tummy did like it.
Wait a second. You have Coca-Cola for breakfast?
Yes.
Well, come on. I don't believe this. Coca-Cola
Yes,
for breakfast?
yes.
Really?
No joke.
Huh.
Yes.
Wow. Jeez. What do you have?
My secret special diet.
What do you have for
Secret from Pudzian.
I respect, man. I can't do that. What about for lunch? What did you have for lunch?
Na obiad, na lunch?
Na obiad typowa polska kuchnia, czyli ziemniaki, kotlet schabowy, mizeria, ogórki.
So, typical Polish cuisine, potatoes, pork chop, some vegetables.
Man, what a life. It's amazing. And I saw the reception that you got over there. I mean, it's amazing. The kids love you in Poland as well. It's not just the older people. The teenagers love you as well. You feel the love from everyone.
Nastolatki, wszędzie cię kochają.
Dużo młodzieży śledzi moje social media i widzą. Dzisiaj na przykład o 5 rano biegałem, no to na to, że akurat wstaję o 5 rano, do godziny 8 rano już około 10 000 ludzi na mój profil wchodzi i razem ze mną wstaje.
Many young people follow my social media. For example, today I woke up 5 in the morning and they were following me because I was jogging, and before 8, like 10,000 people were following me. So they were actually waking up with me today.
So wait, when you go jogging, you do like Instagram Live or something and people are watching you at the same time?
Na Instagrama ludzie patrzą na
Tak,
ciebie?
idąc o 6 rano, o 5:30, 6 rano, kiedy idę biegać, oczywiście telefon mam w ręku czy w kieszeni i idąc na to bieganie od razu jakieś story nagrywam, takie 20-30 sekundowe, że idę sobie biegać i nim wrócę, to już z 5000 odtworzeń jest.
So 5:30 in the morning or 6 when I now take a stroll before I start jogging, I have an Insta story like 20 or 30 seconds. Before I return, there are like 5,000 people who have already watched it.
So, and they told me, KSW told me that the knockout generated over 6 million views for them on their social media accounts. Why do you think people are so captivated by you, Mariusz? Why do you think people want to watch you so much?
Dlaczego chcą to oglądać tak bardzo?
Trudno mi na to pytanie odpowiedzieć. Dlaczego tyle ludzi to obejrzało? Nie wiem, no nic nadzwyczajnego nie zrobiłem, czego by nie widzieli w MMA. Więc to pytanie powinno być chyba zadane bardziej do tych ludzi, którzy to oglądają, nie do mnie.
Well, it is hard for me to say because, my people watch this so much. I didn't do anything special, nothing that KSV MMA had not seen before. So I think that the people that keep watching that are the right addressees of this question.
Fair enough. Are you surprised, though? Honestly, you've now won 5 in a row in your mid-40s, and the opponents are getting more and more impressive. Are you a little bit surprised at the success that you're having this late in your career?
U mnie cały czas organizm zmienia się, dlatego że 25 lat trenowałem sporty siłowe, a od 13 lat trenuję sporty walki i musiałem to swoje ciało przekształcić całe do sportów walki ze sportów siłowych. I teraz coraz lepiej, coraz lżej mi się trenuje. Mimo to, że jestem starszy, ale lżej i lepiej mi się trenuje niż 10 lat temu, będąc młodym chłopakiem jeszcze.
So I have to reshape and retrain my body. I was in heavy lifting sport for 25 years. I've been in MMA for 13 years, so I have had to reshape my body. And the strange thing is that although I'm getting older and older, I feel like as if it was easier and easier. It's kind of lighter for me to do the training than I used to do in the past when I was younger.
Very interesting scene at the end of the event. You and Mamed Khalidov in the cage at the same time. This would be a gigantic fight for fans worldwide, especially KSW, because you are the two guys that essentially built that promotion. Is this the fight that you want next, you versus Mamed?
Czy to jest ta walka, na którą czekasz z Mamedem?
Walka z Mamedem będzie to naprawdę ciekawe wyzwanie. Przychodząc do MMA, ja uczyłem się wszystkiego tego, co Mamed pokazywał. A teraz razem rękawice skrzyżujemy. Będzie to naprawdę emocjonujące i fajne wyzwanie dla mnie.
Mamed, that is going to be an interesting challenge. When I started MMA, I learned everything from Mamed. I watched him. And now we might be crossing gloves one day. This might be a very interesting challenge for me particularly.
Is this the next fight?
Czy to jest kolejna walka?
Prawdopodobnie to może być następna walka, ale jeszcze daleko do tego jest.
Most probably that might be the next fight, but still have some time before that happens.
Wow. Did you know that he would enter the cage on Saturday night?
Że wejdzie do klatki w sobotę?
Nie wiedziałem, że on wejdzie do klatki. No to był duży znak zapytania. Jeżeli wygram, może tak być. Jeżeli przegram, nie. Więc takie, tego akurat nie wiedziałem.
Well, I didn't know that on Saturday. There was a big question mark. If I win, that might happen. If I lose, not necessarily. So that I hadn't known before the fight.
How did you feel when you were kind of sort of face to face with him?
Twarzą w twarz z Mamedem.
No pomyślałem sobie, to dopiero będzie wyzwanie. Ciekawe, czy temu wyzwaniu sprostam.
I thought to myself, that is going to be quite a challenge. Am I ready to face it?
Do you feel like you are ready?
Jesteś gotowy, tak ci się wydaje?
Na chwilę obecną nie zastanawiam się, czy jestem gotowy. Jeżeli ta walka będzie za rok, będzie to 12 miesięcy ciężkiej naprawdę pracy. To nie będzie leżenie, to będzie 12 miesięcy ciężkiej pracy.
I'm not thinking about this at the moment. When I'm ready, it's going to be in a year's time or so. So it will be 12 months of toil, of real labor. I'm not going to be laid back. I'm going to work really hard.
You're going to want to train for a year for this fight? Like this fight can't happen in the next 6 months or so?
A to się może zadziać w ciągu następnych 6 miesięcy.
Ja już trenuję. Dzisiaj rano już o godzinie 5 rano już byłem w terenie biegać 5-6 kilometrów. Godzinny trening rano był i parę minut temu skończyłem następny drugi trening, więc ja nie przestałem, mimo to, że walka była 2 dni temu.
Well, I'm already getting ready for that. I woke up today at 5 in the morning. I ran like 5 or 6 kilometers. I keep training, a morning training, like 1 hour, and then the evening training we have finished a moment ago. So I haven't stopped, despite of the fact that the last fight was last Saturday.
Wow, no vacation for you? Like you don't take a few days off at least?
No, dla mnie trening to są wakacje, więc dla mnie jest to fajna przyjemność, kiedy wchodzę na salę treningową i tam mam spokój.
My training is my vacation, my holidays. It's great pleasure to enter the training room. This is the place where I feel really calm.
Wow. When's the last time you took like a real vacation?
Jeżeli tylko poczuję taką potrzebę, w każdej chwili mogę pojechać. Ja jestem panem swojego losu, a nie los moim panem.
Anytime I feel like having a holiday, I can have a holiday. I am the master of my fate, not vice versa.
Amen. And by the way, like, is there anything, what do you like to, sort of indulge on? Is there, outside of training, what do you like to spend money on, a vice of yours? Is there anything that comes to mind?
Siebie, coś, co ci sprawia przyjemność.
Tak naprawdę jako człowiek wszystko, co chciałem, to mam. Chcę Ferrari? Stoi Ferrari w garażu. Chcę, żeby Maybach stał? Stoi Maybach w garażu. Chcę, żeby była stajnia samochodów? Stoi stajnia samochodów, więc niczego mi tak naprawdę nie brakuje. Chcę tylko być zdrowy i nic więcej mi jest do szczęścia niepotrzebne.
Well, as a man, I have virtually anything. I wanted to have a Ferrari, I've got one in my garage. I wanted to have a Maybach, I've got one in my garage. I want to have a pool of cars, I can have it. The only thing that I want to have is to, to stay healthy.
Amen. And back to the Mamed fight, I feel like this would be a huge deal. This would have to be in a stadium, right?
To musi być chyba na takim dużym stadionie.
No prawdopodobnie, jeżeli wszystko dojdzie do skutku, prawdopodobnie może być to stadion narodowy, tak jak 2 lata temu czy 3 lata temu była taka gala na 60 000 kibiców i prawdopodobnie, jeżeli dojdzie to wszystko do skutku i sfinalizujemy to już podpisami, będzie to na stadionie narodowym, na 60 000 widowisko.
Most probably. So when we have this fight scheduled, probably it will be the national stadium in Poland, like it was the case 2 or 3 years ago with 60,000 fans.
Wow.
So when we signed the document on the dotted line, probably the national stadium and 60,000 people.
Mariusz, I have to say, if they make this fight 60,000 people, I think I'm going to have to go to that one. I think that's the one for me. What do you think?
Sam wybrać.
Wiem, co to znaczy, bo już na takim stadionie i na takiej gali biłem się, więc jest to niesamowite widowisko, nie do opisania.
I know how it feels because I had a fight in such a stadium. So it's really outstanding. You cannot describe it in words.
Wow. By the way, one thing I like about KSW, they let you have ads on your body. How do they get those ads on there? On your chest, on your stomach? How do they put those on there?
Oni trafiają na twój brzuch, na twoją plaszczę.
Jedzenie.
Dietary catering, that is food.
Okay.
I Promatic jest to firma, z którą współpracuje, producent gier.
And Promatic, game producer, that is the company that I collaborate with.
Okay, wow, I love this. So
Jedzenie dietetyczne dla sportowców.
And diets for sports people.
And so in conclusion, Mariusz, realistically, when do you think we'll see you back again? What month?
Kiedy ludzie cię znowu zobaczą? W którym miesiącu?
Trudno mi na to pytanie odpowiedzieć, ale w tym roku na pewno jeszcze mnie zobaczycie. Jestem więcej jak pewny, chyba że jakiejś kontuzji podczas treningu bym się nabawił. W tym roku na pewno jeszcze mnie w klatce zobaczycie.
Hard to say, but you are going to see me again this year, unless there is some injury during training. But otherwise, you are going to see me in the cage this year.
Oh, all right. Okay, that's great. And there's another great Polish fighter fighting this weekend. Do you know Karolina Kowalkiewicz? She's fighting this weekend. Do you know her?
Znasz ją?
Znam Karolinę Kowalkiewicz. Kilka razy mijaliśmy się razem na sali. Ona trenuje w innym klubie i ja w innym klubie. Ona trenuje w Łodzi. Czasami mijamy się u nas w klubie.
Yeah, I know Karolina. We've seen each other in a training room. We belong to different clubs. She's in Łódź, I'm in Warsaw, but we see...
Translating for one, Mariusz Pudzianowski. Let's see that knockout. Can we see that knockout one more time? I mean, it was just incredible stuff. And like I said, seen by over 6 million people. Here it is. This is Saturday, courtesy of KSW. They had well over, I think it was 13, 14, 15,000 people in attendance. I mean, just look at this scene right here. Look at those ads. I mean, not only are they pro ads, they got the ads all over the body. Bang! Look at that uppercut. One more for good measure. Oof. Look at that. Bang. a right uppercut. He now holds the KSW record for TKO wins, 12. Longest winning streak of his 13-year career. All 5 wins via knockout. 5-fight winning streak. And he's the freaking man. Did I say KSW 70? I meant KSW 71, excuse me. Jason Wilness, the guy that we spoke about, unfortunately suffered a loss. He broke his finger. There was a nasty elbow injury or so. I mean, it was just horrible. I mean, horrific stuff. Don't even look it up. Just very hard to watch. Horrific stuff. But it was a good show once again, and they got another show, KSW 72. And take a look at the guy. I want to pronounce his name correctly here. My guy, Alan Murphy, one of the best PR guys in the game, helped us get Overeem and Mariusz, of course. Mariusz Rozenstruik, former heavyweight I mean, look at that dude. 7-4, returning to KSW for the first time since 2017. He fought Josh Barnett in a bare-knuckle boxing bout in Poland around a year or so ago, fighting the always dangerous TBA. Mariusz Rozenstruik. Look at that guy. You want to fight that guy? I don't want to fight that guy. He's going to be on the card. It's going down in Poland on June 18th. That's KSW 72. So my apologies. I said KSW 70. I'm not sure why I said 70. It's KSW 71 that just happened, and then KSW 72. We're the home for KSW coverage here on the MMA Hour these days. So thank you very much to Alan, one of the best in the biz. Thanks to Mariusz. And that would be a scene. I mean, everyone knows Mamed Khalidov, right? And there's definitely a size difference. And apparently the odds makers didn't think the size difference was in favor of Mariusz. That's why I had him as the potential dog of the week. But I didn't put the seal. I didn't put it down. I didn't. Honestly, I think it just slipped my mind. What's your excuse, GC? Why didn't you put him down?
I was scared.
You were legit scared.
I was scared, yeah.
You had him.
I know, the line movement scared me. I'm not going to lie. I can't believe it. I'm ashamed of myself. I texted you right when it happened.
Yes.
My jaw hit the floor when it happened. I texted you. I was like, I'm ashamed of myself.
So what happened? You had him at what?
I took him at plus 145. The line started moving, so I cashed it out. Then I was like, all right, I'm going to retake him later in the week. And the line just got so inflated. I was like, all right, did they know something that I don't know? And I got scared.
Golly.
I'm ashamed of myself.
And how, did you go back to the line at some point? Friday, Saturday?
Yeah, I looked at it. I looked at it on Saturday, right before I gave out my picks for the day. Yeah.
And so this wasn't a classic like, oh, it slipped my mind.
No, I did not slip my mind.
You legit got cold
Saturday
feet.
morning. I got cold feet, yeah. Funny you say that. I was at a wedding the night before, yeah, and I got cold feet.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Is that a term that is exclusive to weddings?
I feel like it's pretty associated with them, yeah.
A lot of weddings these days that you're attending.
About to go to another one in a couple weeks.
That's right, in Paris. Hopefully, I don't know if you saw the scene this weekend in Paris. Champions League.
Let's hope they don't do that at the French Open.
French Open, the wedding. You know,
I really hope they don't do it at the wedding.
Oh, you're going to the French Open, right?
Yeah, Sunday. My guy Rafa keeps on rolling.
Wait, Sunday, is that the final?
Yeah, I'll be at the final.
You have tickets to the final?
Yeah, got my Rafa shirt ready, my Spanish flag, so hopefully he wins in the semis.
Who's he playing?
Alexander Zverev. He just beat Novak yesterday.
That's right.
Underdog.
That's right.
Took him at plus 200.
Wow. Plus 200, huh?
Right.
How old is Nadal at this point?
36, king of clay. Takes him out in 4 sets.
Is he your favorite player?
I don't know. I'm kind of a fair weather to the big three, but he's the king of clay. I want to see him win one in person. I think it'd be amazing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, didn't you tell me that you're a huge Novak fan and then you saw him in the streets, US Open, all that stuff?
Yeah, saw him in the streets. He was driving his Tesla after losing the Grand Slam opportunity.
And so you picked Nadal against him.
Well, I took a huge future bet on Nadal when I found out I was going to the French Open.
Oh, you needed that juice.
Yeah, guided by the money.
You needed that emotional investment. And so what was it?
I took Nadal plus 175 to win it all, which is funny that he was plus 200 yesterday. It was just the way Novak was playing, I guess. I don't know.
Wow.
Tennis hour here.
And yeah, I like it. And when is it? When is the semis?
Semis is Friday. Final is Sunday. I'll be there on Sunday.
Roland Garros.
Exactly right.
That's right. I've never been to Roland Garros. I have been to Wimbledon, though. Are you going to Wimbledon? No, you're not going to England.
Nope.
You're going to
I
be
go
back.
Wimbledon.
I did have the strawberries and cream over there in England.
Great stuff.
You have you been?
No, but my girlfriend goes every year because she covers it.
Yeah. Has she had the strawberries and cream? It was actually quite good.
Oh yeah, I never hear the end of the strawberry.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about it. I don't know if it's just because you're there and you're supposed to have it.
Whatever. It's frozen strawberries and
no, I remember
it's
actually feeling like this is good stuff. This
placebo
is not like
effect.
Maybe, but it's something that you have to do. What's the thing that you have to do at Roland Garros? Is there a thing? Is there a meal?
Make clay angels. I don't know.
All right. Well, we'll get your official pick for this weekend. I wonder if Nadal makes the cut when we get your picks for this weekend. Mariusz Pudzianowski, I honestly thought that I think I actually have it in text that you said you were going to go back and seal the deal on the pick.
Yeah, I said it on the show too. I'm
You
embarrassed. I wish we could stop bringing it up.
Is that one of the worst
I'm literally
feelings?
ashamed of myself. Yes.
Is that worse than a? That's probably worse than a loss, right?
Way worse. Because he was plus 250. I could have taken him at plus 250. I'm disgusted with myself.
And does it count as a dog of the week or no?
No. You gotta give that official stamp.
All right, fine. Well, I tell you who could be the dog of the week. I was having a gander at the line for the main event this weekend, UFC Apex, heavyweight fight, Alexander Volkov versus Jairzinho Rozenstruik. And at this exact moment, Biggie boy, Jairzinho, the pride of Suriname, plus 130. Let's see what he has to say about all of that. Let's go back to the Zoom machine and say hello to Biggie boy. What's up, Jairzinho? How are you?
Good. How you doing, Ariel?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, it has, my friend. It's good to talk to you. Thank you for doing this. I know it's a very busy day over there in Las Vegas. You're the underdog. Did you know that?
No, but that's fine.
I think you're going to be my underdog of the week, Jairzinho. I think I should say officially you are my underdog of the week. What do you think of that? Every week I pick an underdog. I feel like you're the guy. This is your fight.
Okay, I think then that's it because I'm bringing the problem.
Yeah? You like this matchup?
Yeah, I like this matchup. It's more of a striking guy. Not out of my comfort zone. Still, I think he's going to try to wrestle me because I know he has some jiu-jitsu. I see him do some submission back there in the past. So, yeah. But I like this matchup.
What did you think of his performance against Tom Aspinall back in March?
I didn't expect to be so soon in the fight. So that was surprising.
You thought he would be able to hang a little longer, last a little longer?
Yeah, because I know him as a tough guy. So it was surprising that the fight was finished so fast.
They give him a lot of opportunities in the main events. They seem to really like Alexander Volkov. Do you feel like it's warranted?
I definitely think it's warranted. He's a big name. He has his name. He does some good things for the sport.
Yeah,
and he's a tough guy.
You do great things for the sport. You are a great ambassador for the sport. You were supposed to fight in April, and then we find out on I think it was the Friday before, right? The day before the fight, it was you versus Marcin Tybura. The fight was off. What happened?
That's correct. I think Marcin has some stomach problems. Maybe ate something or something else. I don't know. And then Lou called me and said, Biggs, I got some bad news, man. I think the fight's off. Marcin is really sick. And then I go, okay. First, I didn't know how to react because it's one day of the fight. Everything is done.
Yeah.
It's just go there and let it out. And then that's the news. So it's sad. But on the other side, it's, the only thing you can say is get well soon. And it can happen to anybody.
Right. How did you feel though? Like, I mean, you're peaking, right? I mean, this is everything's building to this moment, and then the rug gets pulled under you. What did you do after you got the news?
I wrap up, get back home, and I deal with myself. Even give me a little bit more time to prepare for what's coming. And then I got the news of Volkov, and even a bigger, good matchup. It's a main event.
Now, did you stick around for the event?
I stick around, but I didn't go.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't feel like going for that one because I'm supposed to fight there and then I'm sitting on, so it felt a little bit weird. So I just stay in the hotel room. I was the fight at home at the hotel, but that's it.
You didn't want to be there because it would be too tough. You were supposed to compete.
Correct.
Did they pay you for your troubles?
Yeah. The UFC reimbursed me for my troubles.
Okay, so they took good care of you.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
All right. That was supposed to be in an arena and a crowd. Now you're back at the Apex, smaller cage, no crowd. How do you feel about that?
I have my way of thinking about it, and then on the other side, I'm there with a coach. You can hear everybody clearly, but still is exciting with crowd, with the fans, everybody cheering for you, so you feel much better. But now it's at the Apex, but it's fine with me. Smaller octagon, so we're going to be there. There's not much time to move, and I don't think he's going to stand there and bang with me. But
you don't think so?
No. I think it's going to be more on the outside, play with its reach.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably what he should do, considering how tall he is and how long he is. Tallest opponent you've ever fought?
Yes. Yeah, it's going to be the tallest guy.
Did you bring in anyone to kind of emulate him?
That's the good thing about American Top Team. We have a really tall guy at American Top Team, Victor.
Mm-hmm.
6'9", even taller than Volkov. And I got a good preparation with him, and to approach the reach especially. So I think we are a good side for this one.
So you trained for this one in Coconut Creek?
Correct.
All right. And so did you come from, when's the last time you were back in Suriname?
So now I was there in January somewhere.
Oh, wow. It's been a while.
Yeah. It is. I've been going back and forth like after fights, of course, go see my family, mom, dad.
But your home now is in Coconut Creek?
No, it's in close to Miami, 10 minutes from Miami.
Oh, yeah.
I train in Coconut Creek.
Oh, yeah.
Do my camp.
You like that Miami life? South Beach?
Yeah, chill. Like Memorial Weekend, I went for sightseeing, drive around with the family. It was really busy out there. Yeah.
I feel like this shirt that you're wearing, this fits in Miami.
It does. The King of the Jungle.
Oh, I like it. Last time we saw you was against Curtis Blades. Didn't go your way. What did you learn from that? He's a tough guy. He's one of the top guys in the division. What lessons did you take away from that fight?
I think I was too hard on myself about thinking what he was doing in the fight. Like, would he go for the takedown? Would he go for the single leg? Would he do the double leg? And that takes away my ability to do what I do. Like, throw punches, throw kicks. And then, it kind of slowed me down. And then in the fight, it was fast because it was a 3-round fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was disappointing. Of course, you don't like to lose. It was a lesson, but still.
You felt like you were just getting going. You were used to those 25. You wanted the 25 minutes. You wanted the extra 10.
Definitely. I don't think he could have go so long with me because I was putting the pressure. I was getting more loose later in the rounds. Yeah.
How do you feel about the state of the division right now? It's a little bit up in the air with Francis being gone. There's some big fights coming up. There's this one. There's Tom and Curtis, Tai Tuivasa fighting in France against Cyril Gane. But the champion isn't around, and we don't know what's going on with him. How do you feel about the state of the division?
Right now, I'm not focusing on the champion because we know he's been injured.
Yeah.
And he got surgery. But then the biggest problem is what's going to happen because an interim title is coming. So who's going to fight for the interim title? And some names being up in the air. And I disagree with that because we are the fighters that keep the division up and running. I understand a part of it that is the fight that people want to see is going to be a good fight. But I think it's unfair compared to us who keep fighting during COVID, during all the years. It's 3 years. And then you sit down you're not active, and then you just jump in for a title shot.
Are you referring to John Jones?
One more time? Yeah. John Jones and Steve, that's the matchup they're trying to make, is what I see.
Yeah. And you think that would be unfair if they made that for the interim title?
Yeah, it's unfair compared to us. Like, we've been fighting, so we should get a chance.
Right.
I think somebody should definitely get a chance because Blades.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I think. I don't know against who, but he's there, and he was winning his fight.
Who do you think wins that fight if they do it, Stipe and John?
I don't know. I don't care, but I love John Jones. I love his style. It's nothing with that.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be awesome. But I think John Jones is a little bit younger. Maybe the favorite goes to, I said 60-40 John Jones.
Right. But you think it would be more fair he just fights a non-title fight as his introduction to the division, and if they do an interim, give it to someone else?
Definitely.
You think Francis comes back?
Hopefully. I doesn't think it, but hopefully. If I was him, I got this opportunity. I don't come back. I'm already champion. I'm the champion. I see it all. I get a bigger opportunity. Why should I go back?
Oh, so you wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't go back?
No, I'm just surprised.
Wow. And the opportunity you're talking about, is that Tyson Fury?
Yeah, the Tyson Fury fight is, that's a lot of cash on the line.
Sure. But that's just one fight. What does he do after that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think you got to figure it out. You see what you want, what you want to do with your career, what stage of your career you are. Look, I'm 34. I'm thinking, okay, right now, I'm the strongest in age. So I'm moving forward. I feel good. If I got an opportunity like that, why should I go back?
Right. You think he wins that fight if they do it with the MMA gloves, but boxing rules?
Yes and no. Boxing is different. If you get tired, so what? When you're gassed out, that means you can't do nothing. All your experience are gone. It's like you being a punching bag. That's what I believe is when you gas out, that's gonna happen. It's gonna be a matter of time when you should go down. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So ultimately, you would lean towards Tyson?
Yeah, I think so. Boxing wise.
Right.
Yeah. MMA is different.
Yeah.
You can take him down, wear him out on the ground, and then get him back up. All his arms or limb he can punch. That's different. But boxing wise, it's a different game.
Well, honestly, it doesn't sound, at least to me, like the Stipe fight, based on what I'm hearing, is a done deal. And because those other guys are booked, and it seems like John wants to come back soon, what about the idea Jairzinho goes in there on Saturday, knocks out Volkov, call out John Jones?
That's a big opportunity. Will he do it? No. I think I'm a risk.
You don't think he'd do it?
No, I don't think he'd do it.
Why not?
It's not for the title. He was waiting so long to get in the heavyweight division for the title. So then now I come up, call him out, and he does it. I don't believe he did it. I don't think so. But it's a good opportunity for me.
Sure.
He's one of the greatest fighters that ever the UFC ever seen.
Well, someone's got to fight him, and no one's calling him out. I don't hear anyone talking about him.
Maybe they forgot about him.
Yeah.
Fighters.
That's what I'm saying. You get on the mic on Saturday, you call, at least create some buzz.
I definitely do that.
All right.
Call him out. What do you think?
Yes, I'm telling you, Jairzinho. I should be giving you more advice here. You call him out. You win the fight. You finish Volkov. You say, all right, enough is enough. You want a title shot in this division? No, I've been here. I've been fighting through the pandemic. I've been going out there. I've been carrying this company on my back. John Jones, you want a shot at the belt? You got to go through me. You got to go through Suriname. You got to go through Biggie Boy, all right? You want to play with the big boys? You got to go through Biggie Boy, my man.
I agree with that.
Let's go. All right. How do you think you win on Saturday?
I don't think it's going to be, my opinion, I don't think it's going to be a long fight. It doesn't go to 5 rounds. Any mistake, I knock him out second or first round. Yeah.
Okay, nice. Underdog. And then you laugh at all those people who have you as an underdog.
I
I love it. All right, Jairzinho. Good luck to you, my friend. Thank you for the time. Thank you for doing this. And I can't wait for the fight on Saturday. Looking forward to it.
Thank you, Ariel. Appreciate it.
All right. All the best to you. And hello to that guy over there. I see another guy, his head popping through. Hello to him as well. Jairzinho Rozenstruik, the pride of Suriname, plus 130. I mean, I feel like I've given a few good promos to the guys today. First of all, we had the Overeem promo, which I thought was a very good one. You guys aren't real athletes. What do you know about fighting? You have no idea. You're just fake wrestlers. You can't carry my jock. You've never been in a fight before. What do you know about getting punched in the face? And then Jairzinho get on the microphone, fight at the Apex, and say, wait, what? This guy hasn't fought in 2.5 years. I was at UFC 249. I was fighting Francis Ngannou in front of no one in Jacksonville. Sure, I didn't win, but guess what? I was there. Where were you? Nowhere to be found. You want to go through the division? You want to fight the big boys? Get through Biggie Boy first. It's not bad. And I feel like now I got to go with him as the underdog of the week. I mean, we pretty much made this promise to him. Plus 130. We'll talk about all that and a lot more pertaining to this weekend with GC in a moment. Still to come, Jorge Masvidal, okay? Tell everyone, 4 o'clock, Jorge Masvidal joining us. Game Bread, a lot going on with him. And still to come also your questions. We give you a little more on this Wednesday because we weren't here on Monday. That's how we like to do it. But first, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. As you know, the NBA Finals are here. Dubs, Celts. Very impressive run by the Boston Celtics, although we have it as Dubs in 6. I think it'll be a very hotly contested Finals, but I got to go with the old guard, at least for... I'm feeling Steph has one more left in him. Tatum, Brown, Smart, all very impressive. Ime Udoka, supremely impressive as a coach. But I think the Dubs have one more left in it. By the way, that shot, that three-pointer by Jimmy Butler, ill-advised to say the least. Are you ready for the NBA champs to be crowned? I am. Join the finals action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers can make any $5 NBA bet and get $150 in free bets instantly. Looking to turn another small bet into a big payday during the NBA Finals? With a DraftKings same-game parlay, you could do just that. This NBA season, a customer placed a $5 same-game parlay and won over, get this, $5,000. Create your own parlay by combining multiple bets, like which team will win, total threes made, total rebounds, and more. And boom shakalaka, you have a shot at an even bigger payout. So, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code DMMAHour. Make any $5 bet during the NBA Finals and get $150 in free bets instantly. That's promo code DMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook, unofficial sports betting partner of the NBA, the National Basketball Association. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. All right, let's talk to GC here. I feel like we pretty much made an agreement with Biggie Boy. I feel like he has to be the dog of the week. Here he is, the one and only G City before his... yes, there he is. He's
classing
repping,
it up a little bit.
Yeah. Allez les Bleus.
PSG.
PSG.
Yep.
Who do we got there?
I don't know if it's a beret, if you can tell. Oh, my God.
Mbappe, the $400 million man. I mean, you look fantastic.
Great to see him stay.
Yeah, all you're missing is maybe a little baguette in your arms.
I'll get that when I land.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go see the Parc du Prince when I'm there.
Yes.
Where the boys play at.
Le Champs-Élysées.
Exactly. You said it, not
La
me.
Tour Eiffel? Or d'Eiffel?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
A little...
The Louvre.
The Louvre. You're going to do all of this?
Yep. Versailles.
Roland Garros.
MMA Factory.
You stopping by?
Oh, yeah.
You're going to do it?
Swing by.
Wow.
Cyril and the fam.
Yes. Fernan Lopez?
Yeah, Fernan. What's good,
brother? Nasruddin Imavov?
Yeah.
Wow. Manon Fiorot?
Oh,
yeah.
Already know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, imagine you were there in September.
Imagine if I was there last week, I could have gone to the Champions League.
Oh, yeah, man. You know what? Maybe in retrospect, not the best spot to be in.
Yeah, you're right.
It got a little dicey. I mean, this is a nice look.
Yeah, if I like it enough, maybe I'll fly back out for UFC Paris.
That would be nice. I like the break. true or false, you had the beret, didn't have to buy it for this gimmick right here.
True. Yeah.
You had it.
Yeah. Beret guy.
Legit.
Mm-hmm. Sip the cappuccino.
Cappuccino is Italian. I mean, I feel like French people have cappuccino, but isn't that an Italian drink?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to Italy too, though.
Wait, how many places are you going to on this trip?
France, Switzerland, and
Switzerland too, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Which part?
Geneva.
Geneva. Wow.
See the Rolex Museum. Maybe pick one up for myself.
Damn, this is like a hardcore traveler's trip.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is why I let you know about it in like November.
Well, I mean, we didn't get into it because it was in November.
No, I know.
I mean, I feel like you're kind of coming strong on that one. Like I'm almost like.
No, I'm just there was plenty of heads up, you know.
I'm not. What do you mean plenty of heads up?
Plenty of heads up for this.
Well, why are you so defensive about it? No one's giving you a hard time. I feel like you're waiting for the must be nice, and it's not coming.
I've already gotten a couple must be nice.
From who?
You.
No, and that's only out of jealousy.
Breaking down the fourth wall here.
Wow, Frank, a little defensive, coming in a little hot, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Frank must be nice to me as well.
Oh, okay. Everyone's must be nice again.
We get the day off for Frank's birthday on Monday, but no one must be nice as him.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it also was a national holiday.
That's right.
Everybody was saying MDW, but I think it was more because of Frank's birthday.
I was supposed to go to Switzerland in 2002. I went on a 2-month backpacking trip with my friends.
Oh, wow.
Fortunately, as we got to the south of France, Juan-les-Pins. Are you going to the south of France?
No.
Monaco?
I wish. No, just Paris.
Nice. Anyway, we got to the south, kidney stone.
Wow.
Ow.
That's brutal. That is brutal.
No. Trust me. You say brutal, nightmare.
I can't even imagine.
Middle of the night, throwing up, ambulance.
Our water.
Got to drink the water. Ambulance. Thank God we were there and not, say, Greece or Italy, because at least I could communicate. We could communicate with them.
Oh, that I couldn't imagine being in a hospital in that much pain and not being able to
Yeah,
talk
it was
to
the best. Other than being in England, which was the first stop, it was the next best thing. So after some time, my friends actually went on without me and went to Switzerland. I miss Switzerland. I met them in Italy. So Switzerland for me has always been sort of the, I don't know, the golden goose, so to speak.
I'll let you know how it is.
Yeah.
Chocolate. Get some chocolate.
Chocolate.
See the Jet d'Eau in Geneva, United Nations.
Toblerone?
Yeah, that's what's got the big mountain on it.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right. Before you head out, you got any. Well, first of all, we got to look at the week that was.
Yeah, let's recap it real quick.
All
Yeah,
right.
we'll just bring it up. Not too much to go over. 3 bets. A lot of green on there.
Wow.
No misses.
A lot of
sailing.
green. What is that?
Javante Davis.
That was a sweet. What made you? By the way, what made you pick 5 to 8?
I don't know. We talked about it on the show. It was just a feeling. It was just a gut feeling. In that round 6 knockout, like, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it was. I know. Actually, it ended so late. I shouldn't have gone. I was actually surprised at how late it went.
Yeah, it went on and on and on.
Yeah. So, good day, man. Between KSW, could have been even better if I had taken Poots, but we didn't.
Well, you did though.
Oh yeah, I took it doesn't go the distance, but that was super juiced. I could have taken Poots at plus money.
So you went undefeated.
Undefeated, yeah. Not a ton of bets, but yes, we did go undefeated. First time we've done that. Finish up a little over 2.5 units. We're over the 30 unit mark for 2022, and now we're at 42.75 all time. So yeah.
Have you ever tracked like this?
No, I really haven't. I like it though because it gives you a good idea how you're doing, things that you have success on, things that you mess up on. So,
I mean, are you actually surprised at the success that you're having?
I'm a little like. Had you told me, dude, I want to say at the beginning of December, we were only up like 3 or 4. We hit a really big cold spell in November, and like it was looking like we might go into the red for a little bit.
Were you worried?
What was it? It was going into UFC 269. Poirier, yeah, we were only up like 3 units, so that was like a pretty big
crazy.
That was like a pretty big make or break week, and yeah, we've been finding a lot of success since then. So yeah. A little surprised, but we're happy with it.
What's crazy about it, I would imagine, it gives you a little confidence, like that little cushion, right? I mean, like even if you have a bad week, 2, 3, you're still going to be up 30.
Yeah, right.
So it still looks good from afar.
Yeah, but we got the sights set to 50 now.
50.
I mean, we're at 42.75. What's the next milestone? 50.
What do you think's realistic?
What, by the end of the year?
50 into the. I was going to say July 2nd. Is that too much?
Nah, I don't think it's too much. But we're going to hit a cold streak. Like, we're going to hit a cold streak
Why?
at some point.
Why?
That's just how betting goes, man. Eventually it'll go cold.
Now, for those who are jonesing for the picks,
yeah.
In your absence, will you still be making picks?
Yeah, of course.
So what's the plan?
Yeah. I mean, I'll send over a little something.
You're going to have picks?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to have picks. I'll also put them on social like I do every time.
Now, what about the No Bets Barred podcast?
That I will not be able to do. No.
Okay. So we're taking a break from that.
Taking a break from the No Bets Barred. DraftKings League will still be up. I've already got someone that's going to set that up for me while I'm gone. So
let's give him a shout out.
Devin, my roommate.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like Michael Ryan or one of those characters.
Nah.
Wait, he takes part too?
No, he's just setting it up for me.
Oh, wow. That's nice of him.
Yeah. No, it is nice.
Frank could have done it.
Yeah. I got to give him credentials, so I don't know if I trust old MF with those.
Right.
Rightfully so.
All right, so what do we got?
Yeah, this week?
Yeah.
Let's rip through it.
Oh, wait. Were there any big hitters or anything? Or
No, I didn't do that this week because there was no UFC. So.
Right, I got it.
Yeah, I just figured we stay away from it. No DraftKings or anything like that. Yeah, let's jump right into it, man. Are you making Rozenstruik your dog of the week? Is that
do I
official?
have it? Does this have to come right?
And you have time to think on it. No. I was just wondering.
I actually want to see if you're going to pick him.
I'll tell you right now, I'm not.
Well, at least you could build up to it. For goodness sakes. You're not? You're picking Volkov?
No.
You're just staying away from it?
I'm taking the overs. He said something I liked. He expects the fight to go long, so I hope it does.
But then he said he expects it to go short. He kind of said both.
I actually missed that part then.
Okay,
I guess
good,
I was in the bathroom or something.
Perfect.
One track mind there. All right, let's get into it. Michailidis.
Yeah.
Fakhretdinov.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
I know, but we worked through it. I'm going to take this one. Does not go the distance. Michailidis, 16 of his 18 fights have not seen the scorecards. All 5 of his losses are by KO. Renat, 18 of his 22 pro fights have not gone the distance. And so they have a combined 40 fights. 22 have ended in the first round. So 85% of their professional fights have not gone the distance. 55% of them had ended in the first round. And you're going to give it to me at minus 115. I had to take that all day. So scoop that up to winning unit. Keep it rolling. First underdog of the week, Johnny Munoz Jr.
Ooh.
Taking him at plus 130. Feel like we kind of know what we're getting with Gravely coming in here. He's going to try to wrestle. But I feel like you could kind of be careful with that. I mean, Munoz, dude's a BJJ black belt, slick submission game. I mean, I think he has pretty good top control. He's super solid on the mat. And I think he's dangerous for a finish, honestly. I think Munoz might welcome Gravely to take it to the mat. And I think he might be able to capitalize and get out of there with the submission. I took it earlier in the week. The submission prop wasn't out yet. That looks kind of tasty. It was like plus 280, but I just took the money line, cover all the bases. I'm not overly impressed with Tony, so I'm cool with riding the dog here.
Still going with the Vegas 56, huh?
Oh, yeah, those are staying.
Okay.
Should I start doing Apex? I really think maybe we try and we try and get the world to change it to Apex.
UFC Apex 56.
I think that sounds so much cooler.
Can we do that? It really bothers me. I'm not going to lie. It's just a thing that annoys me.
I know, but then everywhere you go, every time you Google it and everything, it says UFC Vegas 56.
Guess what? We're not sheep over here, all right? We're lions. All right, we set the standard.
Yeah. KSW 70, though. I didn't know when it turned into 71.
Wow. Wait, was it 70 or 71?
I had the poster up earlier and it said 70. And everywhere I saw it said 70, but in that email we got, it said 71.
Wait, did Alan mess me up? Yes, I thought it was 72.
Yeah, it was.
Wait, so I was right.
Yes. It was
Alan.
70.
Well, why don't you correct me?
It said everywhere it was 70.
It was 70.
You were in the heat of battle there.
Well, actually, to intro him, I said 70. It was only when I got to the email I said 71. All right, so now I don't apologize. Did you see that elbow injury?
Which one?
At KSW 70.
I was kind of in and out.
Don't go look for it. It was
Okay.
horrible. It was horrendous.
I saw my guy Ivan Arslan. Great win by him. Yeah. And I saw Poods do his thing. Love the walkouts, by the way, for KSW.
So good.
Very dramatic with the drone swooping through. Great stuff. All right, Damon Jackson. This one has gotten steamed into the oblivion. It's like minus 550 now. I don't really know.
What?
Yeah, like I mean, it sat at like minus 265, minus 275 range for a couple days, and then like I don't know what happened, but people just hammered into the oblivion. So I'm sorry if this bet doesn't help at this point. I think it's still a good parlay piece. I mean, he's got a size advantage, massive experience advantage. Argueta, he's stepping in on short notice. He just fought last month in LFA. I just think this is a huge step up in competition for him. Jackson, he's nasty on the ground, man. He's slick with it. Also, like I kind of feel like people sometimes underrate Damon Jackson. Like he's 20-4 in his career, and in his last 11, he's 9-2. Combined record of the two guys that he lost to, 31-0-1, Ilya Taporia, and then undefeated guy out of PFL. So, like, he's not losing to
That was a
the
crazy
slouches
knockout,
over
though.
here.
Flying knee knockout.
Yeah. So, yeah, I feel pretty good with riding Damon Jackson here.
By the way, Alan Murphy has written me that he was up late last night and it was his bad, the 71 blender. So,
Yeah, things happen.
the Lord
Keywords.
giveth, the Lord taketh.
All right, next up, another dog, Alex da Silva. Going to ride his money line. Shout out to Jed Mashu. He's going to be Wolfpack wagering this with me. We're both riding the dog here.
Wait, what does that mean?
When we both have a dog, we don't talk about our bets on No Bets Barred beforehand. And then when we get into it, if we have the dogs together,
And that's called the Wolf Pack?
Yeah, we're riding the dog together.
Can I make a suggestion?
Oh, God.
Well, you're both proud Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah, I feel like we missed the mark on this. I think we
Right.
said that one time.
Could I say,
Bulldog
like,
bet,
yeah, I mean,
something like that.
I don't feel like it's too late to call an audible here.
Yeah, we're still getting into it. Yeah. I think
This
so,
show
too.
used to be called Fight House Radio, by the way. 3 episodes in, we switched gears.
Yeah.
No one remembers that.
That's
Can
a
I
good
just,
point.
I mean, like,
Yeah, we
Bulldog,
could just completely put the Wolfpack wager behind us. Yeah.
Well,
Bulldog bet, I like it.
you've got a Georgia thing. You're a proud Georgia guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I've actually literally seen you walk up to a person wearing a sweatshirt and be like, go Dogs. I've seen this.
Yeah.
And you're not going to call it the Bulldog of the Week or whatever? Seems weird to me. Just
All right.
gonna throw that
All
out
right.
there.
Well, Alex da Silva is our Bulldog of the Week. I mean, could Joe Selecki just rack up control time, use the position over submission, get the win that way? Sure. He's probably the superior grappler in this situation. But, just going back, watching some Alex da Silva tape, I thought he had a pretty decent showing against Brad Riddell. I mean, he had Riddell hurt, especially in that first round. He had Riddell hurt. Looked like he might even be able to get in a choke, get a submission there. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get the win, but I thought he looked pretty good. And in this fight, I just think he's going to have the advantage on the feet. I think he's the more versatile puncher, can mix in the kicks well. And we saw in that Riddell fight, like he can mix in a little bit of a ground game of his own, control game. And I really think that's the only way that Selecki wins the fight. So if it's not there for him, I think Da Silva will be able to capitalize. Also, Silva hasn't fought in like a year and a half, and he's super young. He was only 24 at the time of that Riddell fight. Now he's 26. I feel like he's just going to only continue to get better. And he was fighting pretty high-level competition at 24 years old going up against a guy like Brad Riddell. So I just think this is going to be a super close fight. I think Da Silva's going to be able to put on a showing with the way the judging is going in a fight that more than likely will go to a decision. And I think if there is a finisher, I think Da Silva has the much higher finishing upside than Joe Selecki does. Super close fight. I'm happy to be holding the plus 150 when they go to the decision or when they go to the scorecards for the decision.
That's a great breakdown right there. Wow.
You think so?
I thought that was great. Well done.
I appreciate it. So shout out to Alex Silva. Hopefully we can cash a dog ticket on either him or Munoz this week. Another line that's just gotten steamed up. I took this right as it opened. I was kind of slacking. I didn't tweet it out or anything. So, it might not be that helpful. Again, Mo Sarevlov, I think he's a great parlay piece here. I mean, the game plan, it's simple. You come in here and wrestle. If he stands with a guy like Dan Ige, his chances of winning are much less likely than if he goes in there and wrestles against them. We've seen Ige struggle in the grappling game. Just go back and watch that Korean Zombie fight. I mean, he got controlled for essentially half the fight, and it's not like TKZ is some world-class grappler wrestler like I think Movsar Evloev is. He's 15-0. I don't think he gets his first loss here. Ige's only got 55% takedown defense. I mean, Evloev can just chain wrestle. He's active once he gets on top, too. I think he's going to be able to rack up the points, and I think he gets a win by decision. I think that's a solid prop. Obviously, his money line got steamed up. I think he's like minus 400 now. If you want to take a good prop on him, I think by decision is the best way to go. He doesn't have any finishes in the UFC. Ige's super durable. I don't see him getting finished here.
Undefeated Movsar.
Yeah, 15-0, man. Yeah, that would have been a great fight. I hope we still get that.
Yeah. COVID.
Shout out to the vid, man. Yeah. Last one up. Rozenstruik Volkov completes round 2, so this is kind of like an alternate total rather than like an over 1.5 or an over 2.5. Completes round 2, minus 175. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Rozenstruik said when I heard him, when I wasn't in the bathroom, that he expects the fight to go long. I mean, Volkov, he has no first-round finishes in 12 fights in the UFC. Only 3 times has he not seen the third round. Rozenstruik, he's obviously the much more bigger of a KO threat, but Volkov, he has proven durability. I mean, 13-year, 44-fight career. He's only been knocked out twice to Vitaly Minakov and Derek Lewis, and the Derek Lewis one was with 11 seconds left in the fight, so he's not really prone to being knocked out. I know he got subbed last time out against Tom Aspinall, but I highly, highly doubt Rozenstruik is going to come in here and sub him. Plus, Rozenstruik, he's the much shorter opponent. He has a reach disadvantage. I think Volkov's going to be able to manage the distance well, even in the smaller cage. And then lastly, Rozenstruik, he's just not that high volume. Like, he lands less than 3 strikes per minute throughout his UFC career. He's really only throwing like 6 per minute anyway. I know it only takes 1, but I think with Volkov's durability, the way he's going to be able to manage the range, I think one is going to go later, at least get to like the 4th or 5th round.
All right, so we're just going with that, but we're not going with an outright winner.
I'm not going.
We actually haven't picked a lot. Like you, correct me if I'm wrong. You're cool with that.
Yeah, I've been a little more prop heavy lately, but I'm cool with that.
No, but I feel like every time I pick a dog of the week, it's been rare that you've actually.
It's rare where I'm taking a dog and then you're like, that's my dog of the week. I think the last one was who was it? Denmark wrestler.
Oh, Mark Madsen.
Yes, Mark Madsen. That was the one where you said it. I was like, I'm already on him. Let's ride. And cash. That was a great time.
Actually, I feel like where we've screwed up has been me picking a dog and then you riding with the dog, and then I let you and everyone else down.
Yeah. I actually do have a parlay to finish us off here.
Okay.
Last one. Super weird. So it's Rozenstruik completes round 1. That's just more juice to add to the parlay. The other one is Menafield Masvidal. Does not go the distance. This is a super weird fight. I was mentioning this to you before the show. Masvidal was 25-7 on Tapology to begin the week. Now he's 21-11. People are saying that he changed his name. There's a lot of weird things going on with this fight. Regardless of that, according to his record on SureDog, Masvidal's 32 professional fights, 30 of them have not gone the distance. Of those 30 that have not gone the distance, 29 ended in the first round. 29 that ended in the first round, 13 of those ended in the first 90 seconds. I mean, the guy is just the definition of kill or be killed. Menafield, he's got a couple decisions of late, but 10 of his 11 wins are by finish. So I think whoever wins this fight, it's not going to be by decision. So I'll gladly take that in the parlay at -148.
All right.
Nice start time this week. I'm going to be able to watch it.
Oh, yeah, 1 p.m.
Yeah, so 7 p.m. my time.
Oh, wait, when do you leave? Oh, Friday. Yeah, I get. Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
On your first full day in France,
please
don't watch UFC Vegas 56. I mean, can I just throw that out there?
I might have it on my phone.
How are you going to watch it? Yeah, I mean, come on. Your poor girlfriend. You're all the way in France and you're going to be watching UFC Apex 56? Golly.
I like that. You said Vegas 56. And
I know, because it's that dumb to do such a thing. Such a dumb move requires a dumb name. All right? Could you imagine that, Frank? You go all the way to France and you're watching UFC Vegas 56 at 7 p.m. I mean, that's dinner time.
I could imagine Connor doing that. Yeah.
You should be eating escargot at that point.
Escargot with my phone right there.
Now, curious to know how you're going to actually watch it on your phone. I guess if you have a VPN, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to NordVPN.
Yeah,
Shout out to our good friends. Where are you at?
Yep. Hopefully I make it back.
Yeah.
I'm doing a pretty serious cable car thing up Mont Blanc.
Wow, you really have a lot planned for this.
Yeah.
When you go, you go.
Yep, when we go, we go.
Now, there's the big Devin Haney, George Kambosos fight down under.
Yeah, I got nothing on that.
Nothing?
Nope.
What a big fight.
Yeah.
That's the real star of the weekend, if you ask me, in terms of fights.
It is, yeah. I looked at it and then I was like,
who's the favorite?
I actually don't even know. Let's check. I saw it and I was like,
while we check, I do want to announce some breaking news pertaining to all of this. The jury rules that Amber Heard must pay $15 million in punitive damage and $10 million in compensatory damages in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard libel trial. This just broke moments ago.
That's cool. Me and Frank are Team Depp, so.
Yeah, I mean, what a story. Captivated the nation. What about that Devin Haney?
Yeah, Devin Haney, currently on DraftKings Sportsbook, -170. Kambosos coming back, +140.
Wow.
Few things better than a boxing match with really close odds. Like when you really don't know who the winner's going to be going into it.
+140, -170. Can I tell you what I like?
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there. I like Haney via decision.
Okay.
Now, here's the thing. Does he get the nod in Australia? You know, there have been some questionable decisions in Australia for the hometown guy. However, they're going with non-Australian judges. So one would think that he'd be able to get the nod. But I think Haney gets the nod.
Haney wins by decision, plus 100 right now on DraftKings Sportsbook.
Might be the dog of the week right there.
Wow. Should I lock it in? Should I ride with?
Frank, we have another piece of breaking news. Word on the street is you're going to your first UFC event, July 16th.
Oh, wow. We're breaking news. Yes.
Well, I mean, you already tweeted it.
On Long Island.
Wow.
In Long Island?
On Long Island. You
I'm
got
more
to
of
get it
an
right.
Long Island guy.
And word is there's going to be a barbecue at the Jackman's beforehand.
Amityville, NY, right beforehand, 15 minutes from the arena, he says.
I haven't been invited. The UBS is nice. You're going.
UBS is great.
You got your tickets.
100%. Yes.
First day on sale?
Frank's going too.
Frank got tickets too?
Yeah. Oh,
but I didn't get invited to the barbecue.
Yeah.
Womp, womp. That was...
I'm a UFC Fight Club member now. That's how I did it.
You signed up for Fight Club to get the... Now, wait, what comes first? Fight Club or newsletter?
Fight Club. No.
Because there's one on Wednesday, there's one on Thursday, and then there's general public on Friday.
Yeah, no, this was the very first one.
You signed up? It
was
cost
pretty
money?
frantic. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it costs money.
You signed up for that? You cost money? How much?
Was that factored into the price of the ticket?
Wait, how much?
It's close to $100. I get a free T-shirt, though.
Oh, wow. What kind of shirt? Is it a UFC fight kit with the Crypto.com logo?
Yeah, and it's customized with my name on it for the championship.
Is that true?
No.
Oh,
it's
that'd
just
be
a shirt
crazy.
that says UFC
If
Fight
you
Club.
walk- by
It
the
was
way-
pretty frantic. I was in the subway as we were entering the tunnels trying to buy the tickets right when they went on sale. I lost service. Processing, and I was having a panic attack.
Why don't you just wait, get the tickets, then go on the subway? You have somewhere to be?
Yeah, somewhere to be.
I actually feel like I'm actually a little bit surprised, knowing your interest in memorabilia and whatnot, that you don't have a UFC kit. I feel like you'd be a prime candidate for one of those.
I don't know.
Who would you buy?
I don't know.
I'd probably buy Jordan Leavitt. That guy's the man.
I might have to bet on him, dude, because seeing him twerk in front of the O2
Oh my God, it would be
finishing
incredible.
Paddy Pimblett would make so many people mad.
Is he the dog?
Oh, big dog.
Big dog?
Big dog. Someone had an opener last week. On FanDuel right now, you can get him at plus 210.
God, I don't know about
We
that.
don't use that, though.
I
We're
think
waiting for DraftKings
yes.
to come out.
I think it
Use
should
my
be a
language.
lot closer. I think it should be a lot closer than that. I'm not saying that he ultimately wins. I don't
As
know.
soon as he comes out on DraftKings, I think I'm going to play. Leavitt. Our boy Tommy Aspinall on DraftKings right now, plus 110.
Oh, he's already been the dog of the week.
Yeah,
that's official.
Darren Till plus 100. You going to do a double dog of the week? A DDOW?
Speaking of which, Frank, we will right the ship this weekend, and we are rolling with Biggie Boy, the official.
Wow.
The official dog of the week. Let's go, Biggie Boy! Suriname zone. We're back, baby. Now, I would say that I think Mariusz was done. I don't want to, split hair. Biggie Boy.
That's a great
big
promo
spot
you
for
got
him. I thought so.
You want to fight with the big dogs? You got to fight Biggie Boy.
Yeah.
Goes through Suriname.
By the way, they could cut that up and use it on the broadcast. No problem. Don't use my tweets though, but you can use my promos all day long. Yeah, I like it. Underdog of the week.
Yeah, have you still not made the main event for your tweets?
What do you mean main event? Oh,
Get on the screen.
just main event, right?
Yeah, where you get put up on the screen.
You mean my burner account?
Anything, yeah.
I have a burner account that's made the broadcast a couple of times.
Goodman.
Can't confirm nor deny. But it's been a small victory. I mean, we of course have had this moment. We've had Casey O'Neill moment. We've had tweets. Jairzinho, dog of the week. Although I'm looking at that Devin Haney as well. Devin Haney on points. Actually, I feel like that should be an even bigger underdog play because in Australia, history over there, there's been a lot of
I feel like the
concern.
plus 100. I don't know. I thought it was going to be bigger, honestly.
I thought it was going to be bigger too. 210, 200, something like that.
Yeah, those boxing judges can get sketchy.
They can get a little dicey. All right, well, you're off on your way. I think
4
we'll
shows
hear
without
from
me.
you. 4 shows, golly. What are we going to do, Frank?
What are you going to do, man?
Tell you
Some other
what.
people lined up.
Tell you what. Must be nice. Must be real nice.
Knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
All right. Well, great stuff. We'll hear from you on the nose.
Sure.
About 12 minutes or so, we're going to be joined by Jorge Masvidal. So let's chip away at some of these picks here. Not picks, questions. I've gotten my questions. Without further ado, time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself, Ariel Helwani.
Yes, that is me.
Live from the Vox Studios in beautiful New York City, it's On the Nose. And now,
C'est
to
moi.
answer your questions, get out of your seats and on your feet because here he is, Ariel Helwani.
All right. Here we go. Got my email here from moderator Lewis. Good afternoon, my friend. We have some fight talk, some wrestling, some NBA, and a good mix of fun and insightful questions. Much love, Lewis. Now, I do want to let you know, one and all, Jorge Masvidal going to be joining us at 4 p.m. So that's in 11 minutes. I'll try to trip away at some of these, and then I will get back to them post Jorge interview. Without further ado, up first, the great El Cubano. He is back. Thank you very much, Frank. This week's main event, he says, Hola, Ariel first. Volkov versus Rozenstruik will help determine more of the pecking order on top of the heavyweight division. My question this week pertains to the heavyweight division. Do you have any updates on either John Jones, Stipe Miocic, or an interim belt being made? Honestly, no, I don't. There's nothing going on. They wanted it for July. Stipe then said he needs to September. There's a pay-per-view in mid-September. Do they shoot for that and do they make that? I wouldn't be surprised if they can make that happen for September. Wouldn't be surprised if they make it an interim title fight. And I get where Jairzinho is coming from, but it is John Jones, and he is the greatest light heavyweight champion of all time, and one of the greatest champions of all time, if not the greatest in UFC history. I'm fine with it being an interim belt. I'm fine with that. But if they can't make it by, September, October, then you'll have these guys like Aspinall and Blades and Tuivasa and Gan, these dudes who will have fought this week, this past summer. I'm talking about if we're in September, October, they'll be ready to go, and they should probably get a shot at an interim belt, especially if Francis is going to be out for a while, because if he's going to re-sign and then fight Tyson, he's going to be out for a while. If he's not going to re-sign, then we got a vacant title situation. Then you could just bump up the interim champ, I guess. So all to say, I got nothing. Not a lot going on. Alex Weber, my guy, what did you think of Jim Gray turning Gervonta Davis's promo political? In a sobering moment, Jim shut down the metaphorical reference of his Glock, reminding of the recent tragedies. As someone who's been in the ring for those spots, what would you have done? I would not have said what he said. I didn't think it was necessary. Just my personal opinion. You may have seen the post-fight interview. He mentioned something about guns, but I mean, it was something related to sports. It wasn't like his actual literal gun. And Jim kind of scolded him for that or said, let's not go there. I wouldn't have gone there. If I was Jim, I would have just let Gervonta finish his thought. And if people were going to be offended by it, fine. But by pointing it out like that and just almost being like the teacher, the adult, and be like, let's not go there, like scolding him, felt like it made it more awkward and made Gervonta feel weird and made it out to be a bigger deal than it was. Killian, Ariel, do you think there is any current fighter in the UFC who can make the leap to another promotion right now and maintain their star power? Yeah. Well, what? Of course. Nathan Diaz would be one. Jorge Masvidal would be what? All of them. Do you think there's any current fighter in the UFC who can make the leap to another promotion and maintain their star? I mean, I guess what you're saying is like they won't dip in terms of popularity. Nate, Jorge, Izzy, John Jones, Usman, Ngannou, Max, Dustin. There's a lot. David, Ariel, do you honestly still see Jorge as a top 3 draw? Top 6 to 10 draw now for sure, but he's responding to Conor like he's the A side. Well, first of all, I never said he's a top 3 draw. And I mean, yeah, this is just part of the banter. Darren, Nate, and maybe even Ben were the A sides. He's only been the A side to probably the first Kamaru fight after Kamaru in part 2 and Colby were on the same level and selling the event. Also, why Warriors in 6 for you? If the Celtics were to win that, would be the closest the Knicks would get to being able to say we turn. Nah, come on. I think the Warriors are the better team, and I thought what they did against the Mavericks was a lot more impressive. I thought the Celtics should have beaten the Heat in Game 6. And they've just been there before. It's really just they've been there before. Clay's been there before. Draymond's been there before. Kerr's been there before. Steph's been there before. Iguodala's been there before. I think I read they have like 123 finals games under their belt, and the Celtics have 0. By the way, it's a little bit like Raptors Warriors in 2019. So wouldn't be shocked if the Celtics win, but ultimately you have to make a pick, and that's my pick. I think Masvidal versus Conor is the fight to make. I have said that this was the fight to make, honestly, since Masvidal lost to Colby. If we're to believe that Nathan's not going to stick around, and really no update on that, as amazing as that may be, if we're to believe that he is not going to stick around and that trilogy isn't going to happen anytime soon, name me another welterweight with a name closer to Conor and who it kind of makes sense right now for them to fight. Name me another one that makes sense in terms of star power, in terms of where they're at in their career. I mean, of course, you can mention Chandler, but it doesn't sound like Conor wants to fight at 55. Chandler at 170 doesn't make a ton of sense to me. Masvidal's on a losing streak. Conor's on a losing streak. Big time fight. Any venue, sells it out. Any pay-per-view, massive deal. I don't know what that was that I just did, but I don't know. It just feels like the fight. Now, I've never said that he's a top 3 draw at the moment, but it feels like at 170, the fight that makes the most sense. Also, the most sense for Conor to get back on track as well. Perry, what is your NBA Finals prediction? Warriors in 6. Who's taking home the Finals MVP? Steph. Chef Curry with the pop boy. Farbod. Let me zoom in on this so I can see it. Yes, that's better. Dear Ariel, if you were to compare NBA players to MMA fighters, what parallels would you draw? For example, who's the LeBron, Jordan, Steph of MMA? By the way, I did one game back in January of 2020 for ESPN Sidelines. It was Clippers at Heat. It was very fun. Kawhi Leonard got his first ever triple-double, which was crazy to me. And they asked me before the game to compare the Clippers, who at the time were finals favorites, to UFC stars. And I remember I compared Kawhi to Stipe. Stipe was the heavyweight champ. Kawhi was the reigning finals MVP and a champion as well. Quiet, unassuming, didn't like the spotlight. I thought that was a really good one. I compared Patrick Beverly to Conor McGregor. Big bite, doesn't back down from a fight, all that stuff. I don't remember the other ones, if I'm being honest. But anyway, this question reminds me of that. Who's the LeBron of MMA? I mean, I guess it's Conor, right? Big star. He's won some championships, polarizing for different reasons. Who's the greatest of all time? Jordan, GSP. Who's the Steph? I don't know. Khabib? Yeah. Is Jordan Khabib? Because he kind of walked away young, top of his game, but sort of GSP. I don't know. It's a tough one. Nick, Ariel, I read your 2 Cent Tuesday and you said that you were not impressed with Paige's debut. I wasn't. Is it difficult to find the line of criticism athletes you have on the show so that they don't get turned off from coming on the show again? Could this be why she called you squirrely? No, it just felt a little too rehearsed and fake for me. And I don't think that she is putting in 100% of her time to be a pro wrestler. There's a lot of great female pro wrestlers out there. And I think she could be great, but if I'm just being honest, I didn't think, even that little, I think it was a Hurricane Rana, it looked like Sammy Guevara was picking her up. It shouldn't look that way. She's very green. She hasn't been training very long. And yeah, of course, fighters are very, very sensitive. They don't like when you pick against them. They don't like when you criticize them. I don't think I was mean with my criticism, but it can't all be, rainbows and lollipops. I mean, were you guys impressed? I don't know. Was anyone impressed?
Yeah, Frank was.
Frank was impressed. All right. The pay-per-view was fine. I wanted to do an interview with Tony Khan, but they said he was too busy. That kind of bummed me out. The MJF stuff is crazy. And do I believe that he was too busy? No, because I see him doing every single podcast and show under the sun. So I don't know what that's about. I mean, I have my hunch, or hunches, but I've been on this very segment, very complimentary of the AEW brand and their shows and their products, saying that I like watching them on Wednesdays and Fridays. I don't know. Very strange. But overall, I thought it was a good show. The MJF stuff is very interesting to follow. I wonder if that will come up here on the nose. We're going to be joined by Masvidal in a minute or so, so let me get to maybe one or two more of these if he's on time. Carmelo, am I crazy to think Jordan Leavitt will submit Paddy the Baddy easily and then dance on him? I mean, if he does submit him easily, he's going to dance on him. But we just found out that he's somewhat of a dog. Lewis, hi Ariel, can you please let us know once a fighter turns down a fight, what is the maximum time that can lapse before the UFC is required to offer another one? 6 months. I believe you mentioned when Nathan Diaz was being discussed on one of your other shows that they could potentially wait 6 months to extend the fighter's contract for 6 months. Is this correct? Yes. Basically, they can wait till the end of the contract and just tack on 6 months to that. So it could be more than that. They could tack it on to the end. So Diaz's contract was going to come to an end, like term-wise, in April. And I guess they were able to add another 6 months to that, pushing it to October, the quote-unquote end. Who knows if we get to that point. So it's basically they add 6 months to the end of the contract. So that could be in 2 years, or in his case, it worked out where it was 6 months later, if you get what I'm saying. This next one's a long one. Should I read it, or should I not get into it?
Do it.
Well, I don't know if he's there. He's not there. Adrian, dear Ariel, greetings once again from London, Ontario, Canada. My question this week is a straightforward one. Oh, this guy from London. He always has the crazy ones, but I love him. When you're driving with passengers, how much input do your passengers have on the choice of music? My philosophy is that the driver is doing all of the heavy labor, getting the passengers from point A to point B, and should therefore be rewarded full control of the music. My girlfriend, however, is insistent that as a passenger, she should be allowed to choose the music for half of the car ride. Half! This is despite the fact that she has horrible taste in music. She argues that she is contributing to the labor of the drive by providing good conversation. While I appreciate this effort, my respectful counter-argument is that if she would let me play good music, this conversation would not be necessary. It's a good point. I've suggested that she take advantage of the option to simply sleep in the back seat for the duration of the drive, but for whatever reason, she typically turns down this offer. I'm hoping you can weigh in on this dilemma, and as always, I appreciate your valuable insights. This guy's the best. I like a collaborative ride. I'm okay with it. There is something annoying about like being in the groove and listening to someone, and then someone all of a sudden starts changing the stations.
Who does that?
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Why are you trying to get me in trouble? No, sometimes I'll be driving my wife and she's like, let's listen to some...
Not like after this song, I'm going to put this on, or hey, I get next dibs.
No, it's just like, boom, right in there.
Disappointed.
How do you feel about that?
I don't know, man.
So what's your rule? I feel like you're, of all the people here, you're the music guy.
I feel like, someone could put their quarter up, so to speak, and say like, hey, there's a song I want to listen to when you're done making your point. Because usually I'm making a point to the audience in the car by playing them certain music.
You are? You're not just like a guy.
No, I take it very seriously. Probably more seriously than driving. If I get pulled over, I might be like, I was distracted playing music.
You're not the kind of guy who's like, hey, let's see what's on Sirius Channel 10.
No radio. Everything is...
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You should take it more seriously, Ariel.
I'm a big radio guy. I like the sort of surprise nature of it all. Do you listen to sports talk radio?
No.
Who doesn't?
I do like sports talk. I mean, sports talk radio on Sirius, not ESPN radio because there's too many damn commercials. Could be good. I like Sirius XM NBA radio. I'm just being honest. Too many commercials. I said it when I was there. 5-minute segment. All right. Time now for, and they say, what was the thing that they said?
30 seconds of the hard net.
Oh my God. That was the worst. 30,
10.
10. And then one time I had Steve-O on and they cut him off. I made the mistake of booking him on a hard out segment and they cut him off.
The hard out comes whether you want it to or not.
Oh, I get that. I wish someone would have told me not to book guests during the hard out, especially one that could be a little long-winded, because now I'm embarrassed that he just got cut off from the damn show. Could you imagine? You're an actual guest. You're not a caller, and you get cut off. And I'm like, Why so many commercials? I don't know. You listen to sports talk radio?
Absolutely not.
At all?
Anymore? No. It's been ruined for me.
Wow. Not even like NBA radio or anything? Nothing.
Nothing.
So what do you listen to?
Music. Driver's got the aux unless he gives it out to someone else.
So you got full power, full reign.
If I'm driving my car, yeah, I've got the aux unless I give it to you.
Okay. And what are you listening to?
Music.
No, I know, but what?
Anything.
Albums? Or
If
are you
it's a
doing
long
like,
drive, I'm doing an album, yeah.
You're doing a full thing, start to
I'll do a
finish.
few albums on a drive, yeah.
You won't just go like, hey, let's see. What I like to do is I have preset channels and I just go up and I just land on some. Is that weird?
Yeah, dating
I do a
yourself.
podcast on a long drive.
What do you mean dating myself? What are you talking about?
This in the Fortnite opinion here. We're dating yourself here.
No, the Fortnite thing I feel very strongly about. Wait a second. I just went on a 3-hour drive this weekend. We had nothing planned and it was just like boom, boom, boom. We get to something great. We listen, we sing along, and then we keep it rolling.
It's so boring.
That's boring?
Oh, yeah.
You like to have things planned?
No, I mean, but I'll think of a song and then I'll think while that song is playing what I want to hear next.
Do you have the album on your phone?
Yeah, I have it on my phone. I stream. It's whatever, you know.
You don't pull out the CD book?
No CD book,
Like
no
the old
playlist. It's all
That was fun though. Like back in the day, GC too young for this. Come in the car, someone has their book out, and you kind of decide together what you want to listen to. Those were fun days. You have to admit.
There was no decisions together. It was like my hand is on this CD. This is what we're listening to.
Wow, you guys aren't fun. I got to be honest. Remind me not to take a road trip with any of you guys. Anyway, to answer Adrian, I say, look, you're driving, you get to decide, but I think you should be a little more open-minded than, those guys back there. And perhaps, I mean, also, what's the horrible taste in music? Because I'll be honest, I could get down with a little Britney Spears. Honestly, for a long drive, the cornier the better.
Chainsmokers?
No.
Machine Gun Kelly?
Are you serious with Machine Gun Kelly? MGK?
I think that's probably what they're referring to by horrible taste in music.
Oh, I thought this is what you were advocating for.
No.
CLE, till I die. Till I die. No, I mean, honestly, the easier to sing to, the better.
So Harry Styles?
No. In Sync? Yes.
So things that you're nostalgic for.
Yeah, maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's the answer. Who's the guy? You're
really giving us a lot to work with.
The Irish guy, red hair.
Ed Sheeran.
Love a good Ed Sheeran drive. Love a good Eddie drive. Joe, hey Ariel, I have an idea to fix judging. Oh, great. By the way, not one mention of open scoring today. We should have a counter for open scoring mentions. I will try to avoid too much terminology here to avoid confusion. Okay. Sumo wrestling employs 5 shimpmen to act as ringside judges for each bout. Shimpmen are sumo elders who must have fought at a certain level in the sport. If the decision made by the referee in sumo is questioned by any shimpman, they hold a meeting in the center of the ring to discuss, and they may overturn the decision of the referee. I understand the sports has significant differences, but also similarities worth considering. Imagine a group of judges who are all former high-level fighters. I think this would address the points raised by Dominic Cruz in your last interview with him. Yes, I will say, I actually heard from Mike Mazzulli afterwards, and he said this, I think, in an interview with MMA Junkie. I mean, there were a few things in the Dominic interview, and this is one of those moments where you have this internal dialogue. Do I correct him? Do I not? Like, a lot of the referees and officials these days are actually somewhat well-versed in some form of martial arts. And there are the guys out there like Herb Dean, Jason Herzog, who do actively train. So this idea that none of them train, none of them know how it feels isn't exactly accurate, if I'm being honest. Anyway, this would also provide employment and community engagement opportunities for retired fighters who may feel distant or disconnected from the community when they leave. Fair. They have to go through some sort of, I don't know, process, initiation. Ideally, you would simply replace the current judges with the former fighters, but I understand there's an entrenched political process with commissions, yada, yada. I mean, I think it'd be nice, but which fighter is going to want to do that? Which fighter is going to want to put in that time, pass the test, take the test, do all that work, and then get paid $1,100 to sit there? There are some who have done it. Frank Trigg does it. Shaolin Ribeiro does it. There are some who do it, but the problem is like the juice isn't really worth the squeeze. And I think at that point, they just kind of want to move on with their lives. I don't necessarily think the quality of the judging right now is an issue. I just want more accountability so that they get better. There's probably never been better officials in the history of the sport, but there needs to be more accountability. There needs to be more of a spotlight on who's making what decision so that if they mess up, we know and we can fix it. And we can pinpoint who it is and they could feel some of that pressure. Anyway, I promised that I wouldn't talk a lot about all of that on today's show. And so we won't. And we'll put a pin on the on-the-nose questions. 13 on the board. For now, though, let us go to the Zoom machine and say hello to our last guest of the week. His name, Gamebred, a.k.a. Jorge Masvidal, kind enough to join us. There he is. Jorge. ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien, hermano.
Hey, it's good to see you, my friend. The hair looks longer than usual. Is it longer than usual?
Yeah, I definitely got to cut it. Trim it up a little bit. It's kind of long and shit, man. I haven't been in the barbershops or the beauty salons much these days, so yeah.
Yeah, well, you're looking good. It's nice to see you at the office, FRM. Did they up their internet? Because it seems like it's a little better than usual. I'm probably jinxing myself.
Yeah, I
pay for it?
I put a formal complaint in about a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, man, I can't be doing my boy Ariel like that. We need to step it up, So
thank you.
We always look pixeled out. We look like we're in the 80s and shit. And you're like prime time every time, I see like the rewinds of the clips and stuff. I'm like, man, it looks like trash. So
I feel you.
We stepped it up a little bit.
Thank you.
Working on it.
And I didn't know you were a block asset guy. Isn't that Darren Till's company?
His company, he might have an NFT with him, but this is a company that I'm fucking with. There's only 2,000 NFTs left. And after I whoop that guy's ass that sells that cheap whiskey, them things are going to be like the hottest item on the planet. So go get yours now before. And if you get yours now, you make some money on it, man, on that NFT. So we're almost sold out as it is. So.
Okay. All right. So there's a lot to talk to you about, my friend. We haven't talked in quite a while since before your last fight. You just mentioned.
Is that true?
Yeah.
You sure about that?
Yes. It was before. It was once the fight in March was announced. So it was like early February the last time we spoke. It's been a while. You've been a little elusive.
Yeah, man. Kind of have to these days, brother.
Why is that?
Many reasons, We won't get into all of them today, but man, I'm just glad to be on here. Always fucking love your show. Even if I'm not on here, your show is like one of the few shows I do watch because I barely watch TV.
I appreciate it.
Catch up with my wife. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Much respect. You got a lot going on.
Yeah. I may say something. I know you already stopped the subject, but if I may say something, I just want to touch on some points you were talking about.
Please.
I do, to a certain standard, we are at the best judging we've seen, right? Because the guys have had so much time and experience doing it. And I strongly agree that there should be accountability because as much as the judging overall has improved, there's still some shit referees out there. There's still some 30-27, 30-27, and then the other guy goes 30-27 for no reason. Nothing happens of it. Like you're destroying careers, man. One fight could send a guy to fighting a world championship or right back to the gauntlet, having to work his way back up there. I don't think it's fair to let these guys go without no accountability. There should be a commission. I know that there's a commission already, but there should be a commission that like, hey man, why did you do this? Validate these points. Why did you see it opposed to everybody else? Sometimes you see that the whole online media and a lot of the media guys that are calling the MMA fights, some of them are a lot more knowledgeable. I'll see a fight that's a complete robbery and I'll be like, man, maybe it's just me because for whatever reasons, let me go online and I'll see the media's right with me. It'll be like 16 publications agreed that so-and-so won and then like 2 or 3 thought it was a draw and then like 1 publication said the other guy won. Yeah, there'll be 2 referees calling it for that person that didn't. I hate it. I've been a part of many robberies in my life, but I hate seeing it happen to people, man, and it could ruin somebody's career. I think that one night, you know, that these judges are text messaging or chewing too much bubblegum could really destroy a fighter's career. You know, not everybody's going to have a lengthy career like mine, 20 years in the game. So I just think we could definitely tighten up on the referee, make them accountable, and, you know, cut these paychecks in half or some type of sanction, something, you know.
Couldn't agree more, especially, I mean, you're doing the show win model. Not only are you falling down the ladder in terms of your place in the division, but like you're literally losing money as a result of these guys.
Your purse gone, bam. Yeah. You know, a lot of us work off show money, win money. There goes your win money, you know.
That model needs to go. You know what I'd love? I've been advocating for this open scoring. How do you feel about open scoring? So at least you know if you're down, you got to put your foot on the gas.
I like the open scoring. Always been not against it. Been forward, you know. I've also been a long time in the combat sport, so I'm kind of used to that, you know, closed circuit judging. But I wouldn't be against the new beginnings, you know. At the end of every round, the scores go up. My coach tells me in the corner, "Hey, you're down around. Hey, you're up around." All these factors would be cool to know, you know.
I love it. All right, add another to the list, because I've been asking a lot of fighters, and the vast majority of the fighters have said they want open scoring, and yet no one's doing anything about it. And I'm thinking like, hey, shouldn't the fighter's voice matter here? Like, shouldn't someone ask you guys how you feel about this? It's crazy.
Our opinions don't matter for crap, you know, like for the uniforms, like for a lot of the pay, a lot of the things, our voices don't matter. All that matters is that we get in there and kick somebody's ass, and that's all they care for. So it comes down to like fighters. We're the only breed like ourselves are the fighters, you know, and many good things and many, you know, also bad things. Fighters are very individual guys. If we were all able to get together and voice our opinion as one, these paychecks you would see just rise from me all the way to the bottom guy. Paychecks might be a little bit different, you know, but fighters are very individual creatures, you know. We're all pounding our chest saying, I could do it on my own. I don't need nobody. So,
you think it ever happens in your lifetime, fighters coming together?
I don't know, man. You know, what makes us special is also like one of our bigger downfalls. Like I said, we like to pound that chest and get to that mountain all by ourselves and be like, see, I told you I didn't need no shoes, no nothing, no water. I got up here all by myself. I don't need shit from nobody. That's like a lot of fighters' mentality, you know, and it's not necessarily bad, you know, but for some things we do have to like work with each other and just kind of, we're not reinventing the wheel. We're just kind of following the blueprint of all other major sports, you know, and we're definitely heading to that direction, but at a much faster Mach speed than any of these other sports. Football, baseball, basketball, they've been around for so damn long. We're already in that conversation. You know, money-wise, this company's worth billions of dollars. Last time it got sold, it was what, $6 billion?
$4 billion. Insane number.
$4 billion. You know, where we at now? You know, I have no idea because we've only like 5 exits since then. So it's nuts, you know.
Every day, the UFC seems to be signing a big deal. Just yesterday, they announced a big TV deal with BT Sport, and I don't see you guys I don't see the pay going up all that much. I don't see the revenue share going up all that much. And so that is a little disheartening. You are a promoter, though. How many promotions do you run now? You got Icon FC. You got 2 now. And Gamebred Fighting Championship. Now, you also do boxing, too.
We dabble in boxing. We try to put on events for boxing. But right now, my main concern is to the boxing takeoff. We got a couple more dots to line up. The main concern is Icon and GFC. One's a glove promotion, as everybody knows. One's a no glove promotion, which is like dear to my heart, my little baby. You know, it's like kind of like a niche thing, but not, you know.
And are you the sole owner of both, or do you have partners?
I got partners.
Okay.
Definitely got some partners. Yeah.
And so you have another show this Friday in Virginia, airing on UFC Fight Pass. Icon FC 3, Jorge Masvidal's Icon FC. I like how your name is in there.
Jorge Masvidal's Icon. That wasn't necessarily my idea, but my business partners thought we'd make a bigger pop with this. So I was like, whatever, man. I'm not going to be against my own name being on the promotion. You know, but wow. We got some guys making, we got 1 or 2 debuts that are going to be spectacular. We got Bo Nickel.
Yes.
I'm always talking about this individual. He's fucking phenomenal. He's got power in the hands. He could out-wrestle anybody at that weight class right now. And it's crazy because I talk with him a lot, and Bo wants to use his wrestling, obviously, in fights. But more than anything, he wants to set himself apart from the pack by hurting people, knocking them out, submitting them. So this is not going to be, that's why I put a lot of emphasis on him. He's kind of going to be the kryptonite to all these wrestlers that just want to sniff crotches and small armpits. He's going to be that guy that's the kryptonite to them because he wants to hurt people. He wants to submit people. He wants to take it back to that Matt Hughes era of like ground and pound if he does take a guy down, you know. So I'm heavy behind Bo. He's making his pro debut now. I've been following him all the way from his freshman year in college till now. I'm very excited about that. We also got Hamdi, Egyptian national Greco champion that doesn't like to wrestle. He likes to fucking punch people in the face. You know, he wants to take you down, let you back up, get you tired, and then try to knock your fucking jaw off. Another guy I'm very excited about. You know, our main event is going to be fucking spectacular.
Look at you, Mr. Promoter. I love this. Keep going. Keep going.
We got Nixon versus Pettis, which is going to be it's going to be fireworks, man. We're trying to continually get the regionals best of the best and just put them up against each other and see what happens. And a lot of these guys, I think they'll be all-stars contending for championships, things like that in a couple of years from now. So what we heavily do is just scout the country for the next up-and-coming talent. And, you know, we happen to have some great relations with the UFC. We're on UFC Fight Pass. A lot of our guys are just getting picked up, you know, to Dana White's Contender Series or straight to the UFC. So the guys get a word of that. Everybody wants to come fight for me all of a sudden.
Well, I would imagine a lot of fighters would want to fight for you because you are a fighter. So maybe you would be a little more, I don't know, lenient towards the fighters, a promoter's fighter, if you will, right?
Definitely. We also got another debut that I'm very pumped about, Lydia Warren.
Yes. That's Brandon Gibson's girl over in Albuquerque. I see him training her all the time.
Gibson's a hell of a coach. I've known him for a while. He makes a bunch of studs, and they like to knock people out on strike. So I'm looking forward to her debut. Obviously, it's her debut, so we're very like, what's going to happen? But I think she's going to crush it, you know.
All right, so Bo Nickel is the big one, three-time national champion, Penn State. He's been a part of your training camps, part of ATT for a while, so this is very exciting, finally going up from the amateur ranks to the pro ranks. And for you, is this part of like your at some point, do you think you'll do this full-time when you're done, or will this always kind of be just like a side thing for you?
The promoting, it's like
how involved are you in this as you're an active fighter?
Oh, with the matchmaking,
yeah,
on the main card, every fight that's on there, I had something to do with it. Whether I'm the one that found those guys and paired them up, or I gave the final yes or no. That's just the way it's going to be, you know, because I'm not going to literally put my name on something that I'm not behind on. Obviously, I got matchmakers. Got some great matchmakers that work with us, and it's great that we have that synergy that I could just call them at 2 a.m. and be like, hey, what's up with so-and-so? Did you book them? No, so-and-so's opponent fell through, and then we're just shooting the shit and figuring things out. So I'm very involved in a sense like that. The venues, the ticket selling, if we're selling alcohol at the place, I'm not necessarily involved in all that. We have somebody that does that. But as far as the actual fights go and who's going to be on the card, I'm very involved. Now, from top to bottom of the card, no, I don't have every single fight I don't get involved in, so I could just focus myself on like the main card and just get those fights that I really would like to see.
Okay, so that's this Friday, Icon FC3, Jorge Masvidal's Icon FC3, Bo Nickel, Lydia Warren, a ton of great names that people who follow MMA know about making their debut, so that is very exciting.
Hamdi, a heavyweight, I see him, you know, he started, his first fights were with us. His first one was bare knuckle, and then he had another fight, you know. And another thing about Hamdi, I want to say, this guy takes at least 3 of the fights. He's taking them like a week's notice, you know, 10 days notice. So this guy is like, as fighter as it gets, very calm, very humble. You do an interview with him, you wouldn't like, oh, this guy's the killer that he is, but man, this guy wants to fight every day. He's getting better with the striking. So he's somebody that I know in no time the UFC is going to come pick him up, take him to the heavyweight, and man, I won't be surprised this guy's in the top 10 in a couple of years.
And you're okay with, like, can you make money being a feeder league to the UFC?
Yeah, I mean, it's different. You know, we're never going to try to compete with the UFC or nothing like that. So I don't mind putting on the best regional fights. And this has a big market as MMA is growing. You know, you want to see those guys as they come through the ranks, more and more people. Maybe 5, 6 years ago, 10 years ago, I couldn't have made what I'm making now, but we do all right where every show we get enough coin that we're like, all right, let's do it again, and let's do it again, let's do it again. And on top of that, man, I love to be a promoter and just give these fighters a chance, you know, bring all my shine, all my spotlight onto these guys and let them go do their thing and get their 15 seconds of fame. And and feed their families and live out their dreams. You know, I love it that you know, in a small way, shape, or form, I could be a part of that.
So, like I said, I haven't talked to you in a few months. Could I ask, now that we're 3 months removed, how do you feel about what happened on March 5th, your fight against Colby Covington, what transpired, your performance? Like, now that we're a little bit removed from it, as you look back, how do you feel about that fight?
Wasn't my best performance. There's a lot of things I got to work on from a technical level, strength and conditioning level. It's a couple things, you know, it's a couple spots where I was defending well, and then, you know, I either got taken down or I wasn't able to get fast enough up to my feet. And then when I wasn't able to get up to my feet, I had already spent a lot of energy getting up the wrong way, not being efficient. You know, that's one thing you notice from these collegiate guys that are like high level. They might get taken down, but they get up so quick and they make it so efficient. And it's something I've been trying to do my whole career to get right. But I'm not the best at it, and I have no shame to say it. Though I put in a ton of work in that. For the most part, I grapple, wrestle, jiu-jitsu more than I do striking. Striking happens to come very natural to me. So if I do 30, 40% of my striking a week, that I'm phenomenal. All my tools are sharpened. With the wrestling, I'm constantly in there, constantly trying to get better at it, but it's a work in progress, you know. So we got some ideas. Speaking of Bo, I'm going to be out there in Penn State shortly, in maybe like a month or so, and just wrestle with the guys and just get my butt kicked and see what new tricks I could pick up, what new techniques I could work on, you know, things like that.
Have you been able to watch it?
Nah, I didn't want to watch it yet. You know, once I get back in the cage and I got to fight like a wrestler, I'll go and watch it and stuff, you know.
In retrospect, do you feel like you maybe, like, you know, it was a very heated build-up, personal. Did you fight emotionally? Do you wish you wouldn't have, you know, like sometimes when you fight too emotionally, when you hate the guy, you fight a different way. Like, can you pin any of your, you know, as you said, like the performance, the mistakes, whatever that you made in there, to emotion, to the way you felt in your heart about your opponent?
Off the top of my head, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't feel that way. I wasn't trying to look at the person that I'm fighting. I'm just trying to enjoy that moment, you know, just give all my best tools. But then again, I am human, right? I don't know that if subconsciously I was just like, I want to hurt this guy more than anybody else. And I know that's because it's happened to me in the past. It's not necessarily the way to think. The way, for me at least, is just go out there and compete and just give it draw every second of every minute and every minute of every round. And that's what I try to do. But who knows, maybe I was a little bit extra emotional. I mean, you wouldn't know, you've been watching me for quite some time, you know?
Yeah. Would you say he was better than you expected him to be in there?
No, just had good conditioning and stuck to his game plan, sniffing my crotch and just not wanting to engage and wrestle. And, you know, there was some spots that I feel like if I had won, the fight could have had different outcomes because I would have put more wear and tear on his body. You know, and I'm not going to make excuses, but the eye poke leading to a takedown in the first round wasn't probably the best start for me either. You know, it was an eye poke that I got some problems from it still. You know, I'm dealing with it. I'm going to have laser surgery shortly, like in 2 weeks. And yeah, you know, I'm not a fan of Herb Dean, man. I can tell you that much, you know.
Why not?
Seriously, you can see him, well, we've had a couple problems, you know, and the Donald Cerrone was one of them as well. You know, Jake Annenberger as well. I don't know. I don't think I'm his cup of tea, and he kind of like takes it out when we're refereeing. He's done some things that I'm like, it's kind of weird, you know. And then I get clearly throws a low blow. That, and I'm not saying this changed the outcome of the fight now, but clearly throws a low blow. It's intentional, and Herb doesn't do anything about it. You know, just gives him a little like warning, and like I don't know. I hope that as long as I compete, Herb Dean never referees a fight of mine or judges it.
So what happened to your eye? What's the injury?
I already had some problems with my retina. Now I got more holes in my retina, so I got to just.
Wow. Surgery?
Yeah. Laser surgery. They don't actually like get a scar.
Okay.
It's just like a laser.
Damn.
Not a crazy procedure or nothing.
You know, it's interesting. I spoke to you the Monday after the Usman fight. You flew back home. I remember you were eating French fries in the office. I spoke to you the Monday after the second Usman fight as well, after you got knocked out. But this one, you know, I was told that you're taking a break. So, I asked because, you know, that didn't end. It didn't look like you got beat up. You didn't get knocked out. So I was like, you know what?
Basically, I was fine. You know, it was just to lose to a scumbag like that, a charlatan, you know, especially a fucking cheating piece of shit like that, is just, I was like, you know. And plus, as you know, man, you know, can't say too much about his bitch ass anyways.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering if this one you took a little harder because of that history between you two.
Yeah, to a certain extent, yeah, you know, but for things that he said about like my kids and my kids asking me questions, that really made me uncomfortable. And really, I don't want to talk about it too much anymore.
Okay. Can I just ask, I mean, there was obviously an incident that happened afterwards that I understand is a pending legal matter. So I understand if you don't want to go into it, but is there anything that you can't say about that night or what potentially transpired there? Is there anything that you can clear up?
Allegedly this, allegedly that. But I'm innocent. You know? I'm not guilty.
And it is pending, right? Like this is still a process that is playing out.
Yeah, I'm facing 3 felonies if you want to know the exact truth. And yeah, you know, it's still pending, you know. This guy's a coward fuck, so what could I expect from a coward fuck like him?
Okay. Do you feel, but you'll be able to fight, like you want to fight at the end of the year, you'll be okay?
Yeah. Whether I'm in the justice system, right? So it's not like I get to make these calls and stuff, you know? So I want to say I'll be okay. I always I'm a positive person. I got my faith in a good outcome, but I still am facing 3 felonies, you know?
Okay. Right after that fight, I said, all right, now the fight to make is you versus Conor, because you guys have been circling each other. I remember you were in the arena, you were sitting cage side when he fought Cerrone, and you've gone back and forth now. It's been like a couple of years, and no one really kind of jumped on it. But now, all of a sudden, in the past week, it feels like there's some real momentum building here. How do you feel about what's been transpired, the back and forth between you and Conor all of a sudden on social media?
You know, as a competitor, he ain't bad, but as a person, I can't stand this fucking rat bitch, you know? And it's just like, give you an example. Khabib wins a belt. What does Conor do? Go and talk shit about him. Fucking somebody at 205 will go and win a belt. He'll go and talk shit. Like, he just wants to stay relevant. Obviously, I'm still a hot topic while this bitch ass is just fucking in his couch, fucking sniffing coke or whatever the fuck he's doing, you know? And he wants to stay relevant, so he takes shots, but he's not going to fight. You know, the UFC's offered him this fight. You know, as me and you both know, this could be the biggest fight in UFC history. You know, why would he want to cash in on that paycheck? Because he knows I'm going to beat the fuck out of him. And I'm not a wrestler, so if I beat him, it really looks bad for his brand because I'm going to beat him only one way, fucking in his face, standing up, punching him, knocking his ass out. It's not going to be good for the Conor brand or his cheap-ass whiskey. So that little bitch has to do what he has to do and just take the Twitter and talk shit. But when they offer him the contract, you know, he says stupid fucking things. They can't happen. He wants me to go down to 155. For starters, I'm not going to go down for 155 for this cocksucker. You know, you fight at 70. Why am I going to go down to 155? I haven't been in that weight class in over 5-6 years. I can't physically make it anymore, you know? So he wants to put things that are just not real, you know, and then he wants to talk shit. And yeah, I'll entertain the shit talking from time to time when I get bored, but we both know he's not fighting nobody. You know, Dana White called it a long ass time ago. I'm too much man for him, too much size, as Dana says. And it's stuck with him, but at the same time, he can't do nothing about it, you know, because he knows it's true. When we get in there, we're both striking it up. I'm going to crack his ass, you know. I mean, everybody saw how his fights with him and Nate went, you know, and then you see my fight with Nate. I touch Nate and I make Nate dance and fucking drop to the fucking floor and grab his stomach and pray to God, you know. Conor knows I got fucking power and I'm not going to get tired throwing blows, you know.
We still don't know when he'll be able to come back, but I'm just wondering, have there been any talks with your team and the UFC about potentially making this fight?
None whatsoever, man. I'm telling you, that guy goes go. He doesn't answer the UFC's phone calls when my name gets dropped in his mailbox. You know, I don't want to drop people's executives' names in the UFC, but if you would ask certain members of the UFC staff, they'd be like, Conor's not fighting under no circumstance.
You really don't believe he would?
Think about the money he'd make.
I think he would. Honestly, I think he would take the fight. Am I crazy? I don't know. I think he would.
Tell his bitch ass to sign it.
Do you agree that right now this is one of the fights that makes the most sense for you and him?
Definitely, it's one of the fights that makes the most sense, money-wise. It's always going to be a money fight, you know? Another fight that makes a lot of sense for me is Gilbert Durin. You know, I like the way he fights. I like the way he competes. He comes to give it his all. And the way that he called me out was fucking amazing with me. Like, hey, let's fucking fight. Let's find out who's the fucking badder motherfucker and beat each other up. So, you know, once I get all healed up and everything is good, I'm looking to fight one of these guys, you know? Can't hear you. There we go.
Something got loose there.
Second. You hear me? Yeah. All right.
We'll see.
here I am talking about your connection, my connection. Which one do you like better, Jairzinho or Conor? If you had to choose, which fight gets you more excited?
Fucking Conor's a shitload of money, you know?
Yeah, all right.
Jairzinho doesn't sell like that. Not to diss him, but he's just not a box office draw like that. I want to fight Jairzinho because I like the fighter that he is, you know? I remember watching Jairzinho at 55 and I didn't think too much of him. He came up to 70 and I happened to be live in China when he was fighting this tough Russian dude. And I said, man, this guy turned the corner. And then shortly after, he's competing for the world belt title, he's beating next champions, all types of things. So he's definitely cut a corner. And you know, I could say that I appreciate his style. You know, he comes to either knock guys out or submit him. And I think the fans would take to that fight for a fact. But that being said, a paycheck's a paycheck, man.
Yeah. No, that's the right answer. I'm happy that you're telling it like it is. That is the right answer. MSG in November might be a little too soon, but that would make all the sense in the world. Even early next year, I feel like you would wait. This is the fight to make. I can't, other than the Nate trilogy for Conor, there's no other fight out there right now that I think brings the kind of star power that he's looking for. You're both in the same weight class. Like, it almost feels too easy, if you ask me.
Yeah, it does, until they put my name in front of his fucking face and he stops answering phone calls. So
he's looking big. Have you seen him lately?
I haven't seen his ass, you know. I don't keep up with sniffers.
You don't follow him on social media?
I don't have social media actually for some time, you know.
You're off it.
Yeah, I have it, you know, but it's like not delegated by me as often. I post the pictures. I mean, I send the pictures that get posted. I write the captions. I do all that stuff. But I've been trying to stay off of it, man. Just, you know, focus my time in the gym a little bit more and do things. And Instagram be getting your boy in trouble, brother.
Yes. What do you mean? DMs and whatnot, right?
I'm going to plead the fifth on every question here.
What about this Michelle Pajeda, who tried to make you out to be the bad guy, and then you come out with the receipts? This was one of the great backfires in Mankind. What happened here?
I think this is speaking about our society right now and how we're declining as a society to a certain extent, man. Like, how do you put your wife out there like that? And then you see what happened. Like I as he was talking and saying all this stuff, I didn't even see his fucking fight. People are like sending me after, like, look, is this true, bro? You holler at this chick. That's hilarious. I'm like, who the fuck is this chick, bro? So I go and do a little research and I find that. It's all up in my DMs, you know, and I'm like, all right, cool. And as much as she was like all this stuff to me, all I said is, oh, thank you and God bless. I had no idea even who she was, if she was this guy's wife or not. I just thought it was somebody reaching out, being cool. And I was like, put some emoji hands, like, yeah, thank you and God bless you. As you can see, I didn't say not one word back. And I don't know how it was, if she erased the messages and that's all he saw, or if he told her, hey, hit this guy up because this is how I'm going to make this fake narrative and we're going to get into a fight because of this, baby, and I'm going to be able to buy you those red bottoms you always wanted after Masvidal breaks my jaw. I don't know what his train of thought was as he's fucking conspiring this fucking bullshit, you know, but straight up bullshit, you know. And if he wants to scrap, you know, when I see his bitch ass somewhere, I'll scrap him. But as far as like getting money or him being a rank guy or somebody that I care to fight, no, he doesn't fit any of those categories. So he has to make up these fictitious stories about me wanting his chick, you know, and I don't even remember too much what she looks like, but brother, I could really care less about any chick that's married, you know. There's so many millions of fish on the sea that I'm not trying to do that, you know. I could really give a fuck less, bro. I wish them nothing but happiness in their whatever they call together. But as far as me and this fucker goes, if he sees me in the street, then we could talk about it. But getting in the cage, like, bro, you're literally nobody. You got time to put into this work. You got some wins to do. Maybe you should try out for like Olympic diving or something, because that's the type of shit you're doing. You know, you're not really fighting. You're fucking making a circus show. I don't. This guy doesn't entertain me in any way or get me excited at all.
Okay. By the way, could I ask you, your old foe Nathan Diaz, kind of in a predicament right now with UFC, where it feels like they're almost sidelining him, icing him on the last fight of his deal. And we were talking about fighters coming together and whatnot. Have you paid attention to this at all? And if so, do you have any thoughts on what's been going on with Diaz?
I think Diaz has got too much CTE. He probably can't even fucking understand what they're putting in front of him. I don't know. I usually don't take the UFC side, as you know, for much things. But from what I've heard and seen, I'm like, This guy's just a fucking diva, bro. Just fucking fight, you know. I could sign him off in this last fight if he wants, you know, all that shit talking he's been doing lately. I wouldn't mind breaking his fucking jaw and sending him off to whatever gambling casino he's going to be fighting at or Indian reservation he'll be headlining. I don't mind, you know. But he won't sign when my name gets brought up again. It's another goes ghost on Hunter, goes ghost on other matchmakers for a couple of weeks when my name gets brought up. So it's whatever, man, you know. And if he's hearing this and then he's going to make a little stupid tweet and he's going to do the whole fucking thing, but just sign a fucking paper and let's go fight, man. Let's go fight. You know, you make all this noise that if you had round 4 and 5, what were you going to do, brother? Just lay on your back and hold your stomach again and fucking get your face pounded. That's all you were going to do, you know. So I don't respect him too much, and I don't really what he's saying. I think a lot of it is just bullshit, you know, just him trying to get the fans on his side. There's been a lot of fights offered to his bitch ass, and he just doesn't want to take them.
By the way, what happened? Because leading up to your fight in November of 2019, it was a very cordial relationship. Now it feels like there's a lot of bad blood. What changed?
Well, I guess me kicking him in the fucking mouth changed, you know, because then his real came out, you know. The referee stopped him because he had numerous cuts on his face. I never once went to the referee, hey, you should stop this fight. This guy looks in bad shape or something. He called me a coward, said all types of shit, and continues to play it up like that. Like, you don't have to get the rematch like that. You could just say, hey, let's rematch. It was a good first fight. Let's go again. You calling me a coward or that I was ready to quit. Like, and what have you ever seen me quit in a fight, Ariel? Like me just go backseat to somebody like, nah, this guy's too much. Especially if I'm up on all fucking judges' scorecards going into the 4th and 5th round, all the damage that I put on this guy, I'm gonna all of a sudden just quit because the pace was too much. If anybody was putting the pace on anybody, it was me on him, you know? So him calling me a coward, him saying that I was getting tired, that I was getting ready to quit, it's like, you ain't gotta do all that, bro. But if you want to do it, sure, man. You could join the list of fucking idiots that I know. Okay,
so Conor, Gilbert, Nathan, you're interested in all these fights. These are the fights that interest you right now.
Wonderboy Thompson as well. Would love to get a rematch with him. Still a big fan of this guy. Love how he fights, how long he's been doing it, staying on top of the game. So I would like to fight Wonderboy too at some point. You know, there's some good fights to make for me.
Can I ask? I know you're a big boxing guy. Kamaru Usman has been talking about boxing Canelo. Do you think he would be able to hang with him? Do you think he'd be able to beat him?
I think Canelo would embarrass him. You know, I know that Usman might have got that good right hand on me and stuff, but that's because the takedowns help set that up. You know, in boxing there is no takedowns. Usman doesn't have speed or like reflexes. You know, he's gotten a lot better than when he first started, but I think that'd be like the worst stylistic matchup for him as well too. You know, because Canelo can fight on the inside. He sees, he can slip, and he has insane power. Doesn't get tired in fights. I just don't see the outcome well for Usman at all, bro.
What about Ngannou Fury?
I would put all my money on Fury as well, but I'd give a lot more chances to Ngannou there because of his unreal power, and he's wild too. You know, he's something that the boxers, as many times as they've seen punches and combinations and stuff, they haven't quite seen something like Ngannou. He's kind of like a wild cat, you know. He throws from weird angles and still connects on people and knocks them the hell out. He's nowhere near as polished as Tyson Fury or nothing, but that actually might play into his favor to cause some scrambles in the boxing world, you know, and throw from different angles that Fury might not be used to. But Fury's seen it all too in the boxing world, and I think just the conditioning that Fury has, his mobility, the head movement, the guys that he's already beaten that hit just as hard or harder than Ngannou and know how to box. And I hate to go against my MMA guys. You know, I want MMA to do it, but I don't see it happening. But if there was a guy that could probably do it just based on power alone, it could be Ngannou, right?
You think Leon could beat Usman?
To tell you the truth, I don't watch so much of Leon's fights, you know, because in the past he used to bore me. His last 2-3 fights I haven't seen, so I don't know if he's evolved or not. I don't really keep an eye on his ass, you know. So I wouldn't know what to tell you other than I think Usman would crush him, you know.
Okay, and just one more potential one that I wanted to ask you about. I had your teammate Dustin Poirier on the show a couple of weeks ago, and he said he doesn't really want to fight Colby because of the things that Colby has said about his family. It's too personal, but at this point he's so desperate to fight, he's like, F it, I'll fight the guy. I'm down. Would you be in favor of that fight happening, and would you help him for that fight?
Oh, definitely. I'd help Dustin out in any fight, you know. I am in favor of that fight, and I'm not. See, Dustin started at 145. Then he went to 155, which was perfect for him. I think at 70, he'd be giving up some size to Kobe, but it's a fight, man. And fucking Dustin's a dog. He's good off his back. I've seen him in my very own eyes submit Kobe numerous times, triangles and guillotine. So, you know, I just know that Kobe's not going to fight him out. He's going to immediately go to sniffing his crotch and just fucking try to hug him as tight as he can. You know? So I don't think it's the best fight for Dustin, especially that he's coming off a loss. I would like to see him maybe gain some momentum, fight somebody of more of his size, smaller wrestler, and get that momentum, and then go get that fight. You know.
One last thing on all of this, you know, since you are a promoter as well, do you think that there should be, you know, I feel strongly family should never come up in any type of way in a build-up to a fight. Should the UFC be a little more strict when it comes to this stuff? Like, they could pull you guys to the side before the press conference and say, yo, we're not talking about family today, all right? Get it out of your mind. Talk about anything. Call the guy every word in the dictionary, insult him, but just leave everyone else out of it. Do you think that should be the case, or is it just, hey, it's the fight game and whatever happens, happens?
I think the UFC's done a great job in not being the moral police, not policing us. You know, you do as your own. And I think fans and audience, like, nobody cares for Kobe. There's not a person that, like, lines up for his meet and greets and that type of, you know, behavior and promotion. Not a lot of people get behind. Yet they'll watch the fights and stuff because half of them are rooting for this guy to get his jaw broken, and the other half are just fucking drunken in the moment, you know. But I don't really think that promotion sits well with a lot of people. And it's kind of like, you see his numbers are continuously some of the worst in the fucking league, you know, and it's for a reason. As before I speak on everybody, I talk about just men and men in general. Real men are not going to attack women and children. It's like, it's beneath us. I'm not going to attack. As much as I might dislike somebody, I'm not going to talk about their kid. Even if I knew that would hurt him and that could play something on him. You know why? Because I'm involving somebody else. I'm involving this innocent child, you know, that's going to ask questions to the parent at some point, like, why is so-and-so talking about me? I'm not going to involve somebody's wife either. I don't have to. I feel confident enough in these bad boys that I don't have to play those psychological games, and I'll just come and break your jaw. I don't think the UFC should police us. People want to be assholes and talk about what they want to talk about. Let them. The cards will unfold, and people will see what they're truly worth and not, you know.
Said Icon FC 3 going down this Friday in Virginia.
Had some of the highest views.
Oh.
Actually, the highest views in North America. On the worldwide scale, there's some promotions that are beating us out, you know. But in North America, we've had the 2-time highest ratings on UFC Fight Pass.
Damn. Look at you.
And we got some fights, man.
And when's the next Game Bread Fighting Championship?
We're working on it. We already got down a location, a site for it. And I am like 70% on closing a main event that I've been wanting to close. That I know that when I announce this main event, you're going to be pumped.
Oh, wow.
Look at me. You're going to be pumped. You're going to be like, you know, because it's bare knuckle and it's some guys that you would pay good coin to see scrap with no gloves, you know. So we're working on it still. I don't want to say anything yet till I get to like a 90% sure that this bout's going to happen. But once it does, we're going to be in a good place.
I like it. And I saw Paige do the wrestling on Sunday. Any wrestling for you coming up or no? With Dan?
Man, I'm just wrestling with my demons right now. It's only wrestling I'm doing right now. But
you all right? Everything okay? Sorry.
Everything's good, man.
Everything's
just,
good?
You know, right now, if I get some time on the calendar, yeah, I've been a little bit booked up and busy. Between training, working, and traveling and stuff, I haven't got too much other time for other things, but you never know, man. If that knock comes in the door with a little envelope under that door, and that envelope weighs enough, man, you can see me doing some wild shit, man.
Or maybe just some cafecito, you know?
Some cafecito with a fat check, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Because for the sweat equity, you got to pay my ass.
Sure. No.
Or they got to piss off Dan Lambert, and then he tells me, hey, we got to go fuck these guys up again. And then for Dan Lambert, anything, you know, I'll fucking kill a motherfucker. So, you know, if Dan gives a green light, these motherfucking savages over there know I'll come domesticate them real quick, man. I mean, they know it already.
Last thing, are we going to see you fight again this year?
Yes.
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 Time frame?
Yeah. I got some things that I can't really talk about right now. You already know what they are.
Okay.
It's kind of like, making things weird. That's the only reason why I can't necessarily give a date yet and stuff like that. So I'm using that kind of like, instead of looking as a negative, I'm just going to work on myself. Just get better at this, get better at that. Rehab a couple injuries that I've had. I've been in the sport 19 years. Come a couple months, it'll be 20, so, I'm not necessarily a spring chicken, I'm still healthy. I can still go and compete, and I still go into the gym and work out with the young, good guys that we have up and coming. And I feel great after the session. So I know that I still got a lot in the tank. Like just now, I got to micromanage myself a little better. I got to take care of myself in those long spurts of not fighting. That's when I really got to condense it and let me focus on what I got to get better on,
Good luck to you, my friend. Good luck on Friday. Icon FC3 Virginia Fight Pass. We spoke about it. Bo Nichols, MMA debut, block asset. Check that out as well. Is there a Jorge NFT there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right.
1,000 of them made.
How many left?
I need this guy to be quiet back there. I don't know who's talking back there.
Okay, sorry. Abe, can you keep it down?
Only about 2,000 made. Get yours now, because after I knock out that dude that makes that cheap whiskey, these things are going to be like hotcakes, man. Everybody's going to want one, but nobody's going to get it.
I'd love to see that fight. That's the one that I think should be made. Good luck to you, my friend. Thank you for coming on, as always. Appreciate it. And good luck with everything else going on as well.
God bless you, man. Do I still have more time to say some things?
Absolutely. I thought you wanted to go. But yes, please. You have all the time in the world.
One, I want to say are the greatest country in the world, America. We're taking several hits on our freedom of speech, on numerous things, So I just want to say God bless America.
Yes.
Let's keep doing the right thing, Let's get these people that are tyrants, that are sick with greed and power out of here, And I know this is a time to promote myself in fights like that, but I really feel like this is the last place for freedom in the world. We just seen what Canada did, removing handguns from everybody. And I could go on here and tell you every society that's removed guns and stuff like that from the population, what's happened shortly after. And it's statistics, it's just history, From great places, great countries, all these countries, once they remove the guns from the people, the opposing parties and all this stuff, they got wiped out, murdered, So I just feel like we're not heading in the best direction. So I just want to say God bless America, and we need more people that uphold our Constitution, because it's the greatest piece of document ever written. It's the only thing that keeps us free. I was just at some gatherings for trying to help out Cuba and stuff like that, and it's really bad over there. And the country, the media is not covering anything that's happening with Cuba. They don't give a damn. This is 90 miles away from us. They're trying to bring it over here little by little. So you can call me a conspiracy theorist or just somebody that likes to review history, man. And I see where this country's headed, and I hope that I'm completely wrong. And I hope that more people that love the Constitution stand up and keep this country as free as possible, because especially Texas and Florida, we're like the last places of fucking freedom in the world. If you look all around Venezuela, Chile's not looking so good right now, Argentina as well. And we see what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. It's just like all of a sudden getting bad everywhere. And it's for us, America, to be the beacon of freedom for the whole world, China and Taiwan, it's just bad everywhere. And I know this is the MMA hour, but to all my Americans listen that love the Constitution, do the right thing, man. Let's get these fucking people out of there that don't need to be in fucking power. And hopefully they don't rob the election again. God bless everybody.
All right. Thank you, Jorge. Nice mic drop there. I appreciate it. Good luck to you on Friday. I'm looking forward to that. God bless America. God bless America. Yes, vote them out. Vote them out. Vote them out. Yes. I was just joking. No, we can't end it like that. Gosh. I was just kidding. There he is. Jorge Masvidal joining us. I think that's the fight to make. God bless America. All right.
Did a cable get tugged on your
I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on.
Did your little button fall off the desk?
It's here. Nothing's been touched.
All right. Got my eye on you.
I don't know what's happening over here, if I'm being honest. I've literally not touched a thing.
I believe you.
I'm not always the first one to blame, all right? Thank you to Jorge. Thank you to the team. Do check out that icon card. There are some names. Bo's someone that everyone's very high on. And I have to say, Lydia Warren, follow Brandon Gibson on Instagram, and he posts videos of her hitting mitts. She's very fast. I mean, I don't know what that actually translates into, but she is incredible on the mitts. Shout out to our good friend Dominique Mosiano. She posted a few weeks ago that she was listening to the show while in labor. She was at the hospital, and she then also posted, oh, we do have it. Here it is. What do we got? I haven't seen this.
Hi, Ariel. I'm with Victoria Canales. Even after open heart surgery, she never misses a show.
What? Well, first of all, Dominique Mosiano is one of the loveliest people I've ever met, via social media. People like her are the reason why social media is a good thing. There's a lot of reasons why it's bad. What a joy, what a pleasure it is to sort of know her. She seems like an angel of a human being, and she recently gave birth to a beautiful, lovely little girl named Victoria Olympia. And unfortunately, we found out last week that she needed open heart surgery, but she gave us the update yesterday that it was a success, and she is fighting and feeling better. And there she was in the video, listening to the show. Incredible. She wrote, she is listening, and so is the victorious Victoria Olympia, our heart warrior, never misses a show. I mean, when I saw that, it made me a little bit emotional because she was there listening to the show while in the hospital, essentially in the midst of being in labor. And I didn't know that she was dealing with that. And I can't imagine how difficult that must be for young parents. But it seems like little Victoria is a fighter, and everyone here is wishing the Mosiano family the best, sending our love to them, sending our best wishes to them, and praying that everything goes well from here on out and that it's smooth sailing. Incredible stuff. She's an amazing woman. I mean, unbelievable. All right, let me get back to the questions here, and then we'll wrap this bad boy up. And by the way, the Icon FC card starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. First bout is at 6, but it's live on Fight Pass at 9. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fights on the broadcast. Bo Nickel fighting at 185 against John Noland. Both of them 0-0 as pros. All right, let me pull this up here. Lewis. Okay, back to the questions now. Thank you. Okay, Patrick, favorite segment of the week. 2 quick questions. Ariel, what will your workload be for the upcoming WWE pay-per-view in Vegas? Will you be looking to split time with the UFC event as well? I think it will mostly be stuff for BT. There might be some other stuff, but not quite 100% just yet, so stay tuned for that. The pay-per-view, by the way, a lot of people thought that I was just being like some, shill or whatever. I wasn't. MGM Grand, so massive blunder on WWE's part. They booked Allegiant Stadium, bigger arena, same city, same night as UFC 276, with a lesser card. They didn't even announce the card. I know it's Money in the Bank, but it's not one of those, to me, Money in the Bank isn't a big four. You're going to go up against International Fight Week, Izzy, Max Holloway, Volkanovski, pretty solid card. I think it was a big blunder. So clearly ticket sales haven't been great. They moved it to MGM Grand. I haven't been to the MGM Grand. I looked this up since July 8th, 2016. My birthday, my 34th birthday was Team Ioana versus Team Claudia. I think that's the last time I attended an event at MGM Grand, 6 years ago. And I've maintained that it's a better venue to watch fighting or combat than T-Mobile, better than any venue that I've been to in Las Vegas. So I'm kind of excited to go back. The pay-per-view should end at around 10 or so, and I might even leave early once my work stuff is done. So I'll be there watching the UFC stuff. Will I be at the event? I doubt it. No real reason to be there. But I might dabble, and like I said, I'm thinking, actually was talking to DC this morning, thinking about going to the Hall of Fame. So we'll see. I'll be at stuff. Don't you worry. But the main work stuff will probably be centered around the WWE event. Probably not going to make it to SummerSlam, but I will be at the Wales event. I think that's September 3rd. Rock at the Castle or Battle at the Castle or something like that. Same night as the Paris event. I will not be at that. I'll be in Wales. GC, question for you. I was at a party over the weekend and someone was eating watermelon with salt on it, and they said it was a down south thing. Can you confirm this?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, he adds, and for the record, I'm not GC's girlfriend. Remember last week we thought this guy, he said something. I don't remember what.
No.
Anyway, in case you were wondering,
it's good to know.
Patrick isn't your girlfriend. So yes, salt on a watermelon.
Yeah.
That is the thing.
Yeah, I've had it before. A few times. Many times. It's pretty good.
Have I had...
It's pretty good.
Hot sauce on a watermelon. Isn't that a thing? No, hot sauce on mango?
Yeah. Frank knows it.
Tahini.
Yeah, tahini.
Tahini, like the hummus thing?
Nah.
That's
like
tahini.
the seasoning.
Okay, so salt on a watermelon. I feel like
Real
that's pretty
thing.
good.
Yeah, it is good. The salty
Sweet. Yeah. All right, there you go. Hugo. Hey, Ariel. Regards to the situation between MJF and AEW, do you think it's a risky game that MJF is playing, or if he plays it right, he becomes a bigger star? Yeah, I mean, he hasn't crossed the line. And I think I saw something that he's going to talk tonight. For those that don't know, MJF, Maxwell Jacob Friedman, in my opinion... yes?
You don't even have to...
Oh, there you are.
My fault.
No, hi, how are you? Maxwell, do you want to say something about MJF, or...?
Nah, I left my mic on.
Okay.
Complete mistake on my fault.
MJF is, in my opinion, one of the best wrestlers in the world. He's just such a great character. He plays the part so well. Everything about him is great. He's old school. He respects kayfabe, all that stuff. And he's a fascinating guy, and he's just great at everything he does. On the mic, he's great. In the ring, he's great. His getup is great. The whole damn thing is great. And apparently, I did an interview with him 2 months ago, and it caused a bit of ruckus where he talked about his contract expiring January 1st, 2024. They don't really talk about these things in wrestling. I think that was brilliant. He has turned his contract into a storyline. I just love everything about it. Apparently, according to Sean Ross Sapp, there was some heat because he didn't go through AEW to book the interview, which seems silly to me. But then I heard that maybe it was the content of the interview. I don't know. Who the hell knows about any of it? And maybe that's the reason why Tony didn't want to talk to me last week. I don't know. But there was supposed to be some sort of autograph signing in Vegas last week before their Double or Nothing pay-per-view. He didn't show up. And then there was talk of a plane, not a plane, a ticket, not a ticket. Who the hell knows? And then he gets pretty much squashed, which I guess was the plan. And now we don't know what's going to happen. And so what I would say is all this is adding to his star power. It's making him more interesting. It's building him up. But there's a line there. If he somehow, and I can't imagine this happens, but if he gets benched for a period of time, now you lose your leverage. You lose your momentum. What he wants to be is as hot as possible as January 1st, 2024 approaches, which, by the way, is in a year and a half. So it's not tomorrow. Because I can assure you, the closer he gets to January 1st, 2024, the more if he's on this trajectory, look how far he's come in a year and a half, WWE's going to want him. And they're going to want him in a big way. And there's going to be a bidding war for him. And who knows, but I don't think AEW wants to lose him. And so to me, the play is you may be unhappy with your contract, and I get it. I would stick it out, and it's going to pay off. And I can understand where he's coming from. He signed a deal when he was a lesser name, but he was on the ground floor, and he doesn't like the money compared to what some of these ex-WWE guys are getting. And I get that. Totally. But it's a year and a half from now. And let's be honest, in a year, he'll probably know where he's going, right? I mean, these things tend to materialize 6, 5, 4 months out. Keep this up to a degree. Don't totally burn the bridge with AEW. Don't make them sideline you or completely. They could ruin, right? Like they could book him in all these matches where he comes out looking worse. It's not fighting where you can control your own destiny. Don't let them ruin what you have built. And then come January 1st, 2024, see who offers you the biggest deal. But yes, I don't think that he has ruined it. I don't think that he has crossed the line in terms of he's reached a point of no return and he has done irreparable damage to his career. But if this keeps going in a direction where he's getting squashed, it could. Also, the thing is with him, you never really know what's real, what's not, because he's so good at this, at keeping kayfabe. So who the hell knows? When I was interviewing him, I wasn't really sure what was real, what was not. And I got a sense over time that, the certain important things were real. But I just say enjoy the ride. It's an interesting story to follow right now. Tanuki. Hola, Ariel. Recently I had to get my wisdom teeth taken out. I did the surgery while fully conscious, and my surgeon gave me the option to wear headphones. Of course, I chose to listen to my favorite show, the MMA Hour. I've been there with the wisdom teeth. Not very fun when I was in high school. I want to thank you for being a soothing voice that I listened to while I had my surgery. This show will always be my favorite escape from real life, whether it be oral surgery or a dull work day. Shout out to everyone that makes the show happen. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Now to my questions. Recently on Steve-O's Wild Ride, Steve-O spoke to DC, I didn't know that, about showing the live odds more during the fight, suggesting that it would be the closest thing the UFC would get to open scoring. It's not a bad idea. How do you feel about this? Sure, but ultimately open scoring to me is not about the viewer, it's about the fighters. I don't care if the viewers know, I want the fighters to know. Also, are there any hypothetical fights that could happen that would get you excited? I really hope that the UFC can make Cheeto versus Yan. I was just about to say Cheeto versus Yan. I want to see Usman Leon. What was that? You guys see that?
No.
A light just flashed over here. It was like lightning.
You sure you didn't have an idea?
No. All kinds of weird things happening here.
We'll take care of it.
Let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to see Merab fight. I like the Merab versus Dominic fight. I want to see Arnold Allen get a big fight. How about Arnold Allen versus Bryce Mitchell? That could be interesting. I want to see Tony versus Jorge. I want to see Islam versus Charles. Those are some. I want to see Francis fight Tyson Fury. I want to see Valentina go up to 135 again. Robert. Hello, Ariel. Last Saturday, while training double leg takedowns and defenses at the Mighty Great Grappler Station in St. Paul, Minnesota, our sensei gave some pointers on techniques for gaining elevation. This led me to thinking about the Steiner brothers a lot. For days now, there's been a reel of Steiner brother highlights playing in my mind. I'm talking the NWA era, the mullet and the headgear era, the Steiner driver, the Steinerizer, the Steiner device. The best tag teams are big on character, each wrestler having distinguishable moves and personality. The best teams are made of outstanding wrestlers who can work with their partner and use the psychology of the ring. Cutting it in half and using the corners to their advantage is a true tag team expert. And of course, their finishing move had to be highlight reel worthy. Their earned collegiate wrestling look, wild charisma, and show-stopping moves keep this tag team at the top of my favorite list. Easily top 3. The Hart Foundation is another one, which I'm surprised to see does not crack the top 10 on many lists. Number 1 for me. And of course, Rock and Roll Express. Ariel, who are some of your favorite tag teams? Hart Foundation, number 1. Jim the Anvil Neidhart and Brett. That's my favorite of all time. Nasty Boys, they were classics. New Day recently. Tag team wrestling recently is not that great. Shield, they were 3-man. I did this great.
Nasty Boys, the ones where they would rub their face in their armpit?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
You love them, right?
Oh, yeah.
I did this thing recently for BT Sport where I ranked the best factions. Everyone gets all upset at me when I do that. I put Hart. Let me tell you something. If anyone asks me to rank anything wrestling related, Hart Foundation or Bret Hart will always be number 1. Always. I don't care if it's a crazy pick or not. Always number 1. Favorite tag team of all time, the Hart Foundation. Danny, Ni Hao, Ariel, Deadhead, Helwani. Why Deadhead? What am I missing? I apologize if this is too long. I know you watched Rico Verhoeven's last fight against Jamal Ben Sadiq in Glory. Yes, if you'll recall, Glory does open scoring with every fight. After every round, they showed on the broadcast, and I'm assuming the score is also shown on the screens in the arena. I can't confirm that. I've never asked, but yeah, sure, let's assume. If you're using examples of other combat sports organizations that you... By the way, for the record, I've not brought up open score. Actually, Jorge kind of brought it up, but you can add him to the list as well. But I've tried to stay away. I made my point last week, and I moved on. I wanted to make sure you remember Glory Kickboxing as well. They don't show the scorecard after the final round until the decision is read. That's another thing that Andy Faust said. He likes the moment, what did he say? The suspense. But after the 5th round, you're not going to announce it right away. So you're still going to have the suspense if it goes the distance. Also, Glory does a sudden death round. What do you and the rest of the crew think about MMA organizations potentially adopting that? Thank you for all that you do, Ariel. And as it was said in the 1995 comedy film Billy Madison starring Adam Sandler, I award you no points and may God have mercy on your soul. Yes, listen, open scoring has also been used in pro boxing. WBC has used it. It's been used in many a fight. I want to see it in MMA, though, in major MMA. That's the thing. I know it's been used in other places, and I know that people can say, hey, it's been used here, it's been used there. But major MMA, major MMA, it has not been used. And so I would like to see it used. Frank, bon mercredi. Boy, I screwed that up. My throat is killing. Bon mercredi, Ariel. Big up to your son for the first time choosing his clothing. As a father myself, I remember this moment clearly with my son, Mael, and was so proud of him putting his thoughts into it, trying to express himself through styles. Two-parter here. Since we're coming to New York with my son for his birthday next November, I feel like you guys came to New York last November too. Could you and the team suggest a nice and real New Yorker clothing store to go with my 13-year-old son? Man, I mean, there's a gazillion, right? Like you could go to Bloomingdale's, you could go to Macy's. You want to go to a super cool one, you go to Supreme, right? Downtown. Where do you go, Frank?
Yeah.
Sure. And do you have a shameless fashion failure to share with us? Maybe there's something behind your obsession with plaid shirts. As a mama's boy, I was letting my mom choose everything until I was 16. In retrospect, I would have loved to get more skilled in my fashion game before putting on my infamous fluorescent green pants that didn't turn into a MC Hammer music video at all. Yes, I used to have the yellow, the orange, the green pants as well. We're probably around the same age. I always liked the coziness of a nice plaid. And when I started my career, I was like, you know what? I have to wear button-down shirts. Why don't I just stick with something? Maybe it comes from the wrestling days, the shoes, the plaid. You got to have a gimmick. But yes, I have a lot of fashion failures. I mean, just look at my life, circa grade 2 all the way to college. Hello. I was just eating some plantain chips in my office, and a thought occurred to me. As a producer myself, I know how tough it can be scheduling guests. Have you ever accidentally double booked 2 guests at the same time? Yes. Or have you ever had an in-studio guest show up with whooping cough and have to decide whether or not to continue the show? No. Them's are the tough decisions we producers have to deal with. Right, Bolf? This guy's the best. Shout out to Gary Delabate, a.k.a. Baba Booey, a.k.a. Fafafui, a.k.a. Fafafohai. Yes. In fact, with Jordan Leavitt this week, I was talking to Ed Cap, the great Ed Cap, PR man extraordinaire, and I kept screwing up the time. He was booked for 10:05. I kept saying 12:05, and then I said 1:05, and then it was 10:05. I try to book the times based on their time zone, but I get confused, and then sometimes the time zone. Yes. Worst part of the jive, excluding Thanksgiving and Christmas, what's your favorite holiday? Well, I don't celebrate Christmas, but we do lately celebrate Thanksgiving. I mean, ever since I moved to the States, I love Thanksgiving because great time of the year, no religion attached to it, no presents attached to it. Everyone just comes together. I assume GC's is Halloween because he still plays dress up on like half of these shows. Bit of shade. I don't know if it's a work, but Ariel will probably pick a Canadian holiday in spite of the clear directions. Is your favorite Halloween, GC?
No, but I do love that time of year.
It's a great one.
Dress up, festive. I prefer festive.
Favorite holiday?
Maybe Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I really like that time of the year.
It is a great one. I mean, I love July 4th. Is that a holiday? I don't know, but July's great. July 1st, Canada Day. As far as Jewish holiday, Passover has always been my favorite one, if you must know. Frank, you got one?
Boxing Day.
Is that an American holiday? I know it's one in Canada and UK.
I mean, it's as American as it gets.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right.
Go out in the city the day after Christmas.
Do you know what Boxing Day is about?
It was described to me by my English friend as the day that you return all the crap you didn't want for Christmas.
That is right.
So,
McKinney, hi Ariel. My question today is this. When Bisping has an episode of Believe You Me or a BT Sport obligation on the same week that he's calling the fights, he refrains from making any picks as to who he believes will win the fight, but instead he gives good, thoughtful analysis of the fight, which will lead you to believe who he wants to win. However, When Big John and Blink 182 do an episode of their pod on the same week as they're calling fights for Bellator, they have no issue in saying openly who they both think will win or lose. Do you believe this should be allowed? Or do you agree it crosses the separation of powers within the company as it oversteps their role and somewhat undervalues the other fighters? Cheers, Ariel. Boyo from Derry, Ireland. Hail, hail, and up the hoops. I don't really have a problem with Sum 41 making the picks because he's an analyst and he's on the desk and they often ask those guys to make picks anyway. I don't really care if the actual color analyst, i.e. Big John, makes the pick as well. Unless you're saying like you're openly rooting for this person, that's a little weird. Doesn't really bother me. Like, I don't really think it matters even if I'm doing a show with DC and he's calling fights, I say, who do you think is going to win, Glover or Yuri? Who cares if he says, I think this person is going to win? As opposed to, I want this person, that's bad. Or I bet on this person, that's worse. That's the worst. But I think, based on this analysis, that this person is going to win. Like, what's the big deal? I don't see what the big deal is. Other than you just don't want the awkwardness of talking to that person before the fight or after the fight, and they're like, yo, you picked against me. But I know you want me to take a shot at them, but I don't really think it matters. Also, congratulations on being the one person who watches their show. Abe, no question today, just 3 quick points. Great answer about mental health a couple of weeks back, how to cope with anxiety and depression. I'm a mental health nurse/therapist in the UK. I work with teenagers. The advice you gave was absolutely spot on. I've actually shown some clients the clip and encourage anyone to listen back if struggling in these areas. Also happy to give advice too. Thank you. Last week you mentioned deterring your kid from playing Fortnite. Again, fully agree. Ha! You see that, GC? What do you know about that? Nothing. I've seen addiction to games like this negatively affect so many adolescents and youth. Honestly, I've seen how iPads, phones can affect kids. It's not pretty. It really isn't. On a lighter note, the missus recently observed I've recently added certain words to my vocabulary and asked what these words actually mean. As I stole them all from you, please verify the meanings I gave her. Hogwash, BS, correct. Hobnobbing. He wrote hognobbing. It's actually hobnobbing. Socialize. Yeah, socializing, rubbing elbows, etc. Mensch, top lad, 100%. Golly, no idea what this means, but I say it anyway. Golly, it's like, gosh. Oh my gosh. Golly, I can't believe it. You know, like, wow, I can't believe that. Much love, your boy, Abby. But you're on the right track. And I appreciate people using our vernacular. Okay, Lewis says read both of these before responding. Olajuwon, afternoon Ariel. What scenario do you think would need to happen in order for Nick Diaz to get this title shot against Kamaru Usman? Come on. I love you, Olajuwon. You're absolutely one of my favorites. No doubt about it.
He said not to react until.
Oh, sorry, you're right. Yeah. I know it's pretty far-fetched, but wonder if Usman beats Edwards and Khamzat. It may happen after that. Looking at welterweight rankings, he would have beaten almost everyone, but those he hasn't beaten don't deserve a title shot. But call me crazy. Maybe a chance. Have a great show. Keep up the great work. What's worse, waving back at someone who was waving at a person behind you, or John McCarthy saying Nick Diaz would beat Kamaru? That's from Nicholas. It ain't happening. And yes, one of the worst takes of all time. What are you talking about? I mean, I actually, like, John Legend, and I didn't watch it, and I saw the headlines, but that's got to be one of the worst takes of all time. What? The pound for pound best fighter on the planet? Come on. And it ain't happening. Not now, not anytime soon. Big money. Hi, Ariel. With the ongoing Nate Diaz drama, I'm wondering what would happen if he just said F it and booked a last-minute fight in another fighting promotion. Can't do that. Say the Georgia Conor Fighting Championship. He can't do that. Also, for GC, if he could sign both Diaz brothers to GCFC, what celebs/YouTubers would he match them against for a main event? 10 rounds of only boxing and jiu-jitsu, open scoring, lots of CBD.
Lots of CBD. I don't know. This is catching me too off guard. I need a second.
It's a lot. Sometimes they throw these ones and I'm like trying to go through these. Well, you can come back to it if you'd like. Isaac. Hey, Ariel, it's Isaac. First time, long time. Hello. Who'd you like to see Tony do his next camp with now that he's open to going to other gyms to train? I really like the Brandon Gibson idea. Maybe Jackson Wink? Jackson Wink, ATT, probably too much going on there for him. Whitman, Eddie Cha. You know, Eddie Cha and Captain Eric and Henry over in Arizona could be really interesting. I think the People's Choice was NDA. That ain't happening. He needs like a head coach. He needs someone to... Oh, Eric Nixick would be a great one. Me personally, I would love to see him with Eric Nixick. He knows how to coach these club for 100%. That's a great call. That is a great, great call. And pull the best out of them. Knowing you only work on passion projects now, congratulations on the side gig that is soon to be announced. Viva Helwani! Thank you. David, hello Helwani. Aljamain recently tweeted that that if and when Merab wins next, he'll move to featherweight rather than fight his teammate. We last saw Kamaru Usman leave his gym at Sanford for his fight against Gilbert Burns rather than move up to middleweight. If you were advising Funkmaster, would you tell him to do so? I would say cross that bridge when it gets there. Nice thought, respect, much love, but so much could happen. What if Merab loses his next fight? Then it's a moot point. What if you lose your next fight? Moot point. Great to put out, great PR, great move, but there's nothing to really talk about right now. Max, hello Ariel. This one is for you and GC. How do you guys handle the fact that Rick disagrees on all of your ideas just for the sake of disagreeing? I actually don't think that's true. I actually think he legit disagrees, and that's why we like talking to him.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think he 100% just disagrees with us.
Yeah, and I don't think he's trying to disagree for the sake of disagreeing. I just think that's his opinion, and it's
there also have been a couple
more
times
fun.
where like I'm agreeing with him and you're disagreeing with us,
Yeah.
or vice versa. It's a nice triangle, but yeah, most of the time it is Rick.
Yeah, but again, I think the most important thing to note is it's not just for the sake of being a dissenter. No one likes that.
Right? Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not just a fake thing.
Nico, ça va, Ariel? Ça va? Thanks for the assist last week with Edna. She did in fact confirm the engagement. Yes. I believe this makes us the first on-the-nose engagement. And as such, it is only right to ask you this. Will you come to our wedding? If it's happening in New York, I'll be there. Is it happening in New York? Let me know. You got engaged in Brooklyn, so if you want me there, I can make it happen. Matt Moe, bonjour. Just a couple left here. Bonjour, Lord Ariel. Conor McGregor leaves New York Harbor in his Lamborghini yacht on a lengthy voyage across the Atlantic Ocean headed for Ireland. Due to the declining proper... What is going on here? This is too long. I mean, this is like... God, please, no fiction, fantasy, guy gets on a yacht. What are we doing here? Elizabeth, Mr. Helwani, what do you make of this brother craze that has taken over the whole MMA community? In broken English and Dagestani, it kind of worked and was endearing, but now you have Brendan Schaubs and Karen Tills of the world saying it as much as possible. Yeah, I've never been a Big Brother guy. I have to be honest. Like, I'm not like, yo. I feel like GC's a Big Brother guy. Are you a Big Brother guy?
Like the show Big Brother?
No, like you say brother.
Oh.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, I do say brother a lot. Brother with the A.
But like you, when you see like Frank, you're like, what's up, brother? Don't you
What's
say
good,
that?
my brother?
Yeah.
My brother, yeah.
See, I say it mostly to like make fun of other people, like my brother, you know.
Bro, do you use bro?
Quoting Billy Madison.
I'm not a big bro guy. When does he say it in Billy
It's like,
Madison?
That's assault, brother.
Oh, that's assault, brother.
Well, then I'm actually not. I'm not a big bro guy. What's up, big bro?
No.
My big bro. No.
I mean, a lot of it can actually come across as condescending.
You think bro comes across condescending?
It depends. Depends who's saying it.
I think like buddy comes across.
Buddy's the worst. Yeah.
Condescending, yeah.
Can I tell you a weird thing that's been happening on my text?
Let's hear it.
Thanks. I do thanks ! And it changes it to thanks, bud.
Ooh.
And now I'm sending it to people.
How many times have you sent that to people?
So many times.
Oh, God, that's so bad.
Thanks, bud. I'm like, oh, I don't know why I just called you bud. I didn't mean to call you bud.
Hey, you had to have typed it for it to autocorrect. There's nothing worse than
Unless someone trolled you and changed your auto.
Did your wife do it? Or your son?
Listen.
That would be a good prank.
Neither of them know how to do any of that.
There's nothing worse than when you type OTW and then it corrects to on the way exclamation.
The exclamation point just kills it.
Like, I'm trying to be cool, but...
Tell someone you're running late, but I'm on the way, exclamation point.
I've never wrote OTW for the record.
Wow. Oh. Dating yourself.
Are you a big OTW guy, Frank?
I'm a OMW, on my way.
You know what I've never wrote? Legit. At least in I might have done it sarcastically.
You mean?
Yeah.
I don't like it.
LOL. Never done it.
Yeah, that's a good point. You really haven't, huh?
GC's a big LOL guy.
Yeah, LOL, LMAO.
You should learn to laugh
sentence
more,
filler.
Ariel.
What's up? I should laugh more?
Yeah.
Sets the tone.
Yeah.
Now, I probably put LOL more times than I actually laugh. So then I'll tell people I am legitimately laughing right now.
I will
when
type
it's genuine.
LOL with a deadpan face. Not even close to breaking a smile.
Sometimes even a frown.
Okay, back to the questions. It's been a long time since this from Aaron. You chopped it up at the pizzeria with Frankie. So how about another on-location interview where you learn one of life's important skills? You can have Valentina Shevchenko teach you how to change a tire. Can she do that? That would be fun. If she could do that, I would love it. Hello, Ariel from Newman. This might be a bit of a touchy topic for you to talk about, but since you posted it yesterday, I figured I'd bring it up. I'm fascinated by the connection between Chechen dictator Ramzan Kadyrov and MMA fighters such as Khamzat and Khabib. During the infamous Conor-Khabib press conference, Conor said Khabib's father showed Kadyrov fake respect out of fear. I couldn't help but think of the same thing while seeing Kadyrov and his kids treating Chimaev like a punching bag in those videos and pictures posted by Karim Zidane, that Chimaev has to stay in Kadyrov's good graces out of fears for his family's safety. As Khamzat is becoming a bigger and bigger star and will possibly have the platform of a UFC champion soon, do you think the UFC and ESPN will downplay, ignore his relationship with Kadyrov, or will be used to promote him and give him street cred? No, I think it's the former. They will just ignore it. 100%. HBO Real Sports did a story on Kadyrov's relationship with MMA, and Kareem is into anyone out there. They interviewed Kadyrov. He's in the freaking piece a lot. So I would highly suggest checking that out. You can find it online. Shout out to Jesus Alvarez. Rasha like the nose wants to wish a happy birthday to Ali Tiger, the one who introduced her to this show and to me, and he has a new journey and only shows how much he's overcome and accomplished. His selfless and always supportive. And even though his ups and downs, his loyalty is why his people and myself are blessed to know him and love him. Also, she wants to say hi to Frank and have a happy June. Today is National Heimlich Maneuver Day. This is from Steven, and it got me wondering, have you or anyone in the studio been in a situation where someone was choking and the Heimlich maneuver needed to be used? I have not, thank God, and it kind of scares me, but I have not. Frank, GC, you guys ever have to use it?
No.
Thank God.
Me neither.
Thank God. It's also National Hazelnut Cake Day, which, if I'm being honest, sounds like something that would be choked on. Sounds delicious, but chunky, apropos for both of these days to match up with one another. I probably would have skipped that joke. There's plenty of other interesting things about national holidays today, but I'll leave that for another time. All right. And one last one. Dear Ariel from Nick Swim, greetings from Doncaster in the UK. I have a wee dilemma. I'd like your advice. I'll try and keep it short. I have an older brother who is with a psychotic partner and has a child with her. This is my mother's first grandson who turns 4 in around a week's time. However, my mother does not see the child because she's not comfortable visiting my brother's house with her partner around. I've always looked up to and idolized my brother, and he has always looked after me. However, this situation with the grandson is causing my mother great upset to a degree of her calling me crying about the matter. I feel I need to say something to my brother, but he has always been the one looking after me and giving me advice, so I have no idea how to approach the matter, what to say, or how forceful I should be. Please help me. I love my mother and hate to see her upset like this. Well, that is a tough one. If you are close with your brother, I would talk to him about it, not to create a rift between your brother and his partner, but, you know, mom is mom, and if she is in a lot of pain, I believe that at this point in our lives, we should try our best to alleviate pain and stress from our parents' lives and help them out as much as possible. And maybe he will open his eyes, his mind, to changing some things in the relationship. Easier said than done. Tough spot to be in. I wish you the best, my friend. I don't really have a great answer for you. Maybe there's a way that you can have different visits and different meetings and things like that. But I don't know how bad the situation is. It doesn't sound like it's a good one. But I would, if it was me, I would suck it up. I would call my brother and I would say, this is really hurting, Mom. What can we do to make this better? If he's not open to that, ultimately that's on him. And you could tell your mom that you tried, but it might be worth a shot. Let's end on a bit of a lighter note. Thank you for getting to my question last week from Jesus. I had little hope to hear your response once you got to about 28 questions, but I was elated to hear from you nonetheless. Over the course of my time listening to the show, I've come to understand that you are someone who believes in empowering fighters' rights, everything from pay, insurance, contracts, among other things. I wanted to hear your opinion on the matter of unions. From someone who has had experience in unions, I could tell you it is grueling work to progress things. However, the benefit that the workers get from the many unions around the U.S. is absolutely critical to progress workers' rights. Over time, the UFC has become an expert in union busting, specifically by giving their superstars great contracts and giving the majority of their fighters breadcrumbs, therefore creating a cycle of exploitation of these men and women. If you were given the opportunity to make a pitch to the majority of these fighters, what are some of the key points you would touch on to get them to understand the benefit of unionizing? Thank you for your time, and Viva Helwani. Jesus A. Regards, MMA fan and workers' right advocate. I would tell them, you see all this money out there? You see that you're not getting any of it? You see the fact that you have no say. You see the fact that you have no seat at the table. You see the fact that other athletes are making 50% of the revenue generated by the leagues in which they compete in. You see the fact that they're getting a cut of the TV deal. You see the fact that they're able to, have their own sponsors and wear them when they are playing, i.e. shoes, basketball players, gloves, football players, cleats, sticks, helmets, all that stuff. Do you see the fact that you guys are making such a small piece? You're getting such a small piece of the pie. Do you see the fact that you have little to no say in any of the dealings that affect your career, whether it be, insurance, whether it be drug testing, whether it be pension, all this stuff? Open your eyes. Look at what's going on around you. Look at all those ads. Look at all those TV deals. Look at all that fixed revenue that is coming in at a historic rate. And look at the pay and compare it to what people were making 8, 9, 10 years ago, and see how little of it has gone up, and see that the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% are making that much, and see that you're not. See that the top stars in the sport aren't getting fights when they're saying they want to fight. See that Nathan Diaz can't get a fight. See that Dustin Poirier can't get a fight. See that guys who are ready to go can't get a fight. You think Gervonta Davis sits around and says, hey, Floyd and Leonard Elberby, can you get me a fight? No, he tells them when he wants to fight. You think Anthony Joshua is sitting around and saying, hey, I wonder if my number's going to get called? No, he says, I'm fighting this guy on this date and we're going to make it happen. You think Tyson Fury's waiting for someone to tell him when to fight? No, get some damn power. Get a hold of your careers. You only have this finite window, this small window. It's an opportunity, right? It's not a career. Why are you letting other people dictate how your opportunity goes? Now, of course, you're a part of a situation. I'm not trying to revolutionize the whole sport here, but the lack of say, lack of power, the lack of independence that goes on in this sport, especially as it pertains to the fighter, that's what the open scoring thing is about. It's not ultimately about, we could debate the 10-9, all this crap all day long. It's the fact that the fighters have such small amounts of power at this point, small amount of say in what, wear this jersey, don't make a cut of it, put this crypto thing, wear that, do this, do that, like Apex this. They are making more money than ever. They have more power than ever. They are making bigger deals than ever, cutting bigger deals, more TV deals, swimming in this money. Apex, all this stuff. The last 2 years have been a gold mine. And what's changed? Tell me what's changed. The crypto fan bonus vote of the night? Come on. What are you talking about? What are we talking about? There are fighters ready to fight and they have to sit by the phone hoping that their number gets called. What are you guys talking about? It's crazy. We're going to look back on this time in 20, 30 years and say, we can't believe that it went down this way. Mark my words. I probably won't be around. Mark my words. You'll go back June 1st, 2020 and 22 and you'll say, man, that guy was right. A lot will change. I don't know if it will change in my lifetime, but there's going to come a point where things are going to change. And none of this, you see Aljo talking about it now, how none of this makes them think, wait a second, I'm making this much and get this cut. And then you keep hearing Dana talk about boxing is dead. Boxing is dead. This is the craziest thing. The money being paid there, the opportunities, the freedom. If that's dead, I want to be dead. It's better than if what these guys are getting is alive. And I mean, consider me dead. Great question, Jesus. And I agree with everything that you said. All right, we're out of time. We got to go. You can hit my music, Frank. I had this thing and I don't know if it was the fruit salad or what.
Got you all excited.
My throat. I was going to say something, but then Bohoshinho Depot is going to take it out of context and get his little clicks. And, quite frankly, I don't appreciate it because here's the thing. You can clip a lot of people and it'll be them stumbling, mumbling, dumbling, all this stuff. But here, you got to you almost have to dissect it in order to say, gotcha, Helwani. And I respect the hustle, okay? I respect someone trying their best because everyone wants that moment. Guess what? It ain't happening. Dog of the week, Jairzinho, Biggie Boy. With Biggie Boy, the pride of Suriname. Let's go. We might be rolling with Devin Haney too. Tell you that much. Devin Haney on points. Tell you that much. Might be rolling with that one as well. We're out of time. Thank you very much to all our guests today. Jordan Leavitt was a thrill. I feel like I spoke to him 9 hours ago. Thank you very much to Alistair Overeem. Not the best connection, but we'll let it slide. Thank you very much to Merab Dvalishvili. There's another one. Where's Merab at? Where's this guy at? Can he get a fight? What's going on? Mariusz Pudzianowski, thank you very much to him. Congrats on the big win. Thank you to Jairzinho Rozenstruik, the dog of the week. And thank you very much to Jorge Masvidal, Icon FC, this Friday. Check it out, Bo Nichols' MMA debut. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of them. Back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace. I'm out of here.